digital Nürburgring-Nordschleife series.
Hammer down, it's hammer time.
It's going to be very, very tight.
But they've Dutch! Daneben setzen, geht der Flammer daneben, das macht dann vorne das Auto leicht. Kleines Kausel, nochmal reintauchen. Fährt der da in die Diffusor ran, dann springen die Autos wieder raus, schön zu sehen.
Here's the muscle from Munich. What a drive!
Sehr, sehr spannendes Rennen.
Well, welcome along once again to the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. It's a return to the green hell. It's a return to the known in many ways, but into the unknown with some new classes, some new faces, and we're looking forward to seeing how it all plays out. Our Judo Kangi party alongside with Ewan O'Leary to kick things off for this brand new season with 3 hours and a half of racing on deck. Ewan, it's great to be back. How are you feeling about the season we've got in store?
Yeah, great to be back. Great to be alongside you again, Arjuna, and really looking forward to the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series here this time around. It's the time, isn't it? It's winter, and that means we can't race there in real life, so we might as well do it in sim racing, because thankfully iRacing hasn't had snow on us yet, which is good, and so we can have 5 great rounds of this great championship, and yeah, really looking forward to this series.
One thing that I will just note as we look at this information right now, yes, of course, it's the virtual winter. It's pretty cold out on track, but you'll note that there is fast repairs available for the drivers. That's important when it comes to being able to navigate their way through the traffic and all of those situations, but also relatively important when it comes to managing the challenging nature of this track as we take a look at the drivers out there for qualifying. Currently 4 of the classes are underway right now, including our Porsche Cup machinery, the SP10s, the SP3Ts, and one of the brand new classes, the VT2 class. But this is the returning SP10s featuring the GT4 machinery, and it's the Aston Martin of Pro Sport Sim Racing that we see winding their way towards Bergwerk.
Yeah, and a really important corner as well, by the way. I'm sure we'll talk about this throughout the season, but this is a long, long flat-out run, even in a GT4 car, right the way through towards the Mutt curve, really. So it's a very, very important corner. But qualifying going to be relatively important too. If I were them, I would want to be first onto the Nordschleife, really. And I know you can probably achieve that by a good opening lap on the Grand Prix circuit, but you'd much rather do it in qualifying and make your life a little bit easier.
Absolutely. We know the starts here are going to be relatively interesting. Of course, we've got 5 different classes, but 4 run groups, so effectively 4 different starts that will take place. That's going to make for a rather interesting race. The interesting thing just about this lap in particular, though, is that, of course, it's so long that you don't get many attempts at qualifying with 4 of the classes out on track at the same time. It's all about minimizing the amount of traffic overlap that you have and trying to make sure you get the most benefit out of it. On the left side of the screen, you can see how they run right now, including the fact that fastest in the brandly named, I should say, with a returning class of car, but maybe a brand new name. It's the Porsche Endurance Trophy that carries its name from the real world into the virtual world. SP10s, SP3Ts, and VT2s. But Scherer Esports, Sontec Racing, SimRC, and the Nürburgring Esports teams currently all at the top of qualifying provisionally. Here's the Hoisingveld 801, our very familiar livery that we see in the new Hyundai that makes its way into the class.
Yeah, and a really fantastic team in SP3T as well, aren't they? Team Hoisingveld, so strong year after year in so many championships. Fabian Siemens seems to be driving this car, or at least one of this category of car, every single weekend, or every day even. He's so experienced in this car, and they'll be a real asset over the course of the season. However, they've got some stiff competition in this class here this season. SimRC are there, for example. You can see them top of the standings at the moment. At Scherer Sport as well, I wasn't expecting to see quite so high up, I've got to say, but they're there. Impulse Racing will be in and amongst it. It's a strong SP3T category, as we so often see in this type of racing. TCR racing is fantastic, whether it's sprint racing or endurance, especially on the Nürburgring as well.
That's where the draft, of course, plays such a significant part, and the one thing that we do know with this car in particular, this class of car, is that after the first couple of laps, if it does break on up, the racing sometimes can be quite interesting in terms of strategy and how the fuel will all play out. Let's not forget that this is a series that after the first round of the championship, we will have success ballast to play its part. We're not going to have that to worry about for today. This is the first and only round, effectively, where we will see the drivers just pushing from the start of the race to the very end of the race as we continue to work through qualifying. Once these drivers are finished in a few minutes' time, the SP9s get underway, the GT3 cars, and it's going to be interesting to see how they go out. This is a car that I think is going to be quite interesting to watch. It's, of course, the 2022 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup champion, Diogo Pinto, in the red line machine, and he is driving by himself for today, I will note, so no driver change in that 130.
No, absolutely, and that could be a little bit of an interesting sort of race for him, a bit of a long race, but as you say, only 3.5 hours, could be worse, I suppose. But yeah, you do get to do this, by the way, in any class that's not SB9. You get to do this once a season, as far as I can understand from the rules. So he'll be on his own this time around, but he'll need some assistance throughout the remainder. Otherwise, as you say, we'll be getting some sort of slap on the wrist. So it's a big day for him today, and he would rather qualify a bit higher than 10th position at the moment as well. It's quite a long way back, really, to be starting this race, and 7 seconds off the pace right now as well, with Scher Esport leading the way 1 and 2.
One of the interesting things about the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy being a part of this Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series is the fact that that's the class actually individually with the highest prize money. It's 4,000 euros for our winners in that class. The most any other winner in class gets is 1,000 euros. The overall winner of the championship is also going to receive 1,500 euros, but we'll talk about that a bit more in a few moments' time, because there's plenty of interest as to how that's actually going to work itself on out. So ATRS in their Aston Martin rumbling towards the line, and it's going to be a time set, and one of the final attempts that they get as well, because we're nearing the end of the first part of the qualifying session. It's an 8:26.050. It's the best lap so far, but it's still a good 3 seconds off of the mark that Sontek and Tatu Sipola have set so far.
Yeah, Sontek at the top of SB10 at the moment by some 0.6 of a second, but I would say it's probably one of the closer classes, actually, of the 4 we have out there on the circuit at the moment. The spread is actually not very broad in SB10 so far, which is good and encouraging news for the race, as well as bizarrely one of the Toyotas catching and passing one of the SB10 cars there. That's something you don't see very often, but Nürburgring Esports leading the way in VT2, I should say, in that class at the moment. But very long lap times for them, I think it's fair to say, over the course of the day. Quite encouraging qualifying, I think, so far, in terms of the gaps that we've seen, especially in the SB10 and Porsche Esports endurance categories as well.
We'll have to keep an eye on those margins, though, in terms of the race pace and how the drivers are all pushing through the course of the 3.5 hours, which is an interesting mark, because it does, of course, not necessarily naturally lend itself to a traditional racing strategy, and therefore you do have some intrigue as to how the drivers are all going to play it out. The Holder Motorsports team, we watched them through the first part of the lap, but here comes Team Heusingfeld back towards the line. 8:43.864, the time they're trying to beat of their own. They find almost a good 2 seconds, but still are a full second off for the pace of Team SimRC at the front of the SP3T standings, but Fabian Siegmann will be at least delighted to have been able to get onto the outside of Corentin Gunes. I think those are the 2 cars that we expect to be at the front of the field over the course of today.
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be a good fight as well. I'm just wondering how much the SP3T race is going to be about staying with one another in this one. How much is it going to be about staying in the draft for the first part of the race? And I think it's going to be quite a lot down to that. In fact, it's one of those circuits where you can stay relatively close to the drivers in front because of the draft and so on, and I think that could be a running theme throughout the SP3T race here for the 3.5 hours we've got this morning, this afternoon.
I'm just trying to take a look at the conditions on my side. It is about 2:20 virtual standard time, so afternoon, I think would probably be a fair thing to say, as Team Heusingfeld rumbles around the Grand Prix section of the Grand Prix loop that we run right now. 600ths, by the way, between the Scher Esports teammate at the front of the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy class. Diogo Pinto is now in third.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Here's a look at the starting grid then for the Porsche Endurance Esports Trophy in this brandly new named class. It's Scherer Esports that will line up at the very front and separated by just 600ths between the two of them. Team Redline will be alongside the Apex Racing team, and boy, what a rivalry that is, while WSR Esports Butt Kicker make their debut alongside Door Esports on the third row of the starting grid. It will be the Kramer Esports team, the 112, alongside what might be one of the best liveries that we've got in the field today, the Greiker Motorsports 103. And you look at the margin between those front four rows, 3 and a bit odd seconds may seem like a lot, but you best believe once they settle into the racing action, once they are dealing with the traffic itself, they will very much be all just trying to hold on, and those margins will just be that little bit closer. PB Performance, also a very interesting livery of note in their 106 is along the Coanda Esports team that is a ways back in the order with the 118 on the outside of the fifth row. Avia W and SE Motorsports alongside Halder Motorsports and the Nürburgring Esports team, and the second Coanda car round out the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. The SP10 see Sontec and, well, Tatu Sipala, who was very fast in a BMW a year ago, fast in a BMW again. The Door Esports Aston Martin, though, will be alongside Lucas Muller, very quick in qualifying, while the Bonga Drums Mahler Racing team switch from BMW to Mercedes, but still quick, and third for them. Adrenaline Motorsports will be alongside with Pro Sport Sim Racing, the X-Racer Mercedes, and then the Nürburgring Esports team and the ATRS Aston Martin rounding out the top 4 rows in this class. And again, you'll note the maybe larger separation in qualifying, aided partially by the fact that traffic is a factor for these drivers to deal with, but ultimately we are going to see it pretty close with the draft as well. Lipid Esports, the Hardcore Racing, we'll talk a bit more about that interesting team over the course of the season, I'm sure, and then Randall Racing by Smiller, and one more Frozen Speed by Grid and Go, with some work to do for Steen Ledger from the very back of the starting order. Just 6 cars in the SP3T class, with SimRC and Team Hoisingveld maybe taking their assumed spots up towards the front, but watch out for Scherer as well as Impulse Racing by GTU, and then Pro Sport Sim Racing and the Parabit Sim Racing team making up the rest of the starting grid. And of course, we've said goodbye to the Hyundai Elantra. We said hello instead to the Hyundai Veloster, and seemingly still some separation, even if the driver is going to very much be taking advantage of fuel-saving games over the course of 3.5 hours of racing. And of course, brand new for this year, we're delighted to welcome the Toyota GR86, and in this VT2 class, it's the Nürburgring Esports team that go fastest of them all, with the Kaufmann Motorsports team in second, and third, Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing and Fastlane by Smelia Esports rounding out the top 5. That's a look through 4 of your classes, but Ewan O'Leary alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati. Ewan, we've still got 1 class left to go, and it's the fastest of them all.
Yeah, they've still not made their way out onto the circuit yet, interestingly, but they will do very, very soon, and will be underway for qualifying for the SB9 category as well. Going to be important, of course, going to be relatively busy as well, although it's a very long circuit. I'm sure they'll be able to find their bit of free track space out there. I think those 4 classes, though, are going to pose even the bigger problems, really, for this SB9 class. Not necessarily this qualifying session, not necessarily the amount of track space they'll have in this 15 minutes, but it's those 4 classes we've just run through. They are going to make and break this race for the SB9s.
If you're wondering what the balance of performance is for today's race, especially for these cars, we'll get into that once the drivers rumble out for qualifying. But of note, of course, in this SP9 class, you are required to have a real-life driver as the clock hits the bottom of the hour, and we roll 3 off the pit lane exit and fanning our way down onto what is going to be a short outlap. The drivers are allowed to shortcut the GP section to avoid having to do a full outlap around the Nürburgring green hell configuration. But yes, the real driver has to qualify and start the car, Ewan, and so we're about to see exactly how these quote-unquote real drivers adapt to the world of sim racing, and I put that in quotes because we know just how quick these drivers can sometimes be.
Absolutely, a lot of these drivers have done a lot of racing in sim. I mean, just to reel off a few examples of drivers who have done a lot of sim racing, likes of Elias Seppänen for MSI, AMG team MSI, that he's done a lot of sim racing. Rudy Van Buren, I think everyone knows, has done a fair amount of sim racing, as we know. Holly Horton as well for WS Racing by Pure Sims, and that's just to name a few. But realistically, as you say, everybody here has done their fair share of sim racing. It's not like the real drivers are going to be the ones that you sort of have to carry through the race, where you're sort of wincing when you have to put them in the car thinking, oh no, how much time are we going to lose here? That's not the case with these drivers. They're just as quick as their sim counterparts.
It's going to be interesting to see how they all kind of navigate this section of traffic, although quite curiously there are a few drivers who are electing to go for the full outlap and therefore are going to get one and only one attempt at qualifying. You saw a couple of cars dive off through the Grand Prix layout, and that'll be interesting to see how it all switches out. This, of course, is the AMG team MSI, brand new livery to see here in 2023. But familiar names as that team is run, of course, by the Apex Racing team. This is what I was mentioning with the shortcut, Ewan. This is drivers who have taken a short outlap in effect, and now Rudy Van Buren, world's fastest gamer, we'll see how he goes in qualifying. Yeah,
we'll ride on board with him through the opening part of his lap. And by the way, I question a little bit why you say it's only one lap for those guys who go around onto the Nordschleife for their outlap, because as far as my understanding of the rules are, you can complete your lap time when the timer runs out, so that would still give them 2 if my maths are correct. Well, maybe not actually.
I don't know how you're getting 3 laps done effectively with 13 minutes left on the clock.
Because I think they might cross the line with seconds remaining, but maybe not. I've probably overestimated.
Yeah, you have a little bit, unless they've got like fuel in their car.
Well, yeah, I forget the gap between the Porsches and the GT3s isn't actually that large anymore, so they're not going to be able to go that much quicker, are they? So you are right. It will only be 1 lap, but only just 1 lap. So probably a better idea to. I mean, it's roughly the same, isn't it? Because I would argue the exit from the Nordschleife section onto the front straight is sort of a better start to your lap than going from the Grand Prix layout. And these guys who are doing their first lap from the Grand Prix layout are only getting 1 chance from the Nordschleife as well, if you see what I mean. So it's sort of similar.
I do see what you mean. I'm picking up what you are putting down. Andy Goulden, head of the Nürburgring esports team and one of the driving instructors at the Nürburgring facility as well, rolls his way through that left onto the green hell itself and now begins the lap in earnest. And as you jump on board with this Mercedes AMG GT3 machine, you note just how high some of these curves are. If you're new to the green hell, you've got to know when you can use them, when you can't. And of course, from what I understand, Andy is actually racing in person from a trade show of sorts, and so that's an interesting experience. You and I, Ewan, we've commentated on a few live events here and there ourselves, but I don't think anything quite like this where the public is quite just walking past you on your left.
Yeah, it's a bit distracting, isn't it, to see people just walking past you like that. Yeah, they're not exactly standing and watching either, which I guess will be more ominous, but the fact they're just walking past is a bit interesting, and as I say, maybe a bit distracting, but I'm sure it would be absolutely fine. I'm sure probably used to it really in that situation, probably done that on many occasions in the past, so I wouldn't imagine it's too much of a distraction, and definitely knows his way around here, there's no doubt about that.
Yes, there aren't many better people that if you're going to ride around for a lap at the green hell that you'd like to be sat next to. But yeah, Andy is probably up there, the head of the Nürburgring Driving Academy, to give it its full and proper title. And by the way, a team that we have seen across a couple of different series, not just here in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Be very, very competitive. Love the liveries that they've got on display today. And so as we work through Unknown Forest, this is a tight, twisty section after the fast blast at the start, and you see the contrast. Yes, the Green Hell is known for 170 corners, but it's also got plenty of straight, and therefore the compromise on setup, the desire to be a bit more slippery in a straight line, to take out some of that wing, to get some top-end speed. That is, of course, a bit of a compromise in through the twistier corners as, well, Andy's about to dive into the first real fun part of the Nordschleife, in my opinion.
A bit of a controversial opinion, I've got to say. It's all been pretty fun up until this point, but I do see sort of what you mean. Difficult section through here and now in towards the famous corners of Miss Hit Miss, of course. Does a decent job of it on that occasion. Make sure you don't go too wide there, though, because you can very easily find yourself spinning to the inside and having a few problems. Down the hill now, over the curbs again, and some important corners coming up here as the speed will just increase over the next minute or so.
Look at that clambering over the curbs there. That's maybe a bit more than I would be comfortable with, but he doesn't look too happy with himself so far. He's talking on the radio, but really, this is maybe one of the most important corners, if not the most important corner on the lap in towards Bergwerk. So important. You can sacrifice a bit on entry. It's on the exit that you've got to get the maximum, and so often you'll get on the power too early, you'll be in the wall on the left-hand side, but no, climbing up the hill and in towards what is a corner that the name says it all, the Mutkurver Bravery. Every time you come up to it, whether you've got traffic or not, Ewan, this is a corner that will steal the breath from underneath you, whether you're in the virtual or the real world.
Yeah, partly because the consequences are so severe as well. Up towards the Mutkurver they go, and through very nicely. I feel like, you know, keeping things nicely in between the white lines on this particular lap is probably the best idea, and then you can really go for it and go all out on the second lap. But for now, it's just being clean within the white lines, not getting over the curbs too much, which you can't do anyway, really, of course. And so it's just getting a banker in, really, because after all, if you do crash on your first lap, then you really have had it.
So I'm trying to figure out who's going to be the first driver that we'll see come towards the line. I believe, don't quote me on this, it might be Norby Kish in the BS competition Mercedes. Those are words that do feel quite unnatural to actually say, for it to come out of my mouth, but that is all besides the point. This is the Coanda Esports by Manthey car. We'll talk a bit about the story they've got this weekend. There's so much going on for this team. The main thing, though, that I just want to call out right now is that is neither a Coanda livery nor a Manthey livery. We need some Grello, we need some purple and orange, but silver, red, black, that ain't it, Chief.
Yeah, it's certainly not. I really like the sort of normal Coanda livery. I especially really like the normal Manthey livery, as some people know, but not particularly this one. As you say, it's not really either. They've gone for something a little bit different, and they're not going to be very recognisable throughout this broadcast, I wouldn't imagine. It's going to take us a whole season to get used to this being a Coanda Manthey car, but I'm sure they'll do well, nevertheless. They actually seem to be catching the Mercedes in front of them. I'm not sure whether they started the lap like this or whether they are gaining time, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's gaining time here.
That is Sindre Setsaw, so that's an interesting story as he's over to the AMG Williams Esports camp for this season after, of course, running with Adrenaline Motorsports in the real and virtual world in the last handful of years. A past overall champion, and of course, let's not forget, you don't have to be in the fastest class in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series to be the overall champion, albeit the fact that it's got the most cars in its class does somewhat contribute to your chances, and we'll get into that as we work through the opening race. 3.5 hours of action lying in store for us. But here comes the truck racing champion, Norby Kish, but he is also a past champion of this series. We know just how fast he can be around the Green Hell, and what's he going to do for us? It's a 7:48.433, the first time on the board. I'll be honest, no idea where that stacks up. We're about to find out relative to other drivers. Setsaw's with a 7:50, so 2 seconds slower. That's a pretty quick time from BS competition. Iron Chan Guven was almost 5 seconds off of pole position so far.
and is right in the mix with the Porsches, which really does put into perspective some of these lap times, or some of those lap times from the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring category compared to the SB9s. PS Competition in Nürburgring is still at the front of the field as the number 14 makes its way over the line as well. Is this going to be a representative time for them? Yes, it is. The HRT by UOL car goes 3.5 seconds back to third, but he's the final of the drivers to have beaten all of the Porsches, which is remarkable.
It's a good point, actually. I was just looking at that overlap. I do wonder how much the short formation lap that they did, or short outlap as you would call it, contributed to that, because Rudy van Buren, slower than all, effectively, of the Porsche Cup machinery, maybe just setting up for that second lap in qualifying. Here's Sontek, by the way, and Sami Matti Trogan. We've seen him, of course, in the Walkenhorst X-Racer car in this series, has competed in the real world for Walkenhorst, drives for Williams in the sim racing universe, but Williams have loaned him out to one of the newer outfits, Sontek Racing, and Sami Matti expected to be flying. But this very much, you can see, he's been out on track for 8 minutes and 30 seconds so far. It's all about that second and only attempt that he's going to get in qualifying.
And he's utilising all of the 15 minutes of this session to do it, basically. 4 minutes remaining. He's, I think he's going to make it round in time, and I hope so. But I'm not sure whether he will. Yeah, he should do. But even so, it's a very slow opening lap here, and it's a real sort of a statement of how you have to drive these cars in qualifying. A very slow outlap is what we've come accustomed to in this build of our racing, and has been the case all throughout 2023, really.
It is actually, you know, it's one of those things where you're always just trying to figure out what the optimal strategy is in qualifying, and adapting to the meta, to use that esports term, is so important. So 2 seconds the margin at the front for Norby Kish in that BS competition Mercedes. And here comes the M&J downforce car, Matt Bachmann, through towards Flugplatz. And to correct what I was saying earlier, or maybe not to correct, put a qualifier on it. This first part of the Nordschleife is fun. Flugplatz is amazing when that front end of the car gets a little bit of air, the unknown in your body, it gets you excited. But let's be real, this is effectively a first sector where your foot to the floor and just waiting to get to the twistier stuff that's coming later on, Ewan.
And there certainly is twisty stuff coming up here as well, over the sort of brow of the hill, if you like, through the left-hander of Schwedenkreuz, then into Arenberg, and now the run downhill. BMW skipping out the way there. That'll be the end of their session for that BS competition number 7 by the looks of things. It looks like they'll be starting from down in the pack, but this is a really difficult section as well. Up the top of the hill here at Adnar Forest, you need to be careful through the left-hander, because where you can go faster, you don't really want to. You need to slow it up in time for this right-hander, and then this next chicane, which it gets you out in towards the, as you described it, the fun section. Gets a little bit more twisty for the next minute or two.
I call this the fun part. I had a good friend, a very quick driver here at the Nordschleife as well, that had their own custom track maps, just so they could all communicate within the team as to what part of the track they wanted to have some various setup changes be, you know, more impactful for. And it wasn't until effectively just before Flats Garden 2, like just after the carousel, where on their track map they just literally labeled it Fun Part. Because that is the fun, like Hoa Act, the run after that, that is the best part of the track, and I think not many are going to argue there. Sami Matti, 11 minutes on that opening lap. It's not representative, do not worry, but his Ferrari 296, the newest addition, of course, to this SB9 class for this Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, rumbles its way through the Mercedes-Benz Arena to start its only attempt in qualifying.
And there's a lot of pressure on this attempt as well, which is the disadvantage, I guess, with this strategy. You're heaping it all onto this second lap, but Sami Matti Trogan is more than up to the challenge of this one. And they did well as well in the most recent iRacing special event, in the Fuji 8 hours. They were very strong through there. I think this Ferrari has hit the ground running in iRacing, as I think we expected. It looks absolutely fantastic. You always question its credentials around the Nürburgring, because German cars always do well round here, especially in, you know, NLS and the Nürburgring 24 hours. But Ferrari have started to turn the tide on that. They're flying the flag for the rest of the world, and Sontek may well do exactly that in DNLS this season.
It's a Ferrari that we have seen be quick. I'm just thinking back to Redline winners in the second round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship. How will they go? And oh, look at Sami Matti, just so committed and so calculated calculated in the approach. How close to the wall does he get? Yes is the answer. Mere pixels between him and that outside wall, and now descending in towards, well, what has got to be foot to the floor committed section in qualifying, and you can hear it. No breathing the throttle there as through the Hansen back, finding your braking markers through some of the graffiti on track. If you are a racing driver here on the Nordschleife, you're not bereft for any sort of track references to pick your way through, but slingshot your way through here onto the anchors once more, Trojan down in gear, and then launch it again, foot to the floor towards foot class.
And for a very long time, the foot will be to the floor as well. Here on the run through here, it will be right the way through towards Arenberg. Bit of a raise in the revs over the brow of the hill. Absolute maximum attack around the right-hander at Flugplatz, and then another run down here for this gentle left-hander in towards Schredenkreuz, and then steeply downhill and on the brakes towards Arenberg.
Grass on the entry into the corner as well, just so committed to opening up the run up the 44 safely and using those curves. The Vulcan Porsche, by the way, what fun it is to be able to say that in the sim racing world, is trying to best the 753. 839 is in towards the Stefan Bellafest as it's going to go, and I'm pretty sure kicked up some grass of its own already. By the way, there are some penalties that have come on through, none of real note just yet I can see in this SP9 class, except for the number 48, the Apex Racing team that doesn't have a real-world driver. They have a stop-and-hold 60-second penalty to serve at some point today. Quite interestingly, two Williams eSports cars, the 5 and the 50, flags for infringements in terms of what side of the track they were on in qualifying. Just a warning, no penalty for them. But it is Elias Seppin and the AMG team MSI, powered by the Apex Racing team, a quarter of a second quicker than their counterparts in the 48, and a whole second and a half quicker than BS Competition.
A great start for Apex, all things considered, if you're counting both of those two cars. Really fantastic start for them. What about Arjen Guben? Can he go any quicker and any closer to those front two in the Porsche? Currently 6.4 seconds back, as it's Mercedes all at the front of the field. Coanda flying the flag for Porsche once again here in this car. We know that maybe it has struggled throughout 2023 in some of the special events, for example, but what about at the Nürburgring? Guben goes over the line, and it is an improvement by quite some distance, but it will only be fifth.
It did seem as though the Mercedes, at least from the chatter pre-race, quite strong in terms of BOP. Qualifying's not the full indication, though. Let's get better sense of after the first hour of the race. So more times coming in. Vulcan up to 7, immediately picked, though, I think, by the Pro Sports Sim Racing team. These drivers are now, by the way, in a cool down. They do not get to go again in qualifying, even though the left side of the screen sees a countdown clock. That is effectively to the end of the session, the time that drivers have to complete the lap that they're on. Andy Goulden with a 7:58.18 finishes up the session no higher than in 5th spot. The next car across the line, at least from what I can see on timing, is going to be the RC Car Shop Esports number 33 that has just worked its way on towards the main straight. As Team Redline up into 9th in the dying stages.
That's a good resurgence for Redline in the Ferrari. Rudy Van Buren inside the top 10 at least, but not a great session for them overall. 5 seconds behind at the moment. There's RC Car Shop Esports in the BMW, and a long way back in the field. Unfortunately for them, they're 21st overall and behind 6th of the Porsches.
Just trying to remember if now, they're all separate starting groups, so I believe that the SP9s will all start together. I just don't know if there's going to be some kerfuffle in, well, trying to get the ordering all figured out. We'll find out in a few moments' time. Quite like the livery on that RC Car Shop machine, but there's only about a 0.6 of a second improvement there. It's only a position gain and up into 14th. Next up, well, I don't think it'll be next up in terms of seeing it on track for a time. This is a car that's quite intriguing to me. In fact, it will be the next car to the line as it cycles out of Galgenkopf. The WS Racing by Pure Sims outfit, of course. Plenty will know WS Racing, plenty will know Pure Sims. The combination of the two is maybe new to some. Although, as Ewan mentioned, Harley Horton, a name that will be familiar to plenty, both in the virtual and in the real worlds.
Yeah, is familiar to me, certainly in the iRacing world, has been around at Pure Sims for quite some time and has done a lot of this sort of driving as well. Endurance racing, sports car, multi-class races like this one is exactly where he will excel. And let's see where he can get this car up to in qualifying. The slowest of the drivers to have set times in this session, that's because Leipert and Sontek didn't set times throughout the first run through, and they're still to come. So what can Holly Horton do now? Goes from nearly a minute behind AMG Team MSI to a lot closer than that, you would imagine. It's not a bad time at all. One of the best BMWs in the field.
And one of the youngest drivers to ever compete in the Nürburgring 24-hour race. Slides back into the virtual world and to the outside of the second row. Back over to Norby Kish, though, as he tries to close that gap towards the front. It's a full second and a half to pole position, but maybe more crucially, I think Norby Kish will be trying to make sure that it's not a lockout for the Apex Racing powered machines on the front row, so that they can't control the start, knowing that the 48 has got that 60-second stop and hold penalty lurking above it. Here comes, though, Kish out of the final corner, and as the fans wait on in bated breath, it is going to be a slight improvement, but not going to be enough. It is going to provisionally be the Apex Racing team in partnership with MSI Esports on top. There are some drivers still on track and looking for improvements. I don't see anyone really threatening. Sami Matti Trogan will run to the line, though, and it is going to be a quick run, but as I said, not threatening for pole. It's going to pop him up, though, to third overall.
Yeah, it's only a second behind, and Williams in the number 5 as well has gotten into 5th, which will make everyone happy, I think. See the number 5 in 5th position. That's 1.5 seconds away. What about Leipert Esports? First lap time for them, not on the pace, unfortunately, in the Porsche. Long way back, and that's going to be difficult for them in the race. Now the other Team Williams car, they are in 8th place with the number 50. So difficult qualifying for some, but a very successful one for the Apex Racing team, it looks like.
The AMG Team HRT by UOL, the smorgasbord of acronyms that is back for another season, runs their way to the line. Lucy Trevs no better than 7th, and of course that car has UOL on the car, but is technically run in partnership as well with the Apex Racing team, so Gael Valero, who's going to be sharing that number 14, although it's 14 for today. It'll be back to the number 4 as it's meant to be. They have a couple of penalty points coming their way for misregistering with their car, but that is qualifying done and dusted, and boy, a bit of a statement, a shot across the bow as the AMG Team MSI on top. Elias Sepinen has swapped on over from BS competition to the Apex Racing team. He's on pole, and I've got to make the point right now because he's paired up with someone that Ewan is here for redemption, is here to make a statement after last season maybe didn't go the way that Alejandro Sanchez wanted. He's back and looking to make a point.
Absolutely, and that is going to be one of the strongest teams in my mind of this series. Certainly, well, I wish I'd said this before qualifying, but certainly one of my picks for the season, I've got to say. It looks a little bit irrelevant now because they're obviously on pole and obviously everyone's going to pick them, but yeah, I think they're going to be real ones to watch this season. Alejandro Sanchez always so strong, so quick, and I'm sure he will be once again, but let's see how the opening part of this race goes, because these real-world drivers have got to do the first, well, they haven't got to do the first 8 laps, but they've got to do 8 laps overall, and they've got to start the car as well, so it makes sense.
And in this 3.5-hour race, that's quite important, right? That 8 laps, probably the first stint or so. And so we'll quickly run you through the starting grid where it's Elias Sepinen fastest of them all, alongside Parker White. But as much as Parker White's getting very quick in the virtual world on a road course, he doesn't have an FIA license. They get a 60-second stop and hold penalty for no real-world driver. Sami Matti Trogan alongside Norby Kish for Sontek and BS competition, with Sindre Setzels paired up with former Core Sim Racing teammate Carl Janssen. But this time for Williams, boy, there's so much going on in terms of storylines through the field. WS Racing by Pure Sims on the outside of the third row, with AMG Team HRT by UOL by ART. Let's throw a couple more letters into the mix there. Inside of the Nürburgring Esports team, 3 and a bit odd seconds, almost 4 seconds splitting those front 4 rows, but that is a long a strong front gap. You'll note the dominance, though, respectively, of the Mercedes, all things considered. It's the second of the Williams cars, back in 9th with the M&J downforce Mercedes alongside. And then the Coanda Esports by Manthey Porsche with Ayan Guven behind the wheel. He'll be alongside Rudy Van Buren for Team Redline in that number 50 with Pro Sport Sim Racing. And then the Falcon Porsche, 13th and 14th positions. And of course, Falcon powered by Door. We saw them very competitive in our previous season of the campaign. Holder Motorsports, one of the newest teams in the series, will be alongside the RC Car Shop Esports BMW, rounding out the top 8 rows of the starting formation in their Porsche and BMWs respectively. And as you continue to work on forward, back through the rest of the field, only a handful more. Of course, the LionGPFenster.com at number 6 and the BS Plus competition. BMW, that is the correct manufacturer, at least that comes out of my mouth naturally. Jaden Conright will be behind the wheel there to start things off. So that's a look at the SP9 starting order. And of course, we've already seen the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, the SP10, the SP3T, and the VT2 classes, and how they'll line up. 5 classes of competition, but Ewan, of note, as you see, very, very cool weather conditions. There's only 4 starting groups.
Absolutely. So the back 2 groups, if you like, SP3T and VT2, which I'm already struggling with, are going to be together off of the start and starting what would be 4.5 minutes behind the overall leaders, as far as my maths is working out. So that's going to be a pretty quick catching of those guys, and it's going to mean that there's going to be traffic fairly regularly for the SP9s, which is, of course, the biggest of the fields. And by the way, Liper Esports didn't set a time. I'm presuming they'll be starting from the back of SP9 and not the back of the entire field.
You would hope so, yes. I think what happened, we did see them come across the line as their lap got invalidated, and that's something that you can do here at the Nordschleife if you run off the track. It's just something you don't want to be doing too much, because as we look at this wonderful shot around the 17-kilometer mark around Flansgarden, not much runoff to speak of, and if you straddle those curbs, if you take a bump the wrong way, you're into the Armco. You're into the Armco fast.
Yeah, you can find yourself in trouble very quickly. So you've got to be careful of that. That would always be my concern with doing what Sontec did and what Lippert did with, their slow first lap and then a quicker second one where they were putting it all on that second lap. I would be very nervous ever about doing that, really, because you do put a lot of pressure on yourself to get it right. And as we've just seen, it can go not right. And unfortunately, that's exactly the case there. I wonder if they'll switch up their strategy for round 2.
Let's not forget that there are class championships, and that's where the majority of the prize money is focused. Prize money to each of the top 3 at the end of the season in each respective class.
Jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
And back here, ready to go, moments away from the opening rounds of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, the 5th season, and it's a 3.5-hour race to kick things off. Qualifying in the books, you see that track map, 24.15 kilometers. Most of these drivers intimately know every single corner. However, for the times that things come a crop and things come amiss, fast repairs are an option. It comes with a time penalty, though. It's just nice to know, Ewan, that if you ding your car up, well, you're not done for the race. You can roll itself back out there and go once again.
Yeah, I guess the problem with that is that if you really do have a big incident, then you've got a tow, and that takes minutes, and you'll be a long way back as a result of that. So I guess that's what's there to kind of offset it a little bit, and maybe that will help a few drivers, and I'm sure it will help a few teams over the course of the day. But realistically, if you can't get your car back to pit lane, then you are going to be a long way back anyway.
And so as the field forms up, ready to go, 3 hours, 30 minutes on the left-hand side. I'll just quickly talk about overall championship because, yes, classes, very important, but much like in the real world, there is an overall point structure as well, where the points that you get for each race are actually dynamic and determined by the number of cars in your classes. So it's not always the biggest, the fastest class that is going to win that championship, although with the way that we have it here in DNLS, that might be the case. Yeah. It's just fun to note that, Ewan, especially knowing that there's 1,500 euros for the overall champion this season.
Yeah, I think more championships should do that, to be honest. More multi-class series, sorry, I should probably specify. I think it's a really good idea. This race here in particular, as far as I can work out, the top three, the fastest three categories will all score maximum points. That means top 8 all score points if they do. If you're in the top 8, then you can get points. Whereas for the VT2 and SB3T categories, all of them will get points, but they're slightly less points than those of the faster classes, so they will already drop behind.
We are ready to go, heading towards the end of the Dottinger Hoa to get things underway. I've got to ask, I'm going to throw you straight under the bus. Who wins not this round, Ewan? Who's our champion at the end of this season in SP9?
Well, I'm thinking of two teams. I mentioned already Elias Sepinen and Alejandro Sanchez, but I'm also thinking of Sontec as a very strong team. I'm going to go for the Mercedes, though, of Alejandro Sanchez and Elias Sepinen. I just think they have a little bit more. Sontec, of course, a relatively new team as well. I know they're not new drivers to this series, but I would back those who have been in the team for slightly longer, and that, of course, would go to the Apex guys.
I do believe that we're going to get a full 90 seconds or so between each of the respective classes rolling from that formation. So it should mean that there's going to be less time between the SB9 starting and encountering some traffic in the form of the SB3Ts as well as the VT2s, but at the same time it is also going to slightly mean that we can focus our attention on these drivers for at least the first couple of corners of their Grand Prix loop. And what a season we've got in store, and new class of competition, new cars joining the fray in multiple classes as well, and so many strong drivers joining the mix for the brand new season of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. It's the Apex Racing team at the front and getting ready to go. It's the AMG team MSI in control of the field. Elias Sepinen sees the green flag ready to drop, and race control stacks up the drivers at the beginning of a new campaign. Season 5 is underway, and look at them fan out at the green hell. Sepinen will lead them on the run down in through the opening corner, but we're instantly 3 wide behind him for 3rd position. It's a bold move from Sindre Setzels as the Nürburgring Landtracking Series overall champion makes some headway early doors. Falcon Sim Racing run off the track, but inside of Andy Golden in the Nürburgring Esports Mercedes. Plenty of fighting through the arena section for the first time of asking, though, and it leads to the inevitable, to the Concertina. WS Racing by Pure Sims just running at the front of that train. Ian Jack Guggen sees in his rearview mirrors 3 wide down into the shortcut.
It's been a very active start for everybody here. There were 4 wide briefly in the mid-pack. Falcon Sim Racing again involved in contact. They were involved in 4 wide. They were shoved out wide through turn 1 as well. And now they've had a bit of contact in towards the cut-through hairpin, if you like, on the Grand Prix tracker. What a first lap they've had, and they're off again with Nürburgring Esports this time.
I think we're going to see some race control messages pop up in a few moments' time. Jaden Conright trying to get into the mix at the very tail end of this SB9 running order, and all of this fighting is great, but it does, as you'd expect, create a little bit of a breakaway at the front. Elias Sepinen close in pursuit, of course. Parker White and Sindre Setzels. Tamamati Trogan, Norby Kish trying to hold on to the queue as well as onto the Nordschleife we go. For the very first time, 3.5 hours of racing still for us to go. Let's not forget, these drivers have to try and survive at at least 8 laps with their real-world driver that has started this car off. They're getting underway, but we can turn our attention in a few moments' time to those 992s. And let's not forget that no ABS, no traction control, and Ewan, they go as fast as some of these SP9 machines.
Yeah, as you say, some of the Sherry Sport cars, for example, started, or qualified, sorry, better than what we saw from some of the SP9s. And here's their start.
And so Luca Alpert, Julian Reimer on the front row in control of the field, and take a picture, Sherry Esports. What a way to kick things off. Behind is Redline and the Apex Racing team, 2 of the biggest names in the world of sim racing that get ready to put the pressure on. And it's a long hold once more, and Door Esports gets a good jump from the 3rd row of the starting grid. It will be Scherer 1 and 2 on the run down into the opening corner, but look at the charge from Tim Yarshell. Michael Gianni as well as Diogo Pinto going the long way around, trying to stave off the charge of that Door Porsche, and they will be able to cycle back into line. In the middle of 3 wide, it's Bobby Zelensky in the Commander Esports car. A little bit of a different 3 wide to what he's used to, though. Yarshell bundled off the track momentarily up towards the front. Michael Gianni's going for 2nd, and the Apex Racing team around the outside move their way on forward.
And Diogo Pinto all over the place on the opening lap here. He's got Yarshell down the inside again, and he cuts right in front of him on the way towards the hairpin. That could have been a whole lot worse, but he's got away with it, and they all have. Somehow, everybody in SP9 and this class have gotten away cleanly. Only just about, nearly a mid-slide curse from me there. A good save, though, back in the pack from another one of the Porsches. Good start once again, though, for Sherry Sport, who have remained 1 and 3 at least.
It's not like in some other series where the leader's in full control. They do have to kind of wait for race control to give them the signal to get this one underway. And so Scherer on the front row not able to coordinate, and Michael Gianni being bold in the early stages. Diogo Pinto, let's not forget, is going to be doing this race by himself from what we understand. So will Tim Yarshell. You're allowed 1 joker over the course of the season to avoid having to do a driver change, and they are electing to use it at the very start of the campaign as they work their way down through the opening section of the Nordschleife for the first time of asking. Here, though, come the SP10s, and these GT4s may lack some downforce, lack some power. They do not lack for racing action. We know this. We've seen them produce some gangbuster fights over the course of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, and once again, they're ready to do battle. It's Sontek Tatu Sipala that's on pole position, but the BMW is going to be under fire as the SP10s are underway. The Mahler Racing car looks aggressive as the bonga drums charge their way to the outside of the Pro Sports Sim Racing 175. They're 3 wide behind as Atu Hakaleto and the X-Racer machine worked his way on forward, but a great start for Sipala. Muller slots his way into 2nd. Bonga is now back up into 3rd.
Yeah, nice moves, and especially helpful for Sontek that there was a 3 wide moment, 4nd there ever so briefly. That's helped them open a little bit of a gap. A little bit calmer here at SP10, which is probably a good thing, because they've all gotten single file before the hairpin, and they're getting off to a much cleaner, a much more considered start than maybe what we've seen from SP9 or the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring earlier on in the day. So that's good news for SP10, but I think throughout the first 3 classes now we've had clean starts, which is great to see.
Don't say that. We still haven't finished lap number 1. It takes us a while to do that here at the Nordschleife. You still have some ways to go, and we've got that multi-class start that's still coming, of course. The SP3Ts and the VT2s still have some action left to come. In towards the chicane, though, there might be some side-by-side slightly further back in the SP10 field, but no one really trying to be aggressive. Frozen speed by Grid and Go, already up a couple of positions, and, well, there's going to be some photos taken of that. Pun intended, as Steen Ledger tries to work his way on forward in a switch for him. We've seen him mostly in TCRs over the course of his career, but he's done some SP9, GT3 racing, and now into an SP10s. This, though, is both the SP3Ts and the VT2s. The brand new Toyota GR86s join, well, the new for 2023-2024 Hyundai Veloster NTCs, and underway we are for the final time in this opening round, 3.5 hours of racing, and it's a great jump from the Parabit Sim Racing car that's already up a couple of positions as the sea of Hyundais fan themselves out on the run down. Team Hoisingveld's going to hold on from Corin Gunas, it would seem, through the opening corner, but deep under braking. Scherer Esports and Sven Winter back up the inside as it's side by side at the front. Daniel Muth and the Kaufman Motorsports car side by side for the Toyota GR86s.
Yeah, they're keeping pace quite nicely, actually, with the SP3Ts, because they're all stacking on top of one another, other Hyundais at the moment. But not a great start for Fabian Siegmann, I'm afraid, in the Team Hoisingveld car. That was not ideal, particularly for him. He's lost the lead now to Corentin Guines, who is at the front, and Team Hoisingveld are down to third place. There are the Toyotas fighting very hard on this opening lap.
Kind of expect them to fight, but they've got to be careful that they don't detach themselves from one another, given that draft is going to play its part, and already a leader maybe threatening to try and use the SP3T. In fact, maybe, is that a Toyota GR86 going for a move on a SP3T machine? Surely not.
Well, it was an attempt, but it just does not have enough power, does it? Nowhere near enough power. I think through the corners they're actually quite well matched, but the power of these TCRs is way too much for the VT2 cars.
And as, by the way, we come to the end of this lap, I will just call out that the SP9s are coming to the end of their first lap, so it's going to be very, very shortly that we're into the thick of traffic. And while it's clean at the front instantly, by the way, Parker White is off for that 60-second stop and hold penalty that I talked about for no real-world driver in the mix. I can also tell you that slightly further back in the running order, they've been dicing it up 2 and 3 wide, so the action has been thick. And there are plenty of these SP9s, Ewan, for us to get into the traffic for the first time of asking.
Yeah, as you say, only one of those SP9 is going to be detached from the rest of the field. I think Apex are going to be slightly concerned. They're going to be behind the Porsches, although I think they'll be okay. There's a 2-minute gap there, so they'll be right on their own, and they'll have a bit of free track space, which may help them slightly. But yeah, this is going to be a lively opening portion of traffic here, and I think it will be by the end of this second lap of the race where they'll already have traffic to deal with.
That's crazy to think about, but I was unsure if 90 seconds was the interval between the classes that we used last season. I don't remember it being that drastic, that's for sure. The Falcon Sim Racing car powered by Door really under fire here, as Holden Motorsports in front, the Leiper Esports car that of course had no time in qualifying behind them. And all this fighting is, well, wonderful to watch, but somehow these drivers almost 15 seconds already off of your race leader. A significant mark, given that the first time through traffic, we know this no matter what track you are at, but it's especially important here at the Green Hell. First time through traffic, the most impactful in terms of separating out the drivers. And you had somewhat commented on it as well, by the way, Ewan. The balance of performance, a hot button topic, no matter what series you're in. Mercedes looking quite strong in this SP9 category.
They are, and the difference with DNLS is that you don't have different tracks to go to and think, well, this might balance out over the course of the season, but it's different to that. We'll be here at the Nordschleife all 5 rounds, of course, so that's an advantage to them at the moment. From what it looks like, the top 6 have broken away, and 4 of them are Mercedes, although Ferrari and BMW have been able to stay up there with the right team. Sontec and WS Racing by Pure Sims have been able to stay up there inside that top 6, so there's an argument to be made that those cars are adequate as well to stay with the Mercedes. But look at this, Williams and Apex, BS Competition, even BS Competition have got the Mercedes working, which is it's taking my head a bit of time to get my head wrapped around that one.
Yes, again, BS Competition Mercedes are not natural words that come out of my mouth, so I'm still struggling to process that in some ways. It is also, I'm struggling to wrap my head around the fact that Sindre Setsource, as well as Carl Janssen, are in a Williams Esports car. It's just crazy how much the world of sim racing has changed in a couple of years. It's also crazy to think about Sindre Setsource. I know him as a sim racer. He's a Nürburgring Landstracken Series overall champion.
That is very crazy to think about. It just shows that they can do it in real life as well. That's been proven time and time again over the last 10 years or so, that sim racers, the very best of them anyway, can do it in the real world. I think Rudy Van Buren is another example of that in the Team Redline Ferrari. We all know his sim racing credentials back in the day as well. So, yeah, fantastic for them and a great display for sim racing generally.
From up above, with 10 minutes complete in this race as we wind our way on through. Not yet into the traffic just yet. We're going to take a bit of a look at the replay for Nürburgring Esports in the SP10 category. Big bang Bosch as we slide our way down through some of the twistier stuff. Front engine car hard into the wall. And our AMG replay shows that, well, unfortunately, that's a car that needs some attention from the team at Mercedes.
Yeah, I wonder whether that will be drive back to pit lane or whether they'll tow back, and that could be a problem. By the way, in the SP10 category, Adrenaline Motorsport have got a drive-through penalty for entering pit lane from the start-finish line in qualifying, so that's a drive-through for them. The same for Door Esports in the Porsche category, so 2 drive-through penalties to happen in those classes as well. Not sure whether Door Esports have done that penalty yet.
Have you just noticed the drive-through penalty that's come down, though?
Oh dear.
Goodness, we have been singing the praises of a certain race-leading machine, but the AMG team MSI have been flagged for a start violation and they have a drive-through penalty. We'll get to that, because look at this. It's Noah's Ark for the GT4s. SP10 battle for the leads. He's dooring their Aston Martin, slide their way on through. It's Lucas Muller that leads. The Bonga drums up to second, and Tata Sipula in that Sontec Racing 188 slips back to third, but I will say it's not the worst place in the world to be, knowing that fuel saving could be something that these drivers are keeping in mind, as I think one SP10 peels off to serve its penalty.
Yeah, it's adrenaline for that drive-through penalty that I just mentioned there. Johan out deciding that now is the best time. This is the kind of racing I was expecting to see from SP3T, not necessarily from these GT4s in SP10. Fantastic early laps here or early lap, I should say. Early one lap for these SP10s. Hard to get your head wrapped around that as well. 5 for the lead now, with adrenaline now no longer part of this. But Sontec, all of a sudden, from leading quite considerably through the Grand Prix track, and now they're in 4th place already.
It is one of those races where we're going to have to keep an eye on that mark to the end of the race and how it goes. Here come the Toyota GR86. You know they can produce some great racing, as Daniel Muth in the Nürburgring-Esports 487 tries to go the long way around on the Kaufmann Motorsports team as we come down in towards Flansgarden. A wonderful look off the back of what is fast becoming, I think, a cult machine. The Mazda MX-5 for so long has ruled supreme in terms of low power, close quarters racing. This is going to be the future, though, in so many virtual and real capacities. This is what we wanted to see, isn't it, Ewan?
Absolutely fantastic. This is exactly what we wanted to see from this VT2 category. Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing, by the way, are no longer going to be part of it at some point soon, because they've got a drive-through penalty for a violation in qualifying as well. So while they are involved right now, it is going to be 4 for the lead very soon, but this is exactly what you wanted. I mean, only 5 cars in the class, but they're all here on screen right now.
For now. I say that because we know how traffic plays a part more than anything. I hope attrition's not going to be a major talking point for these drivers today, but you never know. At the end, it's a big delta in speed between, well, this class and any of the other classes. Let's put it that way. Parabit and Impulse. Jan Bol slips through on Chris Bartel in the Hyundai Velosters as up towards the Tiergarten they work. Now, these drivers have technically lost the draft of those in front, so Team Hoisingveld, Scherer Esports and Sim RC lead the way for the time being, but of course we expect the traffic to be relatively close, all things considered. Wonder what's happening with the GR86s, by the way, as they get to the end of the Dottinger for the first time of asking. You assume they'd be 3 wide. Well, Sherlock Holmes, indeed I am. 3 wide we go. It's Daniel Muth on the outside. He's got to watch out because Milos Pavlovic in the Kaufmann second car is trying to join the fun. It's 2 by 2, all 5 cars in shot. And with the race-leading SP9 machine closing as well as they come to the end of the opening lap.
I mean, I'd be tempted if I was Sepinen here to just come into the pit lane and get out of this, because he has that drive-through and he does go in. Oh, he was going to, but then realised that Wolf Motorsport was serving theirs. And, well, I can have all these 4 in one go, and he does.
Now, that did cost him a second or so. What it does mean, though, by the way, his drive-through penalty is those behind who are now going to emerge into a dogfight of the Toyota GR8.
Oh, no!
Have got to watch out. Norby Kish spins around from what was the net race lead. And got to watch out for Sindre Sepsors, because he's battling with Sami Matti Trogan in the Sontec Racing car.
Oh!
contact between them. Sammy Mazzy Trogan, Williams Esports driver on loan to Sontek, makes contact with the Williams Esports car, and Setzels goes around.
Well, you wondered how long it was going to last in VT2 because the traffic in a race of attrition does often happen, and it just has happened. A real shame for the Toyotas, especially as Sontek's off again. Sammy Mazzy Trogan's gone off through turn 4 on the Grand Prix layout as well. Not sure how he's managed that, but this is a disaster of an opening lap. The opening run through traffic for the SB9s has gone disastrously.
I'm now just wondering, is there damage for Sammy Mazzy? Is there potentially something wrong with the steering? Is that why he pulled to the side? Seems to be back up to speed now, but what a sequence. So dramatic that I got out of my seat. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. We're not even 30 minutes into the campaign, and already, well, the drama at the race start with the drive-through penalty, not even the most significant talking point of the start of the campaign. Trogan's now going to get past the GR86s once again, and the GR86s have got the memo. They are single file, and Daniel Ruth leads them. It's the Nürburgring Esports, it's 487, that does have a bit of an advantage. Down into the Hudson back. Traffic, well, we knew it would play its part. I'm
absolutely amazed that all 4 of the Toyotas that were out there at the time have gotten through that. I really am amazed by that. So fair play to them for that, because they were, I mean, assaulted, weren't they, really, on that opening lap or that opening run through traffic by the SB9s. Too impatient, in my opinion, but you get it from the SB9 perspective as well. There's only 5 Toyotas. They've got to get through them as quickly as possible, but they've got to do it cleanly as well, and there's going to be some things looked at there.
So we're going to get some looks, I would assume, at the replays of what has just happened. But yeah, calm your heart rates, ladies and gentlemen. Your eyes did not deceive you. That was, well, opening lap drama that instead waited until the first pass through of traffic on the second lap in effect. So around the outside, Norby Kish really went deep, and I think then tries to close the door on himself. The Toyotas were too wide. They have to make the corner, and Norby maybe misjudged his position relative to those around. Then it was after that you watch up in front of them. You'll see just out of the shot. There's the contact for Sontek with the Williams Esports car. And the Toyota does a 360 no-scope, spins itself back around, and picks itself right back where it left off.
And then watch this. There's the contact. So Sammy Mazzy Trogan gets tapped by the BS car. It's Norby Kish again, isn't it? Who's made contact with him. So, yeah, you're right to call that first. Sammy Mazzy Trogan just comes down on those Toyotas on the inside, basically gives space for one Toyota, as if there was only as if there was only one, but in fact there was 2. Then in the second contact, I think Sammy Mazzy Trogan gets stuck behind one of the Toyotas. He wants to move to the left, but there's a car there. He can't do that. I think that should be a penalty in my mind. He can't try and barge one of the SB9s out the way to get round the VT2s, and then he gets tapped by Norby Kish, who should really be paying more attention and probably not tap Trogan around side. So I reckon there's a couple of penalties on the way there, maybe.
It was just not great racecraft from plenty of drivers that you'd expect maybe a little bit more from. And we do now have some protests that you'd expect are indeed coming in. So we can turn our attention back to those who are in battles of their own. As I've just seen, by the way, on my timing screen, that unfortunately Toyota's had issues, and so the Kaufman 499, big spin around. Now there might be big damage for them as well. There's a fight going on between the Nürburgring Esports 487 and the 477, as well as the 509. So there are still a couple of cars in the mix there, but if traffic didn't play its part, they've all managed to tangle with each other. And so keep that in mind. This, though, is slightly further back in the queue of things. The RC Car Shop machine, 17th in class, with Lion GP directly in front.
Yeah, I think those the VT2s would have collided with each other, by the way. Because the SB9s will have all been through at that point, and maybe apart from the Apex car. But this is further back in the SB9s. There's some big changes now in this group. So Sepinen now leads by over 7 seconds, but of course has that drive-through to serve that I'm sure he will do very soon. The number 14 HRT by URL Mercedes is back into second again after BS Competition spun from what was going to be the lead. Also spinning out of the way was the Williams car, as well as Sontek Racing as well. So they're a long way further back. It's been a real topsy-turvy run through traffic, and that was only 5 cars.
What's going to happen when we get to the SB10s? We haven't seen them too much, but we're back over to them right now in their little train. You've got Door Esports, Marla Racing Team, the Pro Sports Sim Racing 175, and then Tatu Sepal is down in 4th, so Aston Martin and Mercedes maybe somewhat showing their race legs right now in this part of the race. Just keeping an eye on the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy as well. Here is, by the way, the 3 sole surviving GR86s. The Nürburgring Esports Fastlane by Smiler Esports, I think is the proper pronunciation, and then the Kaufman Motorsports team. But yeah, Michael Johnny leads by now 2 seconds in the Apex Racing 119 from Shera Esports, Team Redline, Shera Esports, and Door. The rest of the top 5 in category, but you were hoping for some Toyota fighting, and we may see some fighting into the carousel.
Yeah, I think this circuit is perfect for VT2 action. We sometimes don't really get it from some other circuits, but when there's a good circuit, there's a good bit of draft around there, but good technical challenge as well. You know, you don't want an oval. You want good technical challenge, but also drafting opportunities as well, and you get really good racing in this class. Unfortunately, we're down to 3 in the leading group, but I'm sure this will change again and again and again as they keep getting laps, as I'm sure they will do many times.
This is one of those races, again, just to reiterate, 3.5 hours. It's not normal in terms of strategy. It's one of those ones where you're slightly offset. How are you going to play that little half hour? Again, in these SB9 machines, as an example, you're pretty confident. Is it going to be 7 or 8 in terms of laps per stint? And because the laps are so long, that's a big difference. It's, okay, to put this in context, 8-minute laps at the Nürburgring Green Hell, the Nordschleife configuration, versus 1 minute 30 laps, Ewan, at the Grand Prix loop, just to try and make sure people understand how significant a 1 lap difference can be, depending on how long the lap is.
Yeah, it's, you've got to divide everything by 4 here, really, haven't you, when you're working with the Nordschleife, to sort of get an average circuit. I know Grand Prix layout here is a bit shorter than maybe average, but even so, yeah, you've got to divide it by roughly 4, and you get gaps of a normal race. As the SB3Ts are now being lapped for the first time, it's spreading apart the SB9s a little bit, which I think is going to help with traffic problems in the next few laps. Now, has MSI taken their drive through? Yes. Elias Seppänen is into the pit lane, so we are going to get a change of lead.
And so that promotes...
Well, who does it promote?
The AMG team, HRT by UOL, by Apex Racing Team, who are being chased by Norby Kish, who are going to try and now switch back underneath. But remember, if BS Competition hits the front, there's at least 1 penalty coming their way in my mind. There could be 2. I'll let race control be the arbiters of all things penalty related, but I would argue that yellow and blue machine's in contention. So is Harley Horton in the WS Racing by Pearson's number 16, who are now net in 2nd spot if Norby Kish wants to get a penalty.
Yeah, I think Kish may well get one, and I think that Trogan might get one as well, unfortunately, for Sontec as well, but we'll wait and see on that one. Nothing has come through yet. They're just protests, and they're being investigated. I'm sure it will take a little while to get through now, so it's going to be, we'll get updates to you when we have them, but for now, we'll just call it as it is on the road, because this is going to change a lot. And I mean, this traffic is going to change it a lot, never mind penalties.
If you're trying to follow along with live timing and scoring, as Norby Kish, by the way, does indeed hit the front in the overall running order, but still expecting a penalty to potentially come down there. I believe that you can enter livetiming.simtiming.de/timing.html, and hopefully you'll be able to follow along with all of that. Here's a look from out the back of the Mercedes that Lau leads, though, and of course, I would argue that regardless of what does now happen at the very front, for those behind, for the WS Racing by Pearson, for MJ Downforce, who are now up into 4th combined, Einjin Guben, Coanda Esports by Mantai, 6 positions gained into the top 5. Ewan, there are some very, very good points up for grabs here.
There are. You only get points for the top 8, of course, so you've got to be up there, and there's 19 in the field, which really does hold you back. I don't know if did you just mention the other Apex Racing car in the pit lane, by the way, but Parker White's back in again, which is confusing to me.
That implies issues.
Well, he's not stopped in his box yet, which is odd.
Well, have they misserved the penalty initially?
Oh, I hope not.
So we will try and get clarification from potentially Parker White's teammate Zach Ratteray, but the other Apex Racing powered machine, or one of them, trying to look up the inside. No move forthcoming as Sammy Matty Trogan in the Sontec car, I believe, just got passed by the Falcon Sim Racing machine in through shrouded grounds, out in towards Arenberg. Oh no! Oh, that's a big one. Red line tangle with AMG Team MSI. Rudy Van Buren stricken in the middle of the track, and with SP3T still incoming, somehow we get through safely. Van Buren, contact there with Elias Sepinen, and it's another incident that Race Control is going to be taking a look at. And unfortunately, when you're side by side down through that section, one car has got to back out.
Well, it's difficult to tell from that angle what's entirely transpired there. I'm sure we'll get a replay coming very soon, but Team Redline surely are going to be out of contention for points now today. Rudy Van Buren out of this one. I mean, the first thing that's to be said is that, you know, both of them probably should have been a bit more careful there in what they were doing, going side by side down the hill there. For either of them, not a sensible idea. The race is going to come to Redline and MSI later on. There's no need to go side by side down there, no matter who think is at fault.
Well, one of those, maybe both of the drivers can go back to bed, something I'm a little bit jealous of right now. But Sepinen got a good run off the corner. We didn't quite see if there was traffic playing its part as well as we looked off the rear. Elias Sepinen, by the way, has had to take a tow back to pit lane. That car was so damaged. Oh, what a dramatic start to the opening round of this season. Apex, unfortunately, not enjoying the best run in SP9, but in the Porsche Endurance Trophy, I will just point out that Michael Johnny at least continues to lead there, so at least some optimism, I'm sure, for the team backing Corey to be following along. Michael Johnny paired up, of course, with Quintin Violate, so it's a pretty good driver pairing there.
Yes, Redline and MSI still haven't been in, by the way. The MSI car seems to still be running quite well on Elias Sepinen's in, but Redline is still out there.
Redline are just trying to tow themselves around. I say tow. That word's got special connotation on iRacing. Rudy Van Buren is trying to crawl his car around. Yes, crawl his way around. That's the best way to put it. But Elias Sepinen's AMG Team MSI car is back down to pit lane. We saw a great aerial shot of the cars getting some air on the front nose up through Fluke Platz, but there's the aftermath. You did see the Sim RC machine as we rewind the tape and spool things back. I mean, I'm going to make a controversial comment here. Elias Sepinen was trying to use that SP3T machine as a pick. I don't think Race Control's going to look too kindly on that, though.
Okay, I thought you were going to say something different to that. Yeah, I don't know. I think Van Buren thought Sepinen was going to back out, and so just took the racing line anyway. And Sepinen wasn't going to back out, wasn't going to give, and in the end they come together. Yeah, well, it's difficult, but I think I would put that one on Van Buren if it's going to be anyone. I don't think it really matters because they're both going to be out of contention. But if I was to pin the blame on anyone, then Van Buren's got to leave a little bit more space. As I said earlier, though, not a good idea for either of them to do that from the start.
No. And again, when I say Race Control's not going to take a good look on it, it's not necessarily saying what I think about that incident. I just think that was an unfortunate one. The point being, I was reviewing the bulletin of the Race Control guidance, and Race Control was pretty clear in that it's both the responsibility of those in front and behind to be safe, the responsibility of the faster and the slower class car, and that look on board just somewhat shows that Elias Sepinen didn't have that much overlap from his perspective.
Yeah, that on board has changed my opinion. I've got to say, I'm not so much on the side of Elias Sepinen anymore. I don't think that move was a very good idea. It's just about management once you've had one of those penalties and you're set back in the field, isn't it, really? It's about management. You've got to manage your race better from there. And Sepinen did need to make that move. You know, it wasn't sort of last-minute desperation stuff. There's 3 hours to go, and there's time for them to make up the time that they just lost in that penalty. No matter how just they think it is, they broke a rule that is directly written in the rule book. You've got to make up positions after that, of course you have, but you haven't got to do it all in one lap. And Sepinen there should not have gone down the inside. I'm going to take the blame off Van Buren, actually, now I've seen that.
This is why you always hedge your bets before you see all the replays. and why it's a great feature here in the virtual world, especially at the Nordschleife in particular. Race control has that ability to dial things back and to analyze things in finer detail. Now, to some degree, maybe it's a curse. You can overanalyze, you can slow things down to a point that's unrealistic. However, if in the real world sometimes you're only left with CCTV angles of an incident, at least here in the sim you can get proper angles and coverage of everything. Sindre Centaurs, by the way, recovery drive. He's back up in front of Commander Esports by Mantai and Ian Changguven, the Falcon Sim Racing team in front of Sontec, by the way, do seem to have some damage. They're a little bit slow, all things considered in terms of speed, as Norby Kitch fastest lap in the race.
I think they're just stuck in a bit of traffic at the moment, Sontec. Let's see if they can get through Falcon here for what will be 10th place. Marvin Dietz just up in front, and there's the move down the inside from Sami Matti-Trogan. He'll be in the top 10. He'll brace a bit late, but that's okay. He's now inside the top 10. Still no points for 10th, though. As I mentioned, we'll get to points a little bit later, probably later in the season. I get a bit excited about points, don't I, really? But anyway, they're 10th now. The Sami Matti-Trogan is recovering decently. 7:55 is probably a bit slower than where he was before, though.
Yeah, 7:49 for Norby Kitch, just to put that in context. Rudy Van Buren has brought his car back to pit lane as we check in for the first time in the Porsche Endurance Trophy. Not with your race leader, though, because Michael Jani is now a good 5 seconds clear at the front. The Apex Racing team are going to be thrilled how things are going in this class. Diogo Pinto is now in front of Luca Alpert, the Julian Reimer tucked in behind in the second of the Schurer cars as through the Toyota GR86 as we go through towards Flansgaard in that little hop, skip and a jump that they do before the Stefan Bellof S's. Oh, this is a scary place to catch one of those VT2 machines. 1, 2, 3 will go through before the Stefan Bellof S's, but the trees hide what we really need to see.
Yeah, they do a bit. Redline back into second, though, as you say, and unfortunately, I think because of the SB9s, the VT2s are now spread apart, by the way. So no more racing for now in that category, unfortunately, which is a real shame, to be honest. But that was always going to happen. It's this battle for second, which is very engaging at the moment. And I think Schurer Sport are going to be pretty miffed that not one of their cars is, in the position that Apex Racing team currently find themselves in.
Yep. Looking at them cycling onto the Dottinger, though, I will just remind people of what I said slightly earlier. This is the one race, Ewan, where there's no success penalties. You don't get a 30, 20 or 10-second penalty for finishing on the podium. And so as they fight for these positions right now, it's the only real representative scene that we'll get of what they are actually like over the full race distance without that time factored in, as the Schurer train now pulls to the outside and trying to double team Diogo Pinto, but only one's going to slide on through. It's Luca Alpert back to second.
Yeah, you don't quite see them pack up as much as they do in SP3T or even in SP10, actually. This is the first or the fastest class to have more single file stuff on the way towards the Tiergarten, and the 105 is now into second place again, will lead the line, but I'd imagine there'll be a bit of fuel saving going on further behind, and that may be a better idea, really. Just fuel save your way through this opening section of the race and then save a bit of time. As long as your pit stop or two of your stops are above 30 seconds.
You would not be surprised to hear that there has been some chatter and some conversation between parties at the Apex Racing team and Team Redline after that incident. I think quite maturely, Team Redline conceding that it is maybe a bit of a racing incident, as that looked like for a second one of the Williams Esports cars was going to try and cut back underneath on the Pro Sport machine, as we check back in with the SB10s once again out of the carousel, and I think heading up to what is, let's be real, one of the more fun parts of the lap.
Can we say that about all the sections? Possibly.
Well, do you like just being stuck on the Dottinger and not doing much?
Well,
the sections either side of the Dottinger.
That's true. That is very true. This is the, as you say, the battle for the lead, though, in SP10, which is good to see, and great manufacturer mix as well, with Aston Martin, Mercedes involved in the top two, and a BMW at the back as well for Sontec Racing. Fantastic to see the SP10 variety that we have at the front of the field, and still four all in sort of slipstream range of one another, which is really great to see, as Redline and MSI continue to, or are about to drop behind these guys in the overall standings, bizarrely. Penalties are starting to come in. 10 seconds for Sontec, 10 seconds for BS Competition. So stop and holds they are. I wholeheartedly agree with those. That's exactly what I would have done.
And again, for BS Competition, there was the potential for a second penalty, but I don't see that second incident under investigation.
No.
It's the one penalty for them. Here is that move I was talking about. That was Fabio Rauer is up the inside of Plain Erger for Pro Sports Sim Racing, and the second of the AMG Team Williams Esports car slides their way on through as they work their way on forward. There's a bit of an overlap as the BMW BS Competition. That's Jaden Conwright behind the wheel, gets past the Holden Motorsports number 8. This is a fight for 14th and 15th position. It's a bit unnatural to see that BMW at the BS Competition at the very back of the running order.
It is pretty unusual. You don't often see them back here. Holden Motorsport with them at the moment, and I'll see Carshot Esports just up in front. But this is the story for the BMW. Unfortunately, so far, only WS Racing by Pure Sims have got it working, which is even more bizarre because it does seem that the BMW has the pace to run inside the podium places, but BS Competition of all teams aren't able to extract it at the moment.
Hey, I don't know how much we've seen Jaden Conwright, to be fair, at the Nordschleife in sim, and so maybe there is also an adjustment period to, you know, getting to grips with the slight nuances that this series in particular represents, because yes, we've got the 5 classes, you know, divvied up into the 56 cars that we have out on track, but ultimately there's a little less traffic to deal with, and maybe it's therefore a bit more of a sprint compared to racing around here in the real world. Back over to SP10s, by the way, where it's the Aston Martin, Mercedes, Aston Martin, and then BMWs, Door, Mahler, Pro Sport, and Sontec. I will just call out that Frozen Speed by Grid and Go are doing their damnedest to try and close back in. They are 3.5 seconds off the back of this grouping, and let's not forget Steen Ledger started at the very back, effectively, of the class.
And a very impressive drive so far from him to come through quite so much. And yeah, 3 seconds behind now. Good to see. By the way, just seeing SB3T there reminded me that Impulse Racing's Hyundai has been in the pit lane for 12.5 minutes now. They're a lap and a half back or so at this moment, which is not ideal. Although I don't remember why. I don't remember seeing why that car went off the road and has spent so long in pit lane.
We didn't see a replay. Now, I can confirm to you, though, that they did have a bit of a hellacious hit of their own. And you would not be surprised to hear that involved traffic. It was one of the Porsche GT3 machines. I couldn't quite figure out who it was on my end, but yes, I think they are done for the day. Now, the drivers do get fast repairs they can use. It gives them a fresh car. They do incur a bit of a time penalty as a result for that. From what I can see, Elias Sepinen has taken advantage of that in the 49 AMG Team MSI machine. Looks like Team Redline have retired, unfortunately, though Rudy Van Buren brought that car back around, and they have been sitting in pit lane since then. Back over to the Nürburgring Esports team. Andy Goulden on the back. The Pro Sport Mercedes now is looking to work his way on forward.
Yeah, so Redline's 5-second stop-and-go penalty won't matter for causing the incident with the 49. A bit more of a sort of questionable one on the line. It could go either way there, really, as far as a penalty goes. So interesting that it's gone that way, but I guess it doesn't really matter at this point. The rest of the SB9 still left out there, though, and decent battling. This is probably the biggest group we have now in the field, all battling for 7th place, the minor points, if you like, from the back of the field, and some teams maybe you wouldn't expect to see here.
And just to confirm, it was Team Redline that got the penalty after that incident. So, clearly I know nothing in terms of race control, and that's a good rule in general. I know nothing. But B, there's some penalty points that now are accrued for Team Redline that they will just be factoring in for the remainder of the season. It is, of course, just something you've got to keep in mind. So Sontec's Ferrari doesn't look too damaged. Of course, we do know that if there is any damage on the real car, they're able to change the rear end quite effectively. It was a design decision that in many ways helped them to grab the victory at this very track in the 24-hour race earlier this year. But as we look on board with Sami Matti himself, shapes up to the inside of Andy Goulden, and all that experience that Sami Matti has accrued in the real world, part of the Walking Horse Motorsports team, of course, racing in a BMW M4 GT3 around this track. You've got to wonder how easy it is for him to adapt in the sim to what is fundamentally a different style of car, a mid-engine GT machine.
Yeah, it is a very different car, of course, but I think he'll be able to adapt pretty adeptly to this one. He's very experienced at doing that kind of thing, just changing up and switching cars, whatever. He's done a lot of sim racing, as we know, so I think he's been enjoying this Ferrari since it came out on iRacing, and he's been driving it a fair amount. Seems to be getting to grips with it quite well as well, as he looks to gain more places now to move up to 8th. Pro Sport Sim Racing and Leon Erger, the next car in the train. And, they've lost the back of Team Williams, I think it's fair to say. The 47 has now got away up into the distance, as we can see.
So in terms of overall race picture for SB9, just a reminder, it's BS Competition that leads, but they have a 10-second stop and hold penalty that's looming over them. So the AMG Team HRT by UOL, currently net race leaders, and Lucy Treves is pulling away at the front of the field from WS Racing by Pure Sims and Harley Horton. That's in 3rd overall as it runs right now, 2nd once the BS Competition car factors in the 10-second penalty. M&J Downforce, they're 4th, closing in on the BMW that runs in 3rd, and then Sindre Setsos, recovering after spinning, is on his charge back up towards the front. Not far behind, though, is Ian Changubin in that Commander Esports machine. We're back on board with, though, some contenders in the SB3T class. And maybe it's not a surprise, Ewan, that Corin Tengunes has, well, taken advantage and broken away. 6 seconds clear of Team Hoisingveld in 2nd.
Yeah, very good performance so far from Corin Tengunes. Again, so strong in that car. Team RC always so dominant, even with the likes of Team Hoisingveld here, Share Esports as well, who were having a good start to the season. Impulse as well, who were out of the race. And by the way, I think it was the number 8 car that made contact with them, by the way, Harder Motorsport, who only got a warning with that. Yeah, they're still able to get away. Corin Tengunes leading by some distance, and it's difficult to see them being caught from this situation. They're going to have some success penalty to peg them back.
Just a reminder as well that in SB9, it is the real driver that must qualify and start the car and do 8 laps over the course of the race. They don't have to do it at the start. All other drivers don't have classes don't have requirements about real-world drivers, if you're wondering as to some of those more registration-related marks that the drivers have to hit in terms of the various little bits of paperwork to be filled on up. So we're up to 22 different incidents for race control to have looked at, with about 45 minutes complete in this one, which does mean that, Ewan, we are nearing the pit stop window, having opened up for the drivers. 8 laps again for the SB9 real-world drivers. They're on to lap 6 so far.
Yeah, so are they going to be able to make it to the 8 laps, and who's going to get out of the real-life drivers in a minute in SB9? Well, a minute, it would be many minutes, but you get the idea. At the end of the next lap, who's going to get out, and who's going to, pit early, maybe come in later on in the race, or stay in for a second stint, because some of these real-life drivers will be a lot more comfortable staying in their cars than others for another long stint like this one.
It is easier being in the virtual car than in a real car. You don't get thrown around, you're not sweating, you're not you're dealing with all the elements, but you're not wrong. This is also, I mean, we've talked about this a lot, Ewan. Doing an hour at the Green Hell is a lot more stressful than doing an hour at Daytona, for example.
I would say so. In terms of, obviously, traffic, it's very dense at Daytona, and we've got roughly the same amount of cars you have here as to what you have on that circuit, which is, a lot shorter, about 6 times shorter. So that makes it very different. But yes, in terms of physical driving challenge, the actual circuit itself, it is often about you versus the circuit.
So as we watch this great fight for 8th position, some recovery drives, of course, still going for the likes of Sontek and plenty others through the field. But what an interesting opening hour it's been so far to a brand new season in this Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Delighted that you've joined us here on Nürburgring TV for this opening round, the 3.5-hour race. We're going to step aside for a few moments and be right back with the thick of the action.
Bus nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Welcome back on to the 3.5-hour race, the opening round of the 5th edition of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Delighted to have you along. It's Arjuna Kankipati alongside with the one, the only Ewan O'Leary to have the first of 2 races in the month of December to get things underway. It's a cold day on track. It's been a hot day, though, in terms of the action, and by no means are we done and dusted. Look at Andy Goulden closing on Sami Trogan as the Ferrari pulls out. Sliding towards Tiergarten, and backing out of it is the Pro Sports Sim Racing car. Good for you. Yes. The better part of Valor. Andy Goulden is up to 8th position, though.
We like to see that. Leon Erger, hats off to you there. Sense over positions, and he decides to come in as well. Good call. That means he will have to do at least one more lap in this race, but fair enough to him for that one. A very, very obvious sign of him backing out there. And Sami Trogan really is in the same position that he was earlier. He's just behind someone else this time. This is not what he wanted to see.
Sami is a quite peculiar case, of course. The 2020 iRacing, or 2019, excuse me, Rallycross World Champion here on iRacing, but, you know, someone that we've seen plenty of now in the real world in less dirt-related activities, and we know that he's classified as the quote-unquote real driver, but he is very much, you know, as fast as some of the quickest sim drivers out there. And so when you get paired up in a car like this with a teammate like Dominic Stave, it's pretty good. It's a pretty impressive driver lineup, although Andy Goulden's frustrating him a little bit right now.
I would imagine so, and he's going to really want to get through here before the Nordside section, because I think Trogan will think I can go a lot faster here than the Mercedes, but he's not going to have the chance to go through. The Ferrari just doesn't seem quite as strong in a straight line as the Mercedes is. For whatever reason that is, I don't know. BOP related. Some of it's related down to the actual car itself. You know, it's not always BOP, but the Mercedes able to hold off Trogan. Can he get down the inside at the first bit? No, and it's going to be a frustrating time over the Nordschleife for Sami Trogan.
First opportunity to pass might be out of the Hadson back, but we'll have to wait and see. You can also note that the Falcon Sim Racing car is closed in. We only saw Norby Kirsch, MJ Downforce, and then RC Car Shop Pro Sport into pit lane. Norby Kirsch did come in for a very short stop, which is quite intriguing and implies to me that he's not doing a full stint here. He's going to do a couple more laps and then hand his car over to his teammate, who indicated on my driver's sheet for today is Lucas Herrmann.
He did an unbelievably short stop, and he's got a penalty, hasn't he, Norby Kirsch? But that's not long enough to have, and you're not allowed to stop in your box if you've done your penalty, because it's a stop and hold. So I've got him having stopped down for a very short amount of time as well, but that length of time in the pit lane to me suggests that he only served his penalty. As this is quite close, by the way, side by side towards the Tiergarten in the Porsche category.
And it's an important one as well, because this is second in class now, 7.5 seconds off the back of your race leader. Almost contact there between the PB Performance car as Marcus Deck almost slides his way to the door panel of Mark Bolzer in the Kramer Racing Esports 112. Yeah, and I was so confused about what's going on in terms of strategy and penalties in other classes, that we are starting now to see this Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy begin to hot on up. That's another look to the inside from Luca Alper on Diogo Pinto, but not shaping up into turn one. Marcus Deck finally gets into the side panel, though, of the Kramer Racing 112.
Yeah, you can't turn in when there's someone alongside you like that, unfortunately. And Marcus Deck there had to just steer out of that one. I'm glad he did in the end, because he would have sent Mark Bowser spinning around the wrong way there. Thankfully, they've now laid off each other and they can get back on with this race. But that was pretty close to disaster, actually, between those two. Glad that they sorted themselves out before there was any real contact made.
We've seen plenty of contact today, that's for sure. How many cars still left in this race? All but two, Redline and Impulse in the SP9 and the SP3Ts, their retirements. Because again, remember, the drivers do get a couple of fast repairs which they can use, albeit with a time penalty associated. We jump on board with the screaming flat six of a Porsche. It's distinctive in this Falcon Sim Racing liveried machine. You can see on board. Now, is that a background, or is that him actually sitting in a car? Because it took me a double take there to realize that's a green screen and he's not actually in a real race car.
It's a good green screen, though. That's quite convincing, and a great idea for the stream as well from Marvin Dietz. So fair play for that one. But yeah, that was. Well, we should have kept that open just to fool everyone. That
he's racing in the car right now, and he's on the green hell, and he's managing what he's doing.
I'm sure they would have realised, but we could have given it a go. Unfortunately, we're not quite quick thinkers enough there. But he's doing a decent job, actually. Marvin Dietz to 7th place right now. He would probably be behind BS Competition if the pit stops hadn't started yet, so factor that in. But even so, it's been a good start for Falcon Sim Racing, despite a shaky opening lap, I think it's fair to say.
Into the carousel. Aggressive, like it. That's one corner as well, where you think that you need to be patient on throttle, but no, what you really want to do is slow yourself down, slam your way into the corner, and then pick up around half throttle just to keep the car rotating and your momentum up, so that when you're able to plant the throttle, you just slingshot your way out of that corner and in towards, again, what we have on a couple of occasions called the fun part of the track, but also the highest part of the track, up towards Hoa Act in through, and now down in through undulating part of the section. 992s, of course, in the Porsche GT3 for the first time on iRacing, released at the end of last year, of course, as well. I must say, having seen now old generation 911 GT3 Rs in person, the one thing that you never really appreciate on the sim is just how wide the modern 992 really is.
Wide? Yeah, oh yeah, the GT3, yeah, so I thought you were talking about the Cup car. Yeah, it is.
It's the same chassis, though, underneath.
Well, yes, that is true. I don't like, by the way, how similar the two cars are, but that's a discussion separately. It's really wide now. I think ever since they took that GTE on, the RSR, back in 2017, if you remember, the sort of the best sounding car ever made, other than the BMW Z4, whatever.
Well, really was an issue. You're correct, by the way, on the BMW Z4 sounding very, very good. What really is the issue is the Cup car used to be you have the wide body Porsches and then the narrow body Porsches. And the Cup cars used to be the narrow body one, and now they're the wide body. So you can't tell any difference. They are identical.
Yeah, they're almost identical. It's a bit of a problem. I don't really like the new Cup car, but the Porsche GT3s and GTEs as well, when it was a thing, have always been absolutely fantastic. The Falcon Sim Racing livery on it is just perfect, has been for some time. It's one of my more favourite liveries in real life. Certainly up there. A great car.
Which one is better, the Grello or the Falcon?
Oh, the Grello. Nothing beats.
Good choice. Oh.
But Falcon's still very good, as Nürburgring Esports look to put that in the rearview mirror at the moment. There's somewhere lost the position to Sami Vati-Chogan and lost a couple of seconds as well.
I think we're going to grab a look at the replay of that in a few moments' time. But yes, at the end of the Dottinger, it's a pass for Andy Goulden in the Nürburgring Esports number 10 as the Falcon Sim Racing car. Probably going to head down to pit lane. Yeah, and indeed, everyone at the end of what is 7 full laps is going to be finishing things up. There's a little bit of a concertina, of course, as they all get themselves onto the limiter and the klaxon goes off. I'm not going to try and make an impersonation of the klaxon, but it's going to be drilled into some of these drivers' heads, that is for sure. Here's a look, though, of the replay, and don't tell me the plots, because it's a dangerous place to make a mistake, and as the front end jumps up into the air, Andy Goulden's probably done thousands of laps at this track, but it's not a mistake, it's just Sami Vati-Chogan being aggressive.
Yeah, it's a better run. the Ferrari clearly suited to that sort of high-speed corner, if you like, and just looking at the shape of the car, you would certainly expect it to be more nimble around there than the Mercedes, and down the inside of trading points, oh, he nearly overcooks it. That was quite close, actually, to find yourself in the grass and as a result in the gravel at Arnberg as well. There goes Gordon off the road as well. That's where the Falcon car went through.
That explains it all. A blast on the side of the car. I'm not sure if Andy Gordon wanted to blast his way in the grass, but ended up surviving. No driver changes that I can see, with the exception of Coanda, who get Ionjan Guven out and throw Fabio Grossa in. The 47 AMG Williams car also will throw Vasilios Veliciotis into that machine. But again, because most of the drivers did 7 laps, they still have to get 1 more lap in for their real-world driver in SP9, and that's why they have got to, at least in the case of Lucy Treves and Sindre Setsos, Harley Horton, top 3 in class, keep their driver out there. SP10s, by the way, Sontec Racing in front of Marlow, that now have a bit of a breakaway from those behind, as some pit stops have started to split the cars up there. We check back in, though, with touring cars, as Scherer Esports have jumped in front of Team Heusingveld.
Yeah, a few things on that. Just to go back to SP9, the Sontec car has been in there for a while. Samuel Shogun miles out behind everyone else, but more importantly, Moby Kish has been back in again, so I think that first stop was his penalty. I know he had his pit box said that he'd been in there for a bit of time, but he was serving his penalty in that one, so on this second stop, he has actually stopped properly, and now he's back to 11th.
Can confirm as well that it was a pretty lengthy stop for most drivers. The only team that did a slightly short fill, AMG Team Williams in second spot with Sindre Setsos, and then as well M&J Downforce in 5th in the number 11. So as well as RC Car Shop, I'll point out, so there are a couple of teams just doing slightly shorter stops with the intention of maybe taking their half stint now and putting their sim driver in for the final 2 or so hours of the race. This is the Coanda Esports 118 and the WSR Esports Buttkicker team making its debut, its competition debut as well, as they pass Scherer and Heusingveld doing battle in SP3T. But oh, it's going to be a look to the inside by Tyler Hervey, as Bobby Zelensky, the eNASCAR staple, is going to give his ground eventually. And as well behind them, Heusingveld slides on through. The power of the draft on full display down the Dottinger.
Yeah, 2 positional changes there, and good changes as well, good passes. And there's presumably been a pass here as well, as PB Performance have gotten ahead of Kramer Racing, who, by the way, have received a penalty of their own, a drive-through penalty for moving under braking into turn 1. I think that was last lap, wasn't it, when the 2 of them made contact?
Yep, we saw that, and we did talk about that bit of contact between the 2. No contact between Zelensky and Hervey as they continue to duke it out through the Mercedes-Benz Arena, off camber on the exit of turn 2, and it means the car on the outside somewhat falls off the track as he tries and get on the power, and Hervey is able to get in front and now put Zelensky firmly in the rear view mirror. You're right then as well in saying that for PB Performance that they've gotten through on Kramer Racing, although all of their fighting that they've enjoyed has dropped them back from the battle for a podium spot. Does PB Performance stand for personal best performance?
It usually does, doesn't it, PB? But it might not. It could be a person's initials.
Well, if Marcus Deck is one of the drivers, and I believe he's listed as team manager as well, his initials aren't included there.
No, but there's plenty of teams who are named after people who are either not on the team or indeed not with us anymore, for example.
True. This is very true. This is, by the way, the Coanda Esports by Manti car. You couldn't tell because it's neither Grello, it's not purple, it's not orange, it's not black or red. It's not the colors. It is black or red, but not in the traditional VRS way. But yes, it is not a Coanda Esports or a Manti livery that you would normally associate. Guven out, Fabio Grossa has jumped on in.
Yeah, so that's not the only driver change, by the way, but it's one of the major ones, or probably the most major, actually, to see them up in 4th now. They were a few bit further behind. Halder Motorsport have got Frederick Osman in their car, and at Line GP have got Tino Heuser in that car as well. I think they're the other 2 that have changed down the back of the field, but other than that, we're largely the same with drivers for the second stint. Somewhat surprising, but you'd imagine they're only going to continue on really until they know they can make 2 more stops to the end.
This is going to be aggressive. This is going to be aggressive. Aaron Bachman alongside, has a light car, let's not forget, did a short stop in the M&J downforce machine, and at the Mook curve slides his way on through, and RC Carshot going to be the next to try and work their way on through. Fabio Grossa, I will note, he's not listed as the quote-unquote real driver for Coanda Esports by Manthey, but he's had his fair share of real racing experience at the Nordschleife. The problem is, I say problem, it's a good problem to have. Einjin Guven qualifies as the real driver, but also has got so much I rating that he qualifies as what is listed as a platinum driver for the series. You're only allowed one of those in the class, and so Einjin Guven doesn't just tick the box off for real world driver, he ticks it off for platinum driver as well. It's very difficult for Coanda to then find another driver to put into that car.
When you mean platinum, do you mean they can't have 2 platinums in this car, or do you mean in the entire class?
In the car.
In that car, okay, that makes sense. But
Which, you think, by the way, 7,500 I rating, that's the requirement for a platinum driver. That sounds quite high. Which, yes, it is, but we've got right now 3 drivers on track who have got more than 10,000 I rating.
exactly, it's not that high when you consider how much these guys drive and how well they drive as well, for how often they do it. So, yeah, it sounds like a lot to me, maybe me and you. I don't think I'll ever see 7,500, but these guys will, and most of them do. So that creates a bit more interest, in my opinion, really, as Norby Kish makes his way down the inside and gets into the top 10 at the expense of Pro Sport.
Does keep things quite interesting, and of course Norby Kish doesn't just lose 10 seconds for the penalty itself. It was a stop and hold penalty. He had to come down and trundle down pit lane, and so has gone from the lead to 30 seconds off it. Still, surprisingly, not that far off, all things considered. But I guess that does kind of tell you the story, Ewan, of what a crazy race it's been so far.
Oh dear, that's a file down the inside there of the Dory Sports GT4, but yeah, it has been a bit of a mental race so far. Big lead at the moment, well, I say big lead, 2.5 seconds for HRT by UL. It's still Mercedes 1-2, but it's still very, very interesting. It's still, you know, don't know where this race is going to go from here. It's been very engaging this first hour.
So SB10s are into pit lane for the final time in this first cycle as Tatu Sipula brings the Sontec car in. It's alongside for Fabio Grossa and Marcus Fischer as the RC Carshot machine slides on through. And now Vasilius Belitsiotis, who's taken over in the AMG Team Williams Esports car. Let's not forget that the real driver in that machine is going to have to get back in Fabio Rauer to do at least one more lap from at least the mathematics that we can tell. And there comes the Mercedes to the outside, looking very strong in terms of the balance of performance. Is that car, and able to slide on through, and Fabio Grossa doesn't really do too much to put up a fight as they work their way to the end of the lap. You will note, by the way, we've talked about pit stops for the SP9s, now for SP10s as well. As, ooh, that's interesting. That's a car coming down, I think, to serve a penalty.
Is it? I've not seen a penalty for them. Well, I'll have a look, but I've not seen one, so that's interesting to see. I wonder whether they stopped a lot earlier, maybe, and are doing something a bit different on strategy, but that would mean they'd end up doing 4 stops today. That's not the way to do it.
They just did 2 laps, so maybe this is their short stint now.
Yeah, trying to get Fischer out the car, I guess.
Yeah, so this is what we were talking about, and indeed they are going to get him out. Leon Arndt's going to jump on in. This is the compromise on how you want to play the half stint and the full 9 laps that the driver's got to do.
Well, never mind half stint. Forget that for a second. You want to minimise the amount of stops you're doing, in my opinion, more than anything else. And they're going to do 4. They've already done 2, and they're not going to be able to do it on 1 more, are they? They're not going to be able to do, you know, an hour 12 and a half.
They might be able.
Probably not.
The reason they would have brought their car in is if they think they can go to the end. I agree with you that you wouldn't want to come on in, but hypothetically, you could. The problem is they're cutting themselves quite close at the end of the race if we went an extra lap. So I don't like the sound of that. It's making me nervous right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that at all. As Redliner got a terrible exit from Garbenkopf there. I don't know what went on for Diogo Pinto, but he's been breezed past. And maybe that was a ploy to get back past by the end of the straight, but it's a bizarre one.
I think it doesn't really matter, given that these are drivers, again, that are yet to come down pit lane. They might be in at the end of this lap.
Yeah, it will be.
Realistic theoretically, you could go one more. The fact that Pinto is still fighting here implies that, well, he wants to be in front heading into potentially a pit stop cycle. So a poor run off the corner, back into draft, and back up into second for the 2022 Porsche Esports Super Cup champion. But give a shout out to Michael Gianni, who has just dived into the pit lane. I think indicates these two will follow. He built up 8 seconds of an advantage, Ewan, in an opening 50 minutes of the race.
Yeah, fantastic start of the race for him. A really great opening stint for the Apex Racing team as well. Overall, everybody's in here. Should be 8 laps for the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring cars. It should be a bit longer for the others. The Toyotas have already been in at the end of 7 or 6 laps for them, but obviously it takes them a bit longer. The SB10s, for the most part, have already been into the pit lane as well. So these are realistically the last ones, apart from TCR, who will go a lot further than that.
TCR can go as long as 90 minutes. We'll see how they choose to play out the stints, though, of course, as well, given that you do have BOP that's come into play. Those cars did get a slight reduction in fuel. I don't know how that's going to impact their actual fuel consumption, though. After their pit stop cycles, the GR86 at the front is broken up. It is Kaufmann's 509 that leads from the Nürburgring Esports team. And then you've got the second Kaufmann car. The fast lane team trying to chase them down as we jump on board with the 477 pinned to the floor out of Schwout and Krautz, and the Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing team, the final running of the Toyota GR86s, all 5 of them still in contention with just 3 retirements so far today. The AMG team MSI, Elias Sepinen and Alejandro Sanchez have joined Team Redline and Impulse Racing in retirement. This, though, is back over to SB10s, where pit stops have opened things up. Door Esports with a slightly shorter fill, now 6 seconds clear of Marla and Sontek fighting for second.
Yeah, fairly strenuous on fuel today for the SB10s. I don't think Door have stopped yet, though. That's just their drive-through. I think that's why they're in the lead. I don't think they have stopped
No,
yet.
they have.
Are you sure?
64 seconds in the pit lane. Don't drive-through. That's a long drive-through.
That's not the numbers I'm seeing, because I am a lap behind on my timing screen, I think. So that is why I am so... Oh, no, I'm not. I'm not sure I agree with you there, actually.
You're looking at the wrong Door car.
I thought that we were talking about SB10.
Yes, you're looking at the Cup car, though.
No, I'm not. Oh, I am, yes.
Ah, there you go.
You are, well done.
Do its drive-through penalty about 5 laps ago, so it still does owe us a pit stop, by the way, in that category. And we should talk about strategy there as well. But yes, just to confirm, Door Esports 6 seconds clear. Now 7 seconds clear of Marla and Sontek. No penalty for them. That is all just on strategy. SB10, though, share a 1-2 again, because Apex Racing, as well as Team Redline, have done full service in the Apex Racing team, KCU, and that is a driver change as well.
It is Quentin Villatte now at the wheel of that one. But very short stops for Cherry Sport. Very, very short stops. And I'm actually wondering whether that was over 30 seconds at all. I'm imagining maybe not, although I don't know. Well, they're clearly doing 3 stops today.
There is a mandatory pit stop requirement, but the way I understand that in the rules is that you have to do 2 pit stops of the mandatory length.
Yes.
So I think that given that they still need to stop 2 more times after this.
Yes, that's how I understood it too. However, can someone do it on 2 stops today? Is that possible?
No.
Okay.
Not with 3.5 hours. No.
Okay.
Which is, again, where I don't think there is too much of a concern for them. Anyway, Ewan just scaring a couple of people on the pit wall, potentially.
Well, they're just quite close to a third. Well, we are a third of the way through now, and they've only just come out the pit lane. That's why I bring it up.
So as we check back in with Quentin Villatte, he's taken over from Michael Gianni. Got the Kramer Racing car directly behind, and a Kramer Racing car that might be a little bit lighter on fuel, potentially, given that it spent less time in the box. Now, I do believe for this car in particular, Ewan, much to your and my relief and joy, Porsche Cup does fuel and tyre separately in the pit stop.
That's a fantastic rule. I think they should bring that back to a few more cars if I could have my way. But I don't think we are going to have our way in that respect, unfortunately. So look at the interesting things that it's creating, though. Violante now has got a lot more challenge from those behind, and there's people doing different things, stranger things on the strategy, which is really great to see, and exactly why fuel and tyres should be done separately.
Yes, again, if you are designing a racing series and you're wondering whether you should have fuel and tyres at the same time, the answer is always no. And you should limit tyre sets just to make it even more fun. You can't see in front, by the way, but traffic's playing its part for these drivers as we head to the slowest part of the Nordschleife. It's down through the gears in towards Wursifen, and crucially, Violante gives himself a little bit of separation with one of those SP3 team machines. Kramer with a poor run. Pinto now choked up behind. And as we switch backwards to the Kramer racing machine, still not looking at what the traffic's really doing to the drivers, all things considered. It's Pinto looking the long way around, back now up the inside.
Yeah, I think Share Esport doing their teammates up front a bit of a favour there. Not intentionally, but they certainly were getting in the way ever so slightly and just being a bit of a nuisance, but absolutely within the rules. Nothing wrong with what they were doing there. It was just disadvantaging those couple of cars, and now they're spread a bit further apart back in the Porsches. So we go back to SP10 because there could be a change for second here. Ruben Bonga versus Tatu Sipala could well change hands on the Dottinger. They're 8.4 seconds, by the way, behind the leader.
And let's not forget that the Mahler Racing team, seen them compete in the BMW for so long, they switched over to the Mercedes for this year. Sontec, new team, but with familiar faces behind the wheel. We saw Tatu Sipala in the BMW last year and being pretty quick. He's quicking it once again. Not going to go for the move. Ewan called that it's maybe a bit close on fuel. Maybe they're all just thinking about that mark as well. SimRC continues to lead, and SP3T, Quintin Violante has closed up the back of Corentin Gunes as they work up towards the carousel. The trees hiding the perspective for a lot of their entry in towards the corner. Once again, Violante is able to put himself and a lapped car between the rest of those trying to chase him down. Bolzer as well as Pinto will slide on through, but Thomas Asmussen in the Harbier W&SE Motorsports 120 will have to chink back underneath as we rise up towards Hoa Act. He'll get clear though. They're not done with traffic by any means though in terms of the rest of this race. Now these Porsche Cup cars have got to close their way up to the SP10s next.
Yeah, they will do. By the way, they have cleared all the SP3Ts who have a 75% fuel limit here in this race. So I don't know what 75% of 90 minutes is, but it's that, the amount of time that they'll do. And it could be the end of this lap, actually, couldn't it? But they're into the pit lane. But I can't quite do the maths. Yeah, maybe it'll be the end of this lap.
That would be a pretty good estimation, I think, in all regards. That might not be a bad one. I've just seen as well, to keep you informed, that Scherer Racing have hit the front because, well, you can't see quite now. Door Esports have had a bit of a spin in the 121. So Tim Yarshell, just before the mini carousel, the Kleiner carousel, has dinged up the right-hand side of the 992 generation GT3 Cup machine. It's not Ewan's favourite car in the world, so he'd be happy to see that damage on the right side of the car.
Well, I'm not particularly pleased to see it, no, because Tim Yarshall now has got to drive that back to pit lane, and there's clearly a lot of damage on board there. You can hear him not quite on full attack through Gabenkopf there, so that drops into third place, and Sherry Sport now have a 1-2. Surely Yarshall will be in at the end of this lap to take a fast repair, take on full fuel, and then do one more stop to the end.
I think you can kind of see it from up here, but I'm pretty sure the diffuser, the rear diffuser on that car is destroyed. And so it will be a fast repair likely needing to be taken here, and we will get a sense for how bad as well that damage was in terms of the speed that that car was having, because it wasn't just losing time after the crash itself. He looked a little bit slow in towards the final corner, not confident of the balance of the car itself. The rest of the 992 cars might take a free position as a result of this, and so maybe the likes of RVA W and S at the back of this train will be having a bit of a smile on their face. Can Kramer Racing, though, take advantage of a lighter car and slide their way on forward? It looks as though Quintin Violante has the legs for now.
Certainly does. It could even be down to straight line speed, to be fair. We don't know that as of yet. We'll try and work that one out. But Mark Bowser is now going to be in the wheel tracks of Violante, although I'd imagine that Pinto will be the one next trying to come through. It's a good exit, and there goes Bowser into the pit lane. So this may well be the earliest she can pit and get to the end on one more stop.
Oh, don't get into the gravel, because that's what it will do. And how does the rear end get destroyed? It's not destroyed yet. He's going to back it up, isn't he? Oh, bonk. In the attempt to pull to the side and let the Scherer Racing pair slide on through. Tim Yarshell, recognizing that he was already maybe going to need the fast repair, elects to back himself into the wall, and now does as well have a full service fuel and tires to go onto that car probably, so it's going to be a long trip for them, as Pinto seemingly has gotten past the Kramer Racing car that of course came down to the pit lane to do its drive-through penalty, and now we'll get onto the back of the Apex Racing Team machine as we go back to some SP10 battling.
Yeah, this is Lipa Esports just ahead of ATRS Esports in SP10. They are about 8 seconds behind Pro Sport, who are the last team inside the top 5 at the moment. And then it's a bit more spread out within there. Marlon Racing Team and Sontec are still battling for second place, I suppose. But we're starting to spread things out a little bit now in this race as we've gone over the 1/3 mark, just over 2 hours remaining here at the Nürburgring. Still plenty of time and plenty of interest remaining in this race as well.
Oh, that was close as they came up to the back of a SP3T machine through the mud curva, as the recovery Kish is on the back of Gregor Kinski in the Nürburgring Esports number 10. Fabio Grossa losing time in the Coanda Esports by Manti number 18. A little bit further up, you can see Vasilius Beliziotis is now 12 seconds in front of Fabio Grossa, who he only passed about a lap and a half ago. It's number 47 is now only 2 seconds off the back of Harley Horton, and a podium spot. But it's not just one Williams car that's on the rise. The number 5 Ewan is only 1.6 seconds off the back of the race lead.
It's coming down, that gap at the front of the field. 7/10 of a second was taken out by Setsas there on that last one. And you'd imagine that even more is going to be taken out on this next lap. Vasilius Beliziotis, by the way, is the quickest driver out there on the circuit. 49.8 from him on that last lap, which is quite close to fastest lap of the race so far. He's really flying back in 4th place, still 12 seconds off the lead.
Could go any way though. And if you're new to the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, the winner of this race gets a 30-second success penalty to be served at the first pit stop of the next race. Second place, 20 seconds. Third place, 10 seconds. It's a unique addition, of course, that not many other sim racing championships will have, and it means that you've got to very much build your performance and be ready to fight your way on back. The Nürburgring Esports team fighting back in the entry in towards Flansgarding and getting past the Coanda Esports by Manti Porsche.
How long is it going to last for, though? That's my only concern with this battle. It seems to be changing again and again and again, but Norby Kishmay will be able to help out with that one. Look how close he is to the Coanda Porsche now, on the way in towards the right-hander after the Stefan Bolafes, and through goes Norby Kish. Has he got the move entirely to? No. And Coanda go firing back down the inside at the very next turn and back through again. So a ding-dong battle between the two, which allowed Nürburgring Esports to get a gap already.
That nice little livery as well, blasting its way off into the distance. You have to wonder how close this gap is going to be by the time that Norby Kish finally gets past Fabio Grossa. Might it come on this run down the Dottinger? The Porsche for Coanda by Manti does look quite clean in terms of lack of damage, and that is going to be an advantage. Not sure if he's alongside the Mercedes for a BS competition or not, because of course we're focused in on the Nürburgring Esports car of Gregor Kinski, but based on timing, Norby Kish has indeed got the move done and dusted, and there you can see Grossa back in the draft. I don't think he's going to be able to slingshot a move into the final corner.
Yeah, the Porsche is just not so strong in the straight line, really, and that's been the case for about a year now. It's not very good at getting past anyone, really, on the straights, on the back straight there. So Coanda removed and further down the order now, and you wonder whether it's going to be about today for Coanda, not about making sure that their real-life driver gets enough time, but actually getting their real-life driver the most amount of time that they possibly can. They do still have to sort of satisfy the iRacing fair share rules as well in all the classes, as far as I'm aware, as well as the rules that are implemented by the DNLS.
Yes, the minimum drive time in terms of fair share, I think, is 4 laps. So you have to do 4 laps before you can be pulled out of the car. Fabio Grossa is technically onto his 3rd lap. He did do a full service, though, so I'm not necessarily sure if we should expect him to be in immediately once his 4 laps are complete, or if they will keep him in for a couple more.
You might as well, if you're driver changing, you might as well do a full service, I suppose.
Yes and no, because the driver change is still going to take you 30 seconds next time, so you might as well only put enough fuel to get you to the stop. It is my judgment, but you know, I'm not the expert. As WS Racing by Pearson's, by the way, that was the pass. Harley Horton passed by Vasilius Belitiotis in that Williams number 47, so that's third going the way of the AMG Team Williams Esports camp. Back over to the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, and it is still Quinton Violati that's running around the ring with Diogo Pinto and Thomas Asmussen on the string behind.
Yeah, it's a good battle here in the Porsche category, but in my mind, this is not really what they should be focusing on. Not focusing on each other, really, because the worry in my mind is Share Esport up in front, further up in front. Share Esport, a long way ahead and possibly have the strategic upper hand at this stage. I wouldn't be worrying about those around you at the moment. I'd be much more worried about them and just staying in line. But from what we've seen of this battle so far, I don't think that's the mindset that these guys have been taking.
But again, if it's the way the strategy is going to play out, you need 2 longer stops and 1 shorter stop. Maybe this is just, again, much like we saw last year, one of the compromises with split strategies here at the Nordschleife and how it plays out in the 992s down into the Stefan Belloff S's. Again, that front end just slightly raised up with the lack of downforce these cars have. It's an uncomfortable, it's an unnervy feeling, but they all have done enough laps that they know exactly where they need to stick. Pinto got a little bit close to one of those SP3T machines, but was able to roll on the inside. Asmussen on the outside on the run before the Kleiner carousel is able to get through as well, but that was a bit of a nervy moment, I think, for Pinto in his desperation just to keep close to the Apex car in front. And while Michael Johnny did the first stint, handed over to Quinton Violati, there's a teammate there to relieve a little bit of the pressure. There's no such counterpart for Diogo Pinto today. He's doing this entire race by himself, using the one joker that the teams get over the season to forego the driver change. And is he going to now be able to take himself and himself alone on forward? He rolls into the draft of the Apex Racing Team car and then says, you know what, it's too early to make the pass happen. Let me sit in line for now.
Probably a better idea, and as I said, it's because the focus for me is up ahead at Share Esport, and they've just got some news from Race Control, by the way, that it's going to help these guys in the long run. Share Esport with a 5-second time penalty for hitting the Team Hoisingveld SP3T car and causing them to leave the track. Now, I don't know how they've left the track and kept going, actually, Team Hoisingveld, because they don't seem to have been damaged at any point, but they were hit at some point, clearly. And it's given Scherer a 5-second penalty. Clearly wasn't that much of an infraction.
Interesting. Well, Race Control still busy behind the scenes, it would seem. Just looking, I'm trying to look through everything else that's happened right now and trying to make sure that I haven't missed anything of note. We did mention, of course, that the AMG Team MSI is done and dusted for the race. They got mixed up with a slight infringement with the rules after serving a drive-through penalty for the fast repair, so they're done for the day as well. But you know, Race Control going to be kept on their toes, you'd have to assume. While these drivers are close at the front of the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy net overall lead, I just want to keep turning our attention to the overall lead as well, because now the gap between the AMG Team HRT by UOL and the AMG Team Williams Esports camps is down to 1.3 seconds. Is closing as we take a look on board with Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing. And is that a Simpsons donut cushion behind him? I think it is.
Well, I wouldn't be able to recognise one, but I'll take your word for that. It's an interesting angle, I've got to say, of this setup. Wolf Motorsport, unfortunately, currently last place at a drive-through for an infraction in qualifying, and so they're 16 seconds off the next car, but that's still going round in this Toyota. 9.5-minute lap times round here, by the way. It's a very, very long way. If these guys cross the line just ahead of the leader when they take the checkered flag, they'll still be racing nearly 10 minutes after the race winner has crossed the line, and potentially more than 15 minutes after the time has run out.
You laugh, I laugh.
It's true, though.
But that happened in the iRacing 24 Hours of the Nürburgring earlier this year.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, no, it's definitely something that we are aware of is a very real possibility. As we look with Merlin, Mark Wolf just entering into the Hatterback. 9 minutes plus. We're talking 2 minutes slower than an SP9 machine, just to be honest. And while that sounds like a lot of time, I don't think it adequately describes, Ewan, the speed difference and the way that the SP9s are going to make their way around the GR86s.
I mean, we've seen them. I think the best illustration of that was the first run through traffic. When we saw the SP9s come through on these cars, it was carnage. The speed difference was monumental. And don't forget, it will have been a while, even if you did the Nürburgring 24-hour special event, it will have been a while since you'd sort of dealt with that interaction of traffic for most of these top drivers. So that would have been a bit of a shock to them, and a bit of a sort of baptism of fire, if I can say the word. It would have been a bit of a surprise and very, very difficult to deal with as well. So I'm not surprised in some ways that we saw the incidents that we did. Of course, it was a shame because the VT2 battles got ripped up pretty much straight away. However, it was always going to happen. The speed difference, as you say, is just monumental.
It's quite scary at times. Marla still leading Sontec, by the way, in your SP10 class. Carlisle leading Parabit Sim Racing in the SP3T class. Gap for the lead is now, the overall lead is down to 1 second. And I'm going to just say this. When Sindre Setsos and Sami Matti Trogan made their contact in the Mercedes-Benz Arena in the opening laps of the race, I thought that Williams car was done. I thought the contact was to a certain part of the suspension that was going to leave it with too much damage to continue. Sindre did a great job to not get too stressed, to pull himself out of that one and to pick himself back up into the fight. Similar sort of fight that Norby Kish has been able to show us as he gets around the Nürburgring esports car of Greg Akinski on the run down into the final corner.
Yeah, good pass and a move up to 6th place already now for Norby Kish. Even despite that penalty that he had to serve earlier on, he's now ahead of Volkan and Coanda now with Grosser losing even more time, now down to 9th behind Jan Turnjak. But it's been a difficult race for some, good recoveries from others though, like Norby Kish, for example. But as you say, especially for Williams, now to have 2 cars on the podium, considering the opening laps that they had, is a bit remarkable.
And the second of their cars started down in 9th position. It wasn't a very high starting spot for Fabio Rauer, who does still have to do 1 lap from what we believe in the number 47, but still double podium. Could be a pretty good day for the Williams Esports camp if things are trending in the direction of their Mercedes. And again, that gap, I want to just reiterate, we're not watching it on screen, we're watching the fight for 13th instead for some reason. But it is down to half a second between the AMG team HRT by UOL and the AMG team Williams Esports team at the very front of the class. Mercedes looking very strong right now. The sole representative that isn't a Mercedes inside of the top 7 right now is WS Racing by Pure Sims, sitting in 4th in their BMW.
And a good race for them so far. I've got to say, I wasn't expecting quite such a good race from them, if I'm honest with you. Thought they would struggle a bit more. If any BMW team was going to lead the line, thought it would be BS competition, but that has not been the case so far. And it's been all about WS Racing by Pure Sims in terms of the BMW. So great result. Well, it's not result yet, is it? But it's a great drive so far. And unfortunately, I think Sontec Racing would have liked to have been up there in the Ferrari flying the flag for them. But here they are, further back in the field.
And here we go, finally checking out the race leaders, and you can see just how close it is between the 14 and the 5, the distinctive out-racing yellow-blue colors on a Mercedes, the very familiar colors of the Mercedes AMG Williams Esports. White nose at the front, representing, of course, their Mercedes partnership, quite distinctive, same livery that you'll see on that 47, of course, as well. And I thought for a moment I saw a bit of damage to the rear end. It was just my eyes playing tricks on me. But what I do know for a fact is, with an hour and a half officially complete, Ewan, these drivers could pit and make it to the end with 2 pit stops, including the one that they would make, which for the AMG team HRT by UOL is especially important. Their real driver still behind the wheel of the car.
And it looks like right now that it'd be a good idea to get him out at the moment, I would say. Trev just done a decent job so far, but they lost about 5 seconds in the pit stops because of the strategies. Setsa seems to be a bit quicker at the moment, and I would get him out of the car as soon as possible. The only problem, I guess, I can see with that is where's he going to come out? He's going to be right around that battle that we just saw with Sontek, isn't he, really? I think he'll lose about that amount of time. Maybe he'll come out ahead of them, actually, but even so, no matter what happens, that car will come out again in traffic, and that's not really any good, even though if he is about to lose the lead here, I would imagine.
I'm trying to do the math, and he could either be in front, behind, or right in that pack, depending on how long the stop is, A, and B, how well he executes on this next lap. So a couple of things to think about in the strategy corner as we ride again off the back of Quinton Vialate in the Apex Racing Team 119. We have Team Redline, Diogo Pinto still just riding in behind. And we should probably talk about it at some point, by the way. Team Redline, of course, such a big outfit in sim racing. Everyone knows their story for the most part. But a new chapter being added to the tale of Team Redline. The partnership with Oracle Red Bull Sim Racing is official, and it means that the likes of Cooper Webster, Sebastian Job, Freddie Rasmussen, and so many other top-level drivers will now be collaborating with the top-level talent at Redline to, well, continue to scare people around the world in terms of times.
Yeah, that will be an even more scary team than it already is. Sort of a super team, an amalgamation of two, if you like, and they'll be a real force to be reckoned with, as if they're already not. I've never seen a clearer illustration of fuel saving, though, from that onboard that we just saw there. That was real fuel saving going on from Diogo Pinto. Is there any going on here from Pavlovic? Let's have a look for the Kaufman Motorsport 499 V2T car. He's closing. Now we'll pull alongside. This is going to be one of the slowest overtakes ever, but he will make it.
It's at 204 kilometers an hour that finally they get side by side and the move is done, albeit with now the opportunity for Toyotas to still, now that it's got no slipstream, stall out in the lack of slipstream in front. Move finally done and dusted as Pavlovic cycles forward to second, and it is now finally a Kaufman Motorsports 1 and 2. The margin between the two machines being about 14 seconds or so. Success penalties are going to make these classes with fewer cars quite interesting, and you might assume that we're going to see plenty of different winners over the course of the season. That's going to be a lot of fun. Now, if you were going to be in a car, Ewan, I think it would be fair to say you and I would probably be in one of the slower classes. Would you be willing to risk yourself in one of these GR86s? Because you have very little control about what the faster cars are going to do.
Well, I don't particularly enjoy driving it, but yeah, I think it'd be a great laugh to use this car, and especially over sort of a long race. I wouldn't maybe do it in the 24 hours of Nürburgring. That seems a bit too difficult, but at 24 hours or somewhere else, I would absolutely use the Toyota GR86 just for a bit of a laugh, good time, and not really bother about the result, because you know that on a shorter circuit, over 24 hours, even around here, to be fair, you're going to finish laps apart from everybody else.
Yes. We would all love if we get a couple more cars in terms of field size, not in terms of car count, but field size itself available, so that we could have 120 whatever cars on track, but that's really it. Oh, that's a slow car. That is the Carlar SB3T machine. That's very slow, so I'm going to assume a bit of a crash there through the Stefan Beloff S's for it has seen it slow itself down, and well,
suspension.
Yeah, that car is going to need the fast repair without a shadow of a doubt, but it was right in front of the battle for the overall race. And now, as they continue to just try and manage that car around, Sindre Setsos in the draft, and the 2022 Nürburgring-Langstracken Series overall champion is looking to try and slide his way on through. I don't think it's going to come just yet. He's closing, and he's closing, but there's traffic in front as they build towards the Tiergarten.
Yeah, there's a hint of a draft here as well for the HRT car, which is maybe helping them just along the way. They're not going to be able to go side by side anyway now, because the SP3T car is in the way. Maybe the culprit of that incident with Carlar, to be fair, but we don't know that just yet. Let's go into Tiergarten. HRT will hang on. Will they come into pit lane? They'll certainly be tempted here, and no, they can come in and make two stops to the end. Both of them can, but neither decide to.
It was a totally solo spin, just to clarify from what I can see. No hint of an involvement there from that poor SP3T machine. But to the inside comes Sindre Setsos, not going to be defended by the Haupt Racing team, by the Unicorns of Love, in association with the Apex Racing team. And it's Williams that hit the front.
And no surprise to see there, really. A nice pass down the inside. That has been coming for a while. They were a bit quicker again on that last lap. In fact, it was the best lap of the race so far for that car in particular. Not the fastest lap overall. That goes to Nürburgring on the previous lap before this one, but it's a great lap from Setsus, a good overtake, and now he should have a second or two's advantage by the end of the lap.
And crucially, Lucy Treves could have come into pit lane but elected not to. Implies that he wants to try and get to the end of the stint before he hands over to Gaio Valero. Now, you can do fuel and tires at the same time in these SP9 machines, but there is a gamble, there's an opportunity potentially that we might see a bit of a splash and dash at the end of this race when it comes to an SP9 machine. I say splash and dash, it's just going to be a slightly shorter pit stop. It's not going to be that much shorter, all things considered, when we get to the end of this little stint of the race. Just trying to look through, though, in terms of strategy. All the classes, Ewan, have different things going on.
They certainly do. And that's no real surprise, I wouldn't say. And yeah, lots of different sort of things within it as well, which is going to make them all very unique and good to watch. But I think so far the sort of most uniform of them is in SB9. How much disparity have we seen between people? Not so much, but it's going to continue on throughout the remainder. There's the spin for Carlart, entirely on their own. And is that Pro Sport behind who had to slow up and just make sure they didn't get involved? Or it was maybe Perabit sim racing, actually. But anyway, Carlart with a completely destroyed rear left, as we saw at the time. There goes Pro Sport. It was indeed Petrobit who had to slow down and get out of the way. The rear left suspension absolutely destroyed at Stradenkreuz. Excuse me, at Schrabenstraat, sorry.
There are a lot of corners at this track, so it's okay. We'll forgive you for getting some of the corner names mixed up. Back over to the SP10. As mentioned, we do have some strategy going on here. It's Marla that leads from Sontec in the battle for second. It's Door Esports that are 10 seconds in front of these drivers, though. Now, they did have about a 6-second shorter pit stop, and with that, they're down to the lane this time by. Marla as well as Sontec will go one more lap, but the Door Aston Martin hits from the lead of SP10. It's Lucas Muller out. It's Benedict Hitz that's going to take over behind the wheel.
And you just heard that little bit of fuel saving maybe on the way towards turn one for Marla, but not much going on here. Not like you can save a lap, so they'll be pushing on and seeing where they can get to with this next stint. I mean, we can comfortably make it on 2 more stops here for these 2 cars, and indeed for the car that just came in for Door Esports. They can make it on 1 more after the one they're currently doing, and they'll satisfy the minimum mandatory pit stop times, and they'll get to the end on fuel as well with 1 hour 51 remaining. So looking good for them, looking good for everyone, and an interesting battle to the end of the race in SB10 as well.
And another look through race control, by the way. There was a little bit of a there was some protests lodged in this SP10 class, but they were done after the protest deadline, so there's going to be no penalties that come the way of any of your race leaders. There could have been some warnings to come down there, though, potentially, and some things just to be kept in mind. The 115 Scherer Esports car into pit lane, as well as the 105, so their short stint now going to be followed by the long stop, probably a good 70 seconds stationary in the box, and it means that the likes of Violate and Pinto going to cycle back around, but it's Marcus Deck that has taken the net class lead for the time being in the PB Performance 106. As has been an issue for Sindre Setsos, who's just dropped down the timing screens. And we take a look at the car now with big damage on the right front corner, and that's through Bergwerk, one of the most important corners on the track.
That's the race leader, the previous race leader. Now going to be a big problem here for everyone behind. That's WS Racing. But excuse me, no, it's not. It's someone else trying to go through there in the Mercedes. Now side by side in the race towards the mud curve. One of them with damage on board. This has all the looks of a disaster. It's Holly Horton watching behind. They'll make contact. Wow, that's close. They all get away with it somehow.
It's M&J Downforce Marek Bachmann that somehow holds on, but that was brave from both sides to get involved. And I'm not sure what happened to Sindre Setsos. There's definitely some damage on the right front, but he wasn't yielding for even a moment.
Wow, that was close. And I don't really, well, I get why he's defending, I suppose, but it's not a good idea. He's, you know, got damage. Clearly it's not terrible damage, but he had a bad run from Berger there, and that could have easily gone wrong for the M&J car, which did well, actually, to not find the wall on the outside there.
Grab a look, hopefully, at what happened there in short order, because, boy, he had just hit the race lead, and Sindre Setsource, was this a mistake? Was this with traffic? No traffic.
He's already got damage here.
He hits the inside curve through Bergwerk, and that spins him around. You're right that the damage was already there, but well, as the second Williams car comes on through, that's Vasilius Veliziotis scrambling through to second. So the damage was already there, but really, it was a bump on the curve that upset the car.
Yeah, it was him on his own, and he didn't get damage, as you say, there in that instant. And then Holly Horton arrives on the scene first in the BMW, then there's the M&J car, which ends up not getting boxed in. Horton did get boxed in there, and the M&J car went round the outside. Tried to go round the outside of Setsource as well, but he wasn't allowing that to happen. And in the end, I criticised him at the time. He is right to defend, I think, in that situation, because he is quicker. He doesn't have any additional damage. He doesn't look like he's got any damage at all, despite what his car looks like. And he was probably doing the right thing there to try and keep them behind, because he is quicker than them.
Yes. The question will now be, in the Williams camp, was that damage was probably just accumulated from curves. You can see as we jump on board with the Adrenaline Motorsport 190 as a big lift off there from a car that bounces over the curb, and the Randall Racing by Smilia car runs a little bit wide, but down into the Vauxhall they go.
Yeah, clearly somebody who made that team name has broken their space bar, because it's all in one go there in our racing. Who would do that?
Oh, no, don't worry. Have you noticed that across of all the classes, they've done that? It's Fast Lane by Smilia Esports without a space there. It's Randall Racing by Smilia also without a space. They're at least consistent in their frustration of us.
Well, yeah, and their lack of spacebar for whatever reason. That they just don't seem to put in their team name for whatever reason. But anyway.
It's better than making the team name so long we can't read it on screen.
Well, that's true. Teams do like to do that. So we're excuse me, we're quite glad about that here, I would imagine.
I've never done that before. Never.
You have, yes, I know you have.
Never done it.
So anyway, Apex Racing Team and Team Redline will continue to battle. These two teams do know where the spacebar is, and they have also use those teams fairly regularly as well. Still fighting for third place, but not a lot happening between those two really, because they're just trailing one another for now.
We are, of course, waiting for them to make pit stops, because Scherer Racing have made their pit stops, and again, as expected, long pit stops, but it's now time for the SB9s to roll their way down on in. Sindre Setsource has brought his car into the box along with a handful of others, M&J Downforce and Pro Sport included. And it's going to be Sindre Setsource out after the mistake, and Carl Janssen going to jump in for the remaining hour and 45 minutes. And again, it's not going to be a splash at the end of the race, but given that Janssen has come in with this amount of time remaining, he's not going to have a full service Ewan to have to contend with in the final 60 minutes. And therefore, there could be cars that try and gamble and not take tyres if they're brave.
Yeah, they might be brave and do that, although I can't, because they can take fuel and tyres at the same time, I don't know if it's going to happen quite or not. I think they will have satisfied the mandatory pit stops as well, because, as you said, driver change will satisfy that for them. Minute and 3, that will be well over 30 seconds, and so a good idea really for Williams to do that and get themselves out of that traffic, get themselves into a bit of clean air. 11 seconds to the team in front.
Pockets of clean air on track right now. The problem is that a lot of cars have all just kind of managed to slot into groups with one another. So finding pockets of strategy of traffic right now could be a major game changer for the strategists if they see the opportunities, the windows in which to drop their drivers. And Jaden Conroy in front of the Leipzig Esports number 25 as they work out through the Hansen back. These are two drivers that started out toward the very back of the class, but have slowly worked their way on forward and have decent finishes potentially still on the cards in what is a long season, Ewan. I think back to last year, and it was hard for teams to stay consistent in all of our classes.
It is, especially because the better you do, the more likely you are to do not so well in the next race because of the success ballast that you have. Very, very, well, success ballast, time penalty, whatever you want to call it, success penalty that you have to take. It makes things very, very interesting indeed, and will keep us entertained right to the very end, and will give us some especially interesting tactics. I remember doing round 4 last season, was the round that I did, and it made some interesting tactics where someone took over the championship lead, but I didn't fancy them to take the title because of their 30-second success penalty compared to the second place team in the championship, if you see what I mean.
I do. I am picking up what you are putting down.
I hope people at home are as well.
The WSR Esports butt kicker team, of course, making their debut as an official competition outfit. Out on track right now through the Stefan Beloff S's and behind the Arvia WNS Emotion team. Thomas Asmussen has lost a bit of ground. It's through. It's through those Stefan Beloff S's where you've always just got to be a little bit careful. Ewing got a bit scared. The drivers got through safely, even if there was a BMW GT4 for them to navigate through.
I mean, that's why they say to the slower class cars, don't move off the racing line and be predictable, because that kind of thing can go very, very wrong very quickly. And it nearly did there at a really, really high speed section of the racetrack. Thankfully, they both got through. WSR Esports, the kicker, as you may have heard, just lifted off entirely and thought, you know, I don't really want to get involved in this. They were able to stay close though, and surely now they'll be able to make this move.
There goes Hervius to pull alongside, and I don't think Asmussen's really going to be able to do too much. And next car in train is going to be the Team Redline machine of Diogo Pinto, but that's a ways away for these two drivers. Their fighting might not be done, in fact. Remember, open setup competition. If the Arvia WNS Evo Sport team has a little bit more straight line speed, it could have worked its way on forward, but it's not going to be the case. SB10 pit stops, by the way, I think are about to kick off once again, because I see a couple of drivers coming on in, and so it's that time where we're going to be setting ourselves up very excitingly for the end. And in fact, there comes one of the Porsche Esports endurance cars into the lane as well.
That's quite early for them, very early for them, in fact, to be making pit stops. They've only done 4 laps now on this stint, so that's a bit bizarre, I would say, for the Porsche Cup category. But nevertheless, into the pit lane, and this is why we like the DNLS, so open on the strategy.
It's going to be even more open once we add that success ballast penalties in, coming in the second round of the championship. But boy, it's getting closer to the front as Williams once again charging down the AMG Team HRT by UOL machine that leads in SB9. We're watching the Apex Racing team and Team Redline, 2 of the best to do it, battling in the Porsche Endurance Trophy. You're watching the first round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Don't go anywhere. I'll run to the checkered flag coming up next.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Welcome back to the Nürburgring for round 1 of the DNLS series in 2023-24. Myself, Yona Leo, and Algina Kakibati will be back in a couple of moments' time, just having 1 or 2 problems himself as of right now. As we continue on, though, it is HRT by UOL leading the way with Treft, and then Balanciotis just in behind. AGT Williams, we're riding on forward right now as we are about to have a change for the race lead. 100 minutes to go here at the Nürburgring-Nordschleife and it looks like Williams are about to go back to the front again. Dindway Sensas was the previous leader, of course, but spun out from the lead of the race for Williams. Now it's the turn of the other car to try and take the lead away. Side by side into the Tiergarten. Trepp lifts off on the way in, and through goes Balenciatis in what's been a wonderful stint from him so far. 4.4 seconds were gained on that last lap, and Balenciatis gains some more time as they go into the pit lane again. This is the end of another 7-lap stint, the end of lap 14. Balenciatis gets just in front, just ahead of this pit stop cycle. Though good overtake into the Tiergarten, didn't really matter in the end, but he is, as you can see, a car length ahead. And now they'll find their box, pull in and do their service. Balenciatis should be staying at the wheel, I would imagine, but don't forget that his teammate does still have some driving to do here this afternoon. So bear that in mind for the end of this race. Side by side, further back in SB10. This is, I believe, SB10. It is indeed. It's Pro Sport just ahead at the moment of Door Esports. So they were ahead of Door Esports earlier on. They're now ahead of Frozen Speed as well in the SB10 category. By the way, in that class, we've got Marla Racing Team still leading the way. Ruben Bonga is ahead of Tatu Sipola, who is in second for Sontec. And then this battle for third place, Pro Sport Sim Racing versus Frozen Speed. They're yet to stop yet, these front four. Door Esports are fifth. As I just mentioned, they've pitted in this cycle. Adrenaline Motorsport have as well. They had that drive-through earlier on, if you remember. Less than 30 seconds off Door Esports. That's ATRS Liper Esports to round out the rest of the SB10 order. There's still plenty of time remaining in this race. Arjuna will be back in a few moments' time. You'll be glad to know, but here are the current standings in SB9. HRT by UL were leading the way, but they've now been taken by Williams on the inside in towards Tiergarten, so they lead the way. BS Competition are third, WS Racing by Pure Sims, who are holding off the other Williams car for now. Nürburgring-Nordschleife are in sixth, and M&J Downforce, followed by Falcon Sim Racing Team, who are in 8th position. That covers the top 8 in this race at the moment. About 32 seconds, as you can see. Then it's Coanda Esports by Mantai. They're holding off Pro Sport Sim Racing at the moment in what's become a difficult day for the Porsches. BS Competition's BMW is outside the top 10, and who would have thought of that at the start of the day? Liper Esports are in 12th in their Porsche, with Sontec Racing recovering only to 13 as of right now in their Ferrari. Lion GP, Fenster.com are in 14th, over a minute back with Halda Motorsport in 15th. Then it's the Apex Racing Team, and recovered from their 60-second stop and go down in 16th. Then it's RC Carshop Esports a lap down. Team MSI and Team Redline are out after their crash on the run down the hill towards Adenauer Forst earlier on in the day. There are your SB9 standings currently, after nearly 2 hours of this opening round of the DNLS Series for 2023-24. It's the Porsche Esport Endurance Trophy Nürburgring with BPB performance, I should say, ahead of Apex Racing Team and Team Redline in second and third. WSR Racing by Bookkicker are in fourth place, ahead of Kramer Racing Esport. Then the two Scherer cars are sixth and eighth. Earlier stops for them, of course, but they're on a different strategy to some of the others. Coanda Esports are sandwiched by them in 7th place. Halda Motorsport just over a minute back in 9th place, ahead of Gareiki Motorsport. Then it's Door Esports, who are all the way down outside the top 10 in 11th. Then it's Avia WNS Motorsport and Nürburgring Esports to round out the 13 cars in that category. And as we go to the FP10 standings, Arjuna, in a few moments' time, we've just had a change for the lead there.
There's been so much drama in this race so far, and the SB10s are finally starting to deliver on their strategy. It's Sontec that lead from Marla, with the Pro Sport Sim Racing Team then in third. Frozen Speed by Grid and Go started at the very back and been climbing their way on forward. And then you have Door Esports, who have climbed their way up into 5th in the running, but of course were former race leaders. In the SB3Ts as well, SimRC and Team Hoisingveld are expected to be at the front, but it's been close with Scherer Esport as well. Draft still going to play its part with traffic, maybe a factor as well. Heribert Sim Racing Pro Sports, Carlar, and then simracers.de by Racing77, the final cars left on the tracking class. Impulse Racing were the very first retirees that we unfortunately had to speak of. There is the wonderfully livery team hoisting belt machine. As you see behind them, the Scherer Racing car just putting the pressure on in the brand new for 2023-2024 Hyundai Veloster, replacing the outgoing Hyundai Elantra in the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. And brand new for 2023 as well is the Toyota GR86. It's just 5 of them, but you only need 2 to put on a show, and Kaufman Racing have 2 that run 1 and 2. The Nürburgring Esports team are 3rd, the Fastlane by Smilia Esports team in 4th, and Wolf Motorsports then 5th. And that's the look top to bottom at the rundown as they stand right now. But Ewan, we are effectively 2 hours into the season, still 90 minutes to go here today.
And a very long way to go in the season overall, I think it's fair to say, here in the DNLS for 23-24. Going to be very exciting though, and a very interesting season ahead of 17 hours as far as my maths goes anyway. Carl Jansen's down at the wheel of number 5 and already looks like he's going to walk through on the WS Racing by Pure Sims car, which is going to be overtaken quite comprehensively around the outside there.
That's Konstantin Stolzenberg, by the way, that's taken over from Harley Bolton. So let's not forget that the real drivers, for the most part now, have all completed the minimum drive time of 9 laps. So that is a little bit of a factor. Now seeing, at least in the case of WS Racing by Pearson, the sim driver stepping in. And, well, in Harley Bolton's case, he is both a real driver and a sim driver. So we'll see how Konstantin compares against his teammate in that car. Guile Valero has taken over the Out Racing team by UOL, number 14, that runs in 2nd. It is still Vasilius Veliciotis that leads in that number 47 for the AMG Team Williams Esports camp as they continue just to run around, and we jump on board with the best of the BMWs in the field here today.
And as I said in the rundown earlier, how much of a surprise is that compared to what we would have expected at the start of the day? There is Konstantin Stolzenberg at the wheel of the car, having taken over from Harley Horton for WS Racing by Pure Sims, and running very, very well. They've got a good handle on this BMW, and they are the strongest non-Mercedes out there on the circuit at the moment. In fact, the only non-Mercedes in the top 7 within half a minute of a lead.
He's done a good job to find an appropriate shirt for today, hasn't he?
He has found a very appropriate shirt, which is... I hope he doesn't drive the BMW often, otherwise it'll be getting a bit well used, that shirt.
I was thinking that we haven't seen Pearsons in general in a BMW too often. They do compete in this car in the MC Esports Global Championship, but I thought we see them jump across various GT3 machinery quite often, so I wonder how much use that shirt gets. Down into the Foxhole, well, Apex and Redline have already had their issues down through that complex, albeit in the SB9 category, hoping no such dramas in this Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, which is a category that's been renamed to match what they have in the real world. Delighted to have the support of Porsche and Manthey to bring this class name to the virtual world, but not just the class name. Our championship winners are going to get 4,000 euros, and that's the biggest prize pool of the season. And Diogo Pinto's taking this so seriously that he, from what I can see, is racing from the Redline headquarters in the Netherlands and saving plenty of fuel along the way.
He's saving a lot of fuel. I'm sure you can hear in the background of our chattering at the moment that he's fuel saving a lot, clutching in as well. It's a big job, and that's exactly why he's been behind Quentin Violante for so long now in that Apex Racing team car, that Pinto is just saving the fuel behind him. And while it's not going to save him a lap of fuel, I'd be astonished if it does, but it will save him a bit of time in the pit box, and that's exactly what he's hoping for.
It's impressive that he's basically clutching in every corner as well and just making sure to do some fuel saving. Now, have you noticed something over the shoulder of Diogo Pinto, by the way?
There's some trophies.
Oh, that, I was thinking more directly below the trophies.
Red Bull.
Yes, a certain energy drink. I don't think Diogo necessarily needs that for today's race, because let's not forget, he's got to sit in this rig for 3.5 hours without getting up.
Exactly, yeah, I'd need a wee if I was cleaning up one of them, so I wouldn't recommend doing that and drinking one of those, because it is a long stint. You've got to remember all these things, and he will have eaten just before, but throughout most of Europe and where he is at the moment, it's sort of over lunchtime as well, so you've got to make sure you eat right beforehand, you drink right, get everything you need to do done before the race, if you see what I mean, and then get, stay in there for 3.5 hours. It's not a short amount of time.
What time is it for you, Ewan?
2 o'clock, pretty much, bang on.
Yeah, don't complain about what time it is.
I'm not complaining. You just got to do these things, haven't you? It doesn't matter what time of day the race starts. You've got to do whatever it is you need to do at the time of day that it is.
You're just a Brit, so it always sounds like you're complaining.
Oh, thanks.
You're not complaining about weather today, although there's not much to complain about, to be fair. It's cold, good grip, no fog. There's no rain either. iRacing's getting closer and closer as we have a new iRacing build in a couple of days' time. They made the announcement. No rain in this year. It's going to come in 2024, and that's going to be wild, Ewan. We're not going to get it in this edition of the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. We might get it in the next edition.
Yeah, does 2024 still mean that they could do it at the end of the Season 4 of 2024 build? It could still be a year away.
Yes, it could.
So I'm not getting too excited yet because it's still a long way away, I reckon. But we'll wait and see on that.
I think what they have said is that we're probably a long way away from it being enabled for every car on every track.
Yeah.
Slowly roll it out. I think they said it will first be on like the Ferrari 296 for the GT3 machines, maybe a couple of tracks here and there, and they'll slowly roll it out. But once we get there, let's be real, this is the one track, Ewan, that's got to be the hardest of them all to get working properly.
By far the hardest, I would say. It's such an unusual circuit, and there's so many occasions we can all recount our own stories of watching the Nürburgring 24 hours or indeed NLS races where the weather has just gone a bit odd, and that's what it does around here at the Nürburgring. It gets a bit odd from time to time, and that's got to be, it's very difficult to get right, and I don't think a sim has really done that yet in terms of getting it right around here, and so if they do, then fair play, but it's very difficult indeed.
It is. It's one of those things as well where what you need to build for dynamic weather here is very different to what Bobby Zalemski's probably thinking about when he's thinking about how's weather going to impact him as an e-NASCAR driver. I was trying to find the right way to phrase that, and I figured, well, there's no way to phrase it. On ovals, you don't go racing, but Bobby does have to deal with rain when he goes road course racing in some of those stock cars, so it's things to think about. That's the door. Aston Martin, by the way, in the SB10 category. Benedict Hitz is behind the wheel and is a good 75 seconds off the back of Tatu Sipula as well as Joshua Anderson in the Mahler Racing Team machine. But I do think we're about to see some pit stops underway in the class because as Violate and Pinto wind their way back up towards the line, I've just seen the Sontec leader in SB10 down to the box.
Yes, and Mahler came in a lap before them actually, so Joshua Anderson out there on his own for a lap before continuing on, but Benedict Hitz has been reduced now to less than 10 seconds of a lead. Be interested to see where Sontec come out, but I reckon it will be behind Door Esports. In fact, I'm pretty confident that it will be in the SB10 category. So Sipula, I think, is going to retain a podium place, but Door Esports still with the advantage in this race.
At least for the time being. I was just trying to see as well. You can do tires and fuel at the same time in the GT4s. That's what it was. It was something I complained about a little bit last year as well. Added to the roulette and the bingo boards for people to note this year. I believe that Sontec are going to emerge in front of Joshua Anderson in that Mahler Racing Team car, though. So still, status quo remains in the front of the SB10. Zion Guben has taken back over from Fabio Grossa in the Coanda Eastbrook by Manthey car, and I'm just going to say it once again. That's not a Coanda livery, that's on a Manthey livery. It's somehow neither, and it still doesn't look bad, but it could look a lot better.
Yeah, I think that might be we might be able to squeeze one more dig in that livery in, I suppose, or you might. I'm not going to do it, but it's It's an interesting one. It's different, and unfortunately, it's not quite as good as the normal Coanda or Manthey liveries. Unfortunately, they could have done a real colour mash, half and half, with purple of Coanda and grello with Manthey, couldn't they? But see, I like that kind of thing, but I know not many people would. So that's probably best left to the imagination. I would imagine.
Said it. We need to see it for the next round of the championship.
I don't think it's going to happen.
It's on the 16th of December, isn't it? It's not far away.
Yeah, it's only 2 weeks away, so not long.
If you're listening, get on that livery, get into Photoshop, half of one file, half of the other, boom, bish bash bosh, you're done. And you'll make a lot of people very happy. I don't know if it will make the Mercedes behind very happy, because that's Pro Sports Sim Racing, I do believe, who are checked up behind.
It is, yeah, and Guven right now, I'm surprised, is holding it up slightly, I would say. I mean, I thought when they got Guven back into this Coanda car that he would sort of drive away a little bit, he would be a bit quicker than Grosso was, who did seem to struggle a bit, but Guven not really getting away right now either. The Porsche just not a particularly strong car at the moment, and I feel like that's been a kind of a problem for them throughout the entirety of 2023.
It's not necessarily been the most competitive of cars over the very special events that we've had. It's also had, let's be real, a bit of a tough beginning to its real-world campaign.
Yeah.
Daytona marred by issues with top speed. We've had some issues with traction control and ABS systems as well that have required continued development of the car. But to be fair, that is every GT3 machine. They undergo continuous evolution, and so yeah, it's you're not wrong, and it's one of those things where, especially in the modern era of sim racing, you sometimes pick cars not because they're the quickest, but because of the affiliations, and it's why it's so confusing and weird for us, Ewan, to be talking about a BS competition car that isn't a BMW, because that's where they have the relationships.
Yeah, that's really odd that they're in the Mercedes, and I'm surprised that they've even been allowed to do that, but there we are. I don't really know what the contract says, obviously, because I'm not on BS competition, or BMW for that matter, so I don't know, but I'm surprised they were allowed to do that, actually. It's worked out quite well for them. They're up there now, but it is a somewhat surprise. And yeah, it's been a struggle for Porsche in real life as well, I agree. I think they were the only car at the real life Daytona to lose a lap based on speed and not based on a crash.
Well, we should ignore Daytona, I think, from the grand scheme of things, because BOP is never a word that you really want to be talking about, but they needed BOP in that particular race just to keep them in the ballpark. That's a look at just how important the draft is, though, for that Mercedes, which is almost going to breeze its way on past. Aichin Guven can really do nothing but sit there and watch us around the outside. The pass is made, and around they go in the swap around for 9th position. I was just trying to pick up, by the way, the balance of performance and see if I could update people on what that was. There's adjustments in fuel, there's adjustments in power, and there's adjustments in weight to every single one of the cars. The BMW has 93% of its maximum fuel capacity, has lost lost a bit of its power, and has got 12 kilos of weight. The Mercedes has also lost a bunch of fuel, a little bit of power, and a little bit of weight. The Porsche's lost a bit of fuel, a teensy bit of power, and a teensy bit of weight. The Ferrari is maybe the one that's similar to the BMW in terms of its net numbers, but at least from what it seems, it's the Ferrari that seems to have fared the best of all of those cars. Rather, Mercedes, the best of all of those cars.
Yeah, the Mercedes certainly has. The BMP in SP10, interestingly, has been almost left where it is. The Mercedes has only been able to get the extra 8 kilos, and so far it's been very well balanced between the three manufacturers. The Aston Martin and BMW here are at nose to tail for 5th place, but at the front of the field it's been very interesting, with a BMW leading, and we've got an Aston Martin 2nd and a Mercedes 3rd. We couldn't ask for much more.
No, it's exactly what you want to see. I was talking with some people who build BOP for GT4, and they were saying it's about as bang on as you'd want, with the exception of maybe a slight gearing issue for the Mercedes, which only is an issue at very, very specific tracks. Not sure if it's an issue here, but that's a breeze on through. That was as easy as you'd like for Fabian Hari to get on through in the Adrenaline Motorsports car, of course. series, and so great to see them make that move and to slide their way on forward on the Pro Sport and Sim Racing team, which is one of the teams that's also competed, by the way, in our DNLS Community Cup. Some of these drivers are on the grid because they have competed in that Community Cup, delivered some good race results, and now are on the grid for the main series itself. And, well, what a grid that you really are becoming a part of. I mean, look at this. Marcus Deck is now really feeling the pressure. Violate in the Apex car, Diogo Pinto in the Redline car. They both caught up with a PB Performance 106.
And I'm not really sure why PB Performance have managed to find themselves in the lead, but we'll get to that in a moment, because Apex Racing Team look like they're on their way through. Is Diogo Pinto going to make it 3 wide, or is he going to stay just behind the Apex Racing Team? I reckon he'll go for this, and he will do. It will be 3 wide briefly, and he should have the lead soon.
It's the double toe, it's the double overtake. We're 4 wide for a moment as the Carlar SP3T machine says, get me out of here, please. But they've all stalled out now. They've all basically started going the same exact speed. Marcus Deck gets back in front of Quinton Violate, but Diego is not done. He holds up the inside. He knows exactly that's the line that he wants to protect. Violate slides through as well. Marcus Deck, I think, deciding that he didn't want to deal with the netcode gods because we're all heading down into pit lane. It's time for some pit stops.
And that's why red line we're going through. That's why Pinto wanted to get ahead, because he wasn't going to lead Apex around for a lap. He just wants the track position on the way into the pit lane. I think Deck, by the way, has got some low wings on that Porsche, based on the way that he kept up with those sort of neck and neck, even though he got slipstream there.
Question to you: if you're Pinto, do you take a short stop now and try and build a bit of a gap?
I don't see... his pit stop's going to be shorter than Apex anyway, so I would just, fill up to the brim, knowing that it's going to be shorter than Apex anyway. Don't know in answer to your question.
Yes, that's the thing to keep in mind. Would you risk potentially going for... I don't know, I'm just trying to think in big picture. This is the final stop of the race for them, though, isn't it?
Well, is it? It's only the second stop.
They've done 2 and a bit now.
It's not enough. You told me earlier that 2 stops weren't possible.
I was trying, well, this is the reason why I was trying to do some sort of special math, because I thought there was something that could happen. And Michael Gianni with a 46.6 second stop compared to Diogo Pinto with a 55.5 second stop has done the opposite of what I was thinking. It's Redline that have the track position disadvantage exiting pit lane.
Well, I don't exactly call it a disadvantage, because they're not stuck behind, they just are behind, which I think is okay. Sherry's put back to 1 and 2 again, but whether they're going to stay there or not is another question. I think there's just going to be a massive chase down now in this final part of the race, and it's going to be about who can catch Sherry's or not.
Yes, well, I still think it's about which strategy, because Scherer owe us the longer pit stop still.
True.
Versus the shortest. So we've still got a lot to figure out, is basically what I'm saying. But I do find it quite interesting that Diogo Pinto has saved so much fuel, and Michael Gianni still had a shorter pit stop. Does this imply that Pinto is trying to cut out a stop?
Well, he's going to have to do an extra lap to what he just did, at least, in my opinion. They just did another 8 lap stint, so he'd have to manage 9, and I don't see how that's possible.
No, that's the thing. I don't think 9 is possible either. But Pinto's done 55.5 seconds.
Yeah, because he's filled it up to the top. I think Johnny has taken out a lap, so he's going to do 7.
But I think Michael Gianni's strategy is better, personally. That's the thing.
You might be right. As long as they're not driver changing, then I might agree.
That's the thing. Oh, that's a good point. Michael Gianni did do a driver change. Quinton Violate out, Michael Gianni back in.
Is Violate really going to do just those 8 laps?
I would suspect that you leave Michael back in, given how fast he was in the first stint.
Exactly.
I have no idea. Never listen to commentators.
Also, yeah.
We know nothing.
I think they've figured that out by now, to be fair. I think that's why, as you say, I think Gianni might just be a bit quicker than Violate. I know Violate is still a good driver, been in World Championships and so on, very good, of course. But I think, on this particular day round here, Gianni might be a bit quicker, and so it is possible that Violate is just going to do those 8 laps.
The way you said it, by the way, when you say Gianni,
Yes.
Who I start thinking of?
Neil Yanni.
No.
Oh, okay. That's who I start thinking of.
Oh, interesting. Nürburgring, by the way, is on the back of Carvalero and really is flying at this point. The BS competition car is going to pull alongside and slide on through. But when I hear the word Johnny, especially when I hear it in context and association with Redline, I think of Johnny Vecchio. And so I got confused there for a second. I was like, why are we talking about Johnny Vecchio in that Team Redline car? And then it clicked in my mind. Beside the point, Norby kisses on through. And now the Nürburgring esports team, Greg Kinski, gets past Konstantin Stolzenberg in that WS Racing by Pearson's BMW. It is starting to go backwards.
Yeah, imagine that transfer, by the way. But yes, WS Racing have been moving backwards for quite some time now. And Stolzenberg, I think, is going to be wanting to get out of this car very quickly. I think said earlier that they'd have to do like 4 laps to satisfy the fair share. I reckon he could be in the next 2, to be honest. I think he has done 2 now, hasn't he? He's been out there for maybe 2 laps. Not sure, but I think he'll be in pretty much as soon as he can and then get Holly Horton back into that car again.
I think you're right.
Just as long as he satisfies the fair share, get in as early as possible and Horton back in again.
This is where, okay, this is going to sound like I'm being very big-brained right here, and maybe I am. But is there an advantage? So the way the points work out, you know, I'll have to go back and look at the rule book, but it's a small gap between 3rd and 4th positions. Would you
2 points.
2 points. Would you rather finish 4th and not have a success penalty going into the next round? I don't know. These are the things that last year I thought a lot about, because that success penalty, it's a game changer.
I know, but after all, the championship isn't decided on how many seconds of penalty you have. It's decided on points. So I'd be tempted to take the points personally. I mean, after all, BS Competition had a bigger penalty than that today. It was a stop and go 5 seconds. They're second right now. You can recover from that 10-second penalty. Absolutely you can.
But that can be served at the same time, like in the same instance of coming into the pit lane as doing your stop. So that is a good point. Here, by the way, look on board with quite an interesting storyline. Mark Henrique in the Nürburgring esports 111. Now, Mark is usually someone that's in the race control booth, giving the penalties down. Now he's the one on track, with the eyes watching him, and he's got to be careful, not just because of his fellow competitors out on track, but most importantly because he makes a mistake. Oh, you best believe the commentators are here to grill him.
Well, the race control will be there to grill him pretty quickly as well, you'd imagine, so he'll have that to worry about. But I think, it's good to see someone who does race control out there on the circuit as well, because people do believe that you'll be a better race control member if you are a driver as well out there on the circuit. And plus it's just enjoyable, I'd imagine. That's what he's doing this for, I would have thought. So it helps you in race control, but also enjoyment on a Saturday afternoon.
It's one of those things where I think the most important part of race control is to have different opinions, and that's where for race control members, for the stewards themselves, it's great to go and get different opinions, so to go and drive different classes of cars. So if you're doing a multi-class race like this, to drive each of the classes, understand how they go around the track. But you also want that diversity in stewards and opinions. Like Ewan and myself will probably disagree on our fair share of things, but that's good. It means there's never a correct penalty, as much as we want to believe there is. There is just the one that was agreed upon. There's an ideal penalty, but the path of getting there is not always everyone going to stay on the same page there. And so, it's always good to have drivers and different viewpoints come into that process. And so I'd be quite curious maybe to talk to Mark afterwards and understand how this helped from his perspective, because, I mentioned it earlier, race control in the sim is very much spoiled by the fact that we get infinite camera angles, the ability to slow things down whenever we want. You don't get that when you're behind the wheel of the car, much like you don't when you're in race control in the real world sometimes.
I wonder if that's a bit of a disadvantage to them, the fact that there's so many angles, and so many angles for people to criticise them with as well. wonder if that's a sort of a somewhat downside in some way. You know, if you've only got one angle, you can say, well, look at this evidence and tell me what you think, because we can barely see what's happening here. It's very difficult to judge sometimes what is going on in real life. And yeah, I wonder if it makes things slightly more difficult, even if we feel like you reach a fairer conclusion, and you probably do at the end of the day. But on some occasions, I just wonder whether so many eyes on so many angles invites more criticism than maybe if you just had one.
Oh, 100%. I agree with you without a shadow of a doubt on that. And this is where this is going to be controversial. I can do it because we're on, it's a European broadcast rather than an American broadcast, which I traditionally do. But we'll talk about football and VAR for a second. Because, let's be real, VAR was something that everyone wanted. We all asked to have, the assistance for the referee. But I think we've now seen the way that it's been implemented. We don't like it because, quite frankly, it interrupts the flow of the game. We'll super nitpick on stuff to slow it down to find the exact frame where they were offside, so we can draw a line up from their knee to find that 1 pixel of their finger was offside, and so therefore that goal shouldn't count. There's a line to be drawn, and sometimes having too much information. Yes, it is too bad. Which is why, clearly, we should have a new rule in sim racing, Ewan, that all incidents can only be reviewed from one camera angle played in full speed once.
I'm not saying that's a good idea. It's not
200% speed. Fine, I'll concede to that.
It's not like refereeing a ball game, if you like, to bring it a bit more broadly. It's very different to that. I mean, I don't know how I don't know how many times race control in sort of real life, if we're basing that off real life football, of course. I don't know how much time we're basing, or how many times, how many angles, how long a team in real life would do it. So, why would we follow that in sim racing? I think it's a good idea to do our own thing, and they certainly do. But yeah, it's an interesting discussion, because I think it does invite a lot of criticism sometimes. It's also it's not even necessarily the amount of angles that they have; it's the amount of angles that we have to criticise them with. I think is the real problem.
That too, as well. Yes, PB Performance, Marcus Deck out, Tom Osterman in, and it's into a battle with the Greiker Motorsports at 103 with Bruno Heinrich at the wheel there. I half joke, but genuinely, I feel like if a lot of people who complain about drivers who complain about race control went and did race control for one race, I'm not saying many races, for one race, their tunes would change, and pretty quickly at that as well. We've got 6 and a bit minutes left to go, though, until the top of the hour, and a crucial mark, because from this point, we know that anyone who pits, realistically, across the classes, should be able to make it to the end. And right on cue, I want to go over to SP10 and talk about the fact that Lucas Muller, back into that Door Esports McLaren, has made their final pit stop. Aston Martin have made their final pit stop of the race.
I'm glad you caught yourself there. Yeah, it's down to 7th for Lucas Muller then, and he's in free air as well, which is good news for them. Now, the only problem they'll have, as you mentioned earlier on, is going to be their longest. Or they will have the longest stop, I should say, compared to Sontec and Marler. That's going to be their big problem. I think Sontec are going to be their big challenges, because they're going to stop later and they're going to have a shorter stop as a result, and they're ahead of Marler as well, of course, which is the difference. But that's got to play out a little bit later. For now, the Porsches are still fighting, and these two are really not giving each other a break.
No, definitely not. And speaking of Porsche, I promised you yesterday, Ewan, that there was a bit of a story that I wanted to tell you about.
Oh, yes.
Do you know what tonight is?
Well, the 2nd of December.
Yes. Do you know what it is?
I didn't realise it was a day, no.
Yes, so tonight, that's a half look to the inside by Greiker Motorsports. That's not necessarily a passing opportunity as they close on traffic. Tonight is Porsche's annual Night of Champions, where Porsche from across the globe comes together in Germany to celebrate motorsport. Ian Chetguven's going to be there, as will a bunch of
Tonight?
Tonight.
Oh, he's there. I suppose he is already in Germany. I suppose he can't be far away.
They're going to drive over to Weissach, where I believe the event is being held. Some of the drivers are going to leave the event midway through because they have to drive back to Gronau to be a part of tomorrow's IMSA Esports Global Championship. That includes Zach Campbell, Charlie Collins, I believe, maybe a few others. You know who is included in that list that has to leave the event early, though?
I think he told me the name yesterday, but go on.
Jordan Caruso, who will be at the Night of Champions, the Altus Esports driver, collecting his trophy for winning the 2023 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. He's going to drive back to the Porsche Coanda hub in Gronau with the drivers and be racing for Altus in tomorrow's IMSA Esports Championship from Gronau.
Amazing stuff, really, and a great sort of achievement for him as well, to be fair, to have that sort of real life achievement, if you like, that real life moment that you don't always get in sim racing. In fact, you rarely get in sim racing, actually. Yeah, that'd be great for him, and well deserved as well, of course, after a decently comfortable PESC win this season.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think it'd ever be comfortable, but
it was all right. It wasn't unbearably nerve-wracking, I wouldn't imagine.
It was about as comfortable as you can get. And he could have had the championship wrapped up before the final round, but it ended up coming into play. And this is going to be former race leader. Oh, that's a big one. That's a hard hit for one of the Toyota GR86s. And I believe it is. It's the 509. It's the former race leader. It's the Kaufman Motorsports car that's into the wall and is trying you, and I will say trying to limp that car all the way back around.
Yeah, because it's absolutely ruined. It's already down to 4th place. They'll be last by the end of that trudge back to pit lane, I would imagine. And unfortunately, obviously, we like to defend the VT2s because they did get abused in that first lap or second lap run through traffic. But I would say that, well, were they closed in on or were they turning in? It looked to me as if they were turning in. What's going on in the background there?
That is a party, if I've ever seen one. I've got to say, if you're ever going to have people in the room with you while you're sim racing, I hope they're not listening to us, by the way. If you are, give us a cheeky wave right now.
They're probably listening in German, to be fair.
Yeah, I don't blame them. Probably better commentary as well. But at least you're in virtual reality. You can't be distracted by those behind you.
Yeah, but I don't like people standing or sitting behind me, so that would terrify me. I'd be sweating.
That, by the way, I'm showing how much of a geek, how much of a nerd I am right here when I say this. That is an original Oculus Quest. There we go, there's the wave, hello! I don't think they might be listening to us, by the way. That is an original Oculus Rift. One from 2016. I'm amazed that those are still being used in the wild.
Are they 7 years old? Dear me.
I feel like I bought one when I graduated, maybe 2017.
Dear me. Yeah. Getting old here. Yes, that's well, I wouldn't have noticed that, so yes, well done for noticing that. But yeah, that's it looks like a sort of school classroom kind of setup. You know what I mean? It's kind of, it looks a bit strange to me, but anyway.
Motorsports school.
It may be. I don't know. Maybe it's someone's house. No, surely not.
They've got the racing suit up next to them, which is a bit of a statement. Simracers.de. I don't see anything from them in... Oh, I do. Wait, never mind. I've just gone through the team info list that I was submitted. The operator of the Racing Lounge 77, they have 12 simulators, 2 motion simulators, and so I wonder which of the sim setups they're using over there. It's a slide on through, though, as Falken's Porsche gets passed by the Pro Sport Sim Racing 17 as Leon Orger works his way on forward. There's no motion needed to replicate the experience that they're having, but they're onto the back of the Crash 509 right now.
Yeah, it's a great run at the moment from Leon Orger. There is the 509, still trundling back to pit lane. Good stint, though, for the Pro Sport Mercedes. They've passed Coanda Esports. Arjan Guber is now 5 seconds behind, and Jan Turnjak is now back behind, but that has gone wrong immediately. He's gone wide, and Turnjak is straight back through again.
Commentator's curse? Does it exist?
Well, it did just then.
Now, what are your opinions, ladies and gentlemen, watching on? Does the commentator's curse exist or not? Or is it just bad driving? You let us know what you think.
Well, that was certainly late braking. That's exactly what that was. But yeah, turning out back in front again. And I'd imagine will only be so until they get onto the back straight again, and Nürburgring will go straight back through again.
And the Mercedes does seem to be a bit of a brute in a straight line. Good out of the corner on power, good top end speed, velocity as well. When it talks about the speed at which it stops pulling down the Dottinger Hoe as we into the final hour of this opening round of the Digital Nürburgring Landstracken Series. It's look on board with Leon Erger as we take a look over the shoulder. Another one, by the way, that's got some racewear over the shoulder.
I think people have been decorating their backgrounds for this, which is good to see. Don't just want to see nothing, I suppose, but yeah, a lot of people with decorated backgrounds. I don't know why he's wearing a collared shirt, but clearly that maybe helps him. I'd get a bit...
Pro Sport shirt.
I can't see the writing really. It looks like the right colour coordination though.
I'm trying to read what's on the right side of the shirt as we see it, and I think that says Pro Sport.
I think it probably does. It's got the right colours, and it looks like it might well be the right sort of name for that. So fair enough for racing in a shirt. He'll be glad that it's winter and not the summer series, because otherwise it would get a bit warm doing that kind of thing.
He's a bit more used to racing in the ADAC GT4 series, and so maybe more used to wearing actual racing suits, so maybe not too uncomfortable in that full, almost button-down sort of a shirt. But this is what we were talking about, you in straight line speed, the straight line grunt, and jink to the inside. And Jan Turnak in the Falcon racing car not going to be able to do much except watch as the Mercedes pulls on through.
Well, Erger had the choice there, whether to go to the right or the left. The Falcon car was straight down the middle of the back straight, but couldn't do anything. And the Mercedes goes back through again into the Tiergarten, ahead and into 8th place now in the standings. So 58 minutes remaining, probably can squeeze 8 laps in, these guys, and I reckon they will squeeze another 8 laps into this race. So they can pit from the next one and go to the end.
On board with the Alder Motorsports car in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, the tongue sticking out, true sim racer right there for Yves Volz as we run in towards that final corner. Now, I mentioned earlier, this is one of the newest teams in the grid. This is one of their, they're a real motorsport outfit with an esports squad, and now looking, of course, to show us some of their speed and potential there. And they have really jumped into, let's be honest, what is a very, very competitive class. I looked at some of the entries at the start of this season. Before we even got the drivers, we just had the team names, and you and I went, boy, Redline, Apex. There's no Urano this year, of course. Unfortunately, they're going to be shutting down in just about 30 days' time. But the void has been filled by some of the best in the sim racing world.
Yeah, it's a really great and strong team list, certainly for this season. Coanda in there as well, of course, which you didn't mention, but I'm sure you mean as well. Yeah, lots of strong teams, and it's a very, very difficult sort of one to get yourself going in, and especially as I mentioned earlier with the points, we've still got 17 running in this race at 19 starting, and that means more than half of the field won't score anything from this round. And it's going to be a mission for some of the teams to even score a single point throughout the season. So that's got to be the target. You laugh, but it's got to be the target for some teams, just to score a point, because it is difficult.
I laugh because no racer wants to believe that the goal is to score a point, but you are so right. And sometimes that we just need to see those attitudes sometimes more being shown through, and those are the drivers that often will have success as well, so keep that in mind. I saw the Mahler racing team in the SP10 class, by the way, did run off the track, so they've lost about 3 or 4 seconds. That might open the door for the Dog Esports Aston Martin, which has already made its final pit stop, to leapfrog them. We will have to wait and see. The M&J Downforce team, those started in 10th, currently in 7th, directly behind the WS Racing by Pearson's car, which still has Konstantin Stolzenberg behind the wheel. Just waiting to see if in the final pit stop cycle it will be Stolzenberg out. Horton that jumps back into that car. But given that we're already looking at a slightly shorter fill in the final sequence, I would be slightly surprised if we do end up seeing that. 3.5 hours for this race, Ewan. It is an awkward race length. We should know December 16th, second round of the championship. It's a 3-hour race. It's a little bit more normal.
It is a bit more uniform, but it makes the race difference a little bit. It makes it, you know, because they'll still have 2 mandatory pit stops of 30 seconds, which means you do have to, both of the stops have to be over 30 seconds. Now, normally that would be the case anyway, but I think there'll be especially a thing to note in SP3T, where they'll have to make sure that both of their stops are over 30 seconds, whereas on a normal day, they might be able to go below that. So we'll wait and see on that one, because we're not there yet, but they do, of course, have that little bit more fuel and go a little bit further than some of the others. So something to note there, really, for that race. And, of course, round 4, which I believe is also 3 hours this season.
Yes, no, we have varied race lengths, 3.5, 3 and 4 hours. I think the 3 main race lengths. No 12-hour race like we had in the real world this past year, racing into the dark, but, you know, never say never. That could be something to look forward to in the future, as Tatu Sipola, looking in front of him, it's clean air that he enjoys right now. Might get a bit of a tow from the Cup car in front of him. This is a team, of course, based in Finland. Some of the best sim racers, some of the best hybrid racers as well. They've, of course, got Sami-Matti Trogan on loan from the Williams Esports team in this virtual competition. But fresh off the victory in the iRacing Fuji 8 hours, Tatu Sipola stretching the legs at the very front of the field. And I do believe that in this SB10 category, still waiting for Alex Arana to take over, and that's a pretty good driver to be needed as your second driver if you're going to need a second. Yeah,
I mean, they may take this one as the one where they don't change driver, which you can do once, but I wouldn't imagine so. I'm somewhat surprised they've left it so long now. I mean, they've got to pit relative, because Suntech had supposed to come in quite late. They've got to pit at some point pretty soon, because as you say, they've got to do that driver change. You'd think they'd want to do that driver change, and so you'd want their fuel fill to be more than 30 seconds, but is it going to be? I'm not really sure why they've left it so late, but they have to. Maybe they will choose this one as the one they don't change driver.
It wasn't indicated to us on the entry list, and I'm not 100% sure if that's something that you had to indicate before the race, that you're not going to have the driver change, like we, by the way, had been informed that Diogo Pinto is going to be driving by himself. The only class, by the way, that the Joker is not a factor in is the SB9. You must have a real-world driver do 9 laps, and you must have a second driver, I believe, as well. So that is something just that you must keep in mind. The varied rules across the classes. On board with Norby Kish, by the way, who's, after all of the dramas with the penalties, 10 seconds back from the race lead, but it's a gap that doesn't seem to be closing just yet as we look on board with the truck racing champion.
And it looks like that's the kind of gap that may well stay pretty similar to the end from here. It's going to be very difficult for Norby Kish to close in from this distance and try and get on terms with Beliziotis, who's been really, really quick actually so far today. He didn't obviously start up towards the front in his stint, but he fought his way through, got to the lead, and now he's already pulled, 18.5 seconds on the 14 car, which it took the leader over from. So that just gives you an idea of how quick he's been so far. Monumental pace, really, from Beliziotis, and Williams are well on their way at the moment to a great start in this season.
But I've just remembered, don't they have to get their real driver back in for another lap? I think they do.
Yes.
Which means, okay, Norby Kish also has to get out of that car. We haven't seen the second driver who is indicated as, sorry, I just lost them on my team sheet right here. Lucas Herman, haven't actually seen him before in a BS competition car, so it's a bit into the unknown for me. But the gap at the front, it's not done just yet. And you could also just remember the AMG Team HRT by UOL by ART, because there are so many acronyms that you need to throw in there. Gaio Valero is sitting pretty in third position as Norby Kish, new fastest lap of the race. They are still very much in contention for the victory as Carl Janssen brings the number 5 in. The final pit stop window open for the SB9 cars.
Yeah, BS competition. We're on board with now, by the way, going to be going through on Coanda. Wouldn't have thought this kind of battle between these two teams would have been for 10th place at the start of this race, but it is. And it's just a sort of understatement of what a day these two teams have had as we go on board with Aishan Guben as well. back at the wheel again, but not really improving the pace of this Commander car, unfortunately. It's not got much quicker with him in it. Unfortunately, it's dropping off towards the end here, and he's complaining about something.
And you can also see, by the way, that he's not racing from Gronau, so he's not in the Porsche Commander hub. Instead, he is seemingly at home in his apartment, wherever he is based.
Well, is he based in Germany then?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I say based. Racing drivers, I think, you know, you kind of have multiple bases depending on where you are in your year. Guven, of course, has spent 2023 competing in the DTM series as part of Team 75, Bernard, alongside Lauren Heinrich, both Porsche factory drivers, of course. That was full VRS hardware as well. You could tell that Commander and VRS had hooked him up there.
Yes, but to me, that maybe this is a. Oh dear, that was close. Maybe this is a bit of a comment that maybe I shouldn't make, but those curtains look quite hotelish to me.
You're not wrong.
Could be the design of his house, though. I don't want to.
But that's what I was saying, you, and it could just be a temporary home, right? He could just have a hotel room which he has booked for like 6 months, like, you know, a long stay kind of thing. I don't know. I've been told that Ein-Chen Guven is one of the loveliest people in motorsport to talk to. I haven't had that pleasure just yet. But if Ein-Chen, you want to change that, send me a Twitter DM and we can change that. I'm trying to figure out why he'd slide into my DMs. Absolutely no reason to do so.
Yeah, what would he need from you?
Advice on driving? No, can't be that.
A place to stay when he races at Laguna Seca?
No, he should talk to Phil Denez. He's a little bit closer.
Okay. Yeah, but what if he doesn't know Phil Denez and he knows you?
Then I can introduce him to Phil Denez.
There you are.
What I'm useful for. Rene Ritter in that Carlar TCR machine, the SP3T car that smashed into the wall slightly earlier, back on track, and seeing that wheel position, just trying to bring the car around. Now they're 3 laps down from the leader, but in a small class, Ewan, you've got to remember just how important it is to get every single point on the board that you can.
And they will get 4 at the moment if they stay where they are. So they've got to stay in this race and they've got to continue on with this. They've recovered well, actually, from spinning into the wall, which I'm sure you'll remember earlier on. They had a big incident, of course, there. That was at Schraubensschranz. They had the rear left wheel completely fall apart, and they've recovered decently from it. Unfortunately, the gaps into SP3T now, though, are quite big. A minute either side of them in this class now, and the smallest gap is for the lead, but it is 8 seconds.
Yeah, it's a class where the draft is going to be very important. We did see Sim RC last season be very capable of making the penalties, the success penalties, not really impact them too much in the race. So we'll be curious to see if they are able to have a similar sort of performance and a result here as well. That's close for the Nürburgring Esports Mercedes, trying to just work past the outside quarter of the Carlar Hyundai Veloster. And again, that is a new entry into the class. The Hyundai Elantra has been replaced by this Veloster, and a move that I'm sure has excited some Hyundai fans around the world and angered some others. Ewan, are you team Veloster or are you team Elantra?
I think the Veloster looks a bit better personally, but I haven't driven either of them, so I can't comment on the driving aspect.
You know what's funny is with the Veloster, Hyundai had built such a fast TCR car, a touring car machine, that it was getting bopped so heavily that the solution, and I know this is not the entire story, it's part hyperbole here, it is part exaggeration, but the solution was, okay, we're being bopped so hard, let's create a second car so that can't be bopped as hard initially.
That is interesting. I mean, I feel like new cars always get a little bit of a bump on BOP in real life sometimes.
It usually takes a while for the BOP makers to catch up, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's only natural, I suppose. You can't just guess, or, you know, you can't see the future, so I do understand. It's pretty tricky, but it's quite interesting that that sounds like a conspiracy theory to me, but...
Well, okay. It could be part, like I said, it could be part exaggeration, but it's very uncommon at the end of the day for one manufacturer to have 2 different models in the same class of racing. And so part of it is the fact that Hyundai sell both the Veloster and Elantra in slightly different markets. There are faster versions of those cars available depending on where you are around the world. I believe that in the US you can get the Elantra N, you can't get the Veloster, for example, but that's all beside the point. Someone decided that they don't want to let us into the secret behind the scenes because Adrenaline Motorsport and Fabian Hari said, you will get this green screen background instead.
Yes, we can also barely see his neck as a result, but anyway, he's just hiding clearly from us at the moment, still running in 7th place, and this is also a decent recovery story. They of course had their penalty to serve earlier on. They came in at the end of the opening lap to do it, I think, and despite being involved in a battle with the leaders at the time, they had to do it. They had to drop back, and they've nearly gotten back up to where they were when they served that penalty. They came in from 6th at the time.
Yeah, and it shows that penalties aren't the death knell of a race in this series. You always have to expect there to be more drama. 56 started, only 3 retirements. AMG Team, MSI Team, Redline, and the Impulse Racing teams. And up the inside of the ex-racer Mercedes goes the battle for 7th. Someone points out, by the way, on our YouTube chat that Hyundai also have a 3rd touring car in the global lineup, the i30. So if you want touring cars, you can go to Hyundai and you can find something that suits you no matter what you want. It sounds like the solution. Now for Adrenaline Motorsport, they have made their final pit stop of the race, which I think implies we're probably not far away from the final pit stop of the race as well for your race leaders. Right on cue, Sontec Racing in SP10 are down to the box.
And that is a little bit earlier than I was expecting. However, they probably did a quite short stop last time, didn't they, I suppose? And that's given them such a lead over Marla Racing Team, despite their fights earlier on. And it gives them time as well to take Siepeler out and put Alex Arana in. Now, the question will be, are they out ahead of Lucas Muller or not?
I see Joshua Anderson has also come down to the pit lane. So Marla Racing Team frozen speed by Grin and Go. It's a busy time on pit lane for the GT4 machines in that SP10 category. Sure, Esports, by the way, John Atkinson Jr. is winding back out on towards the Nordschleife, running 3rd in his respective class in that 816 machine. He's only about 36 seconds off the back of Team Hoisingfeld into this final stint of the race, but as the traffic works around the outside, I can see that Lucas Muller has just exited out of the final corner. And so with Alex Arana stopping for 19-odd seconds, it's going to be close, I believe, on pit exit, but I think it should be Sontec that are back out in front. But with Dorr in the Aston Martin directly alongside, the battle for SP10 comes down to an Aston Martin and BMW with still 42 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's nose to tail. Sontec look like they have come out ahead. Alex Arana has getting used to that car very, very quickly indeed, because there's not a lot of time left here, and it's going to be a fight right to the end. It is going to be a fight to the end in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring category as well. Diogo Pinto leads the way, having, I think, made his final stop, although it was a while ago. Maybe he hasn't made his final stop.
You were trying to tell me that wasn't Diogo's final stop, so don't you start.
Well, no, I'm not.
But what I will say is I think Diogo is going for this. I think Diogo is making a calculated gamble to try and go as long as possible. If he needs a splash and dash, he will do so, because while he is still out there on track, not only has Scherer made their final pit stop, I think Michael Jani has also made his final pit stop of the race, and Michael Jani is a good 30 seconds, I think, behind that Scherer 105.
Yeah, he is, he's a long way behind. So Scherer Esports somehow, Rafael Brenhofer has absolutely done a fantastic job here today. And they look like they're on their way to a race win, because, well, I'm sort of hoping Pinto's going to go to the end, because that would give us a leading fight, but I agree, I don't think it is going to happen. Well, I say agree, you thought that maybe it would, but I said no, and I'm going to stick to that.
I still think he's trying it. The fact that Pinto has come out, or rather, Brenhofer in the Scherer 105 has come out 3.5 seconds behind Pinto, implies to me that maybe Diogo has been saving fuel. I don't think it's... I don't think it's going to work. I think it's what he's trying, just to be clear.
Or does it show Scherer Esports having just an unbelievable race? I mean, that's possible as well in my mind. Because
could it be, maybe it's not just that they're having a great race, but could it be it's the first time that Redline and Apex are doing this 3.5-hour race distance in this series? Could it be the experience from Scherer and all the different team names that the drivers have run under before in knowing how to work the strategy in this particular race?
That's possible as well. I would reckon they do have a bit more experience, and that's probably helping them along the way. So it's possible that that is one of the reasons as well. Is it the only reason? Probably not. But I think, yeah, it's possibly one of them. It's possibly contributed, and there's no doubt about this, that the fact that they've played this race really well so far.
Absolutely, I think I agree with you there. PB Performance and Scherer's second car still battling. Now, Scherer does have, I think, still a 5-second time penalty. That will be applied post-race, so keep that in mind as well as out of the carousel we go. So we got a fight at the front of the SP10 for sure. We think we might have one for the Porsche Esports Endurance Cup as well. Hopefully, we have SP10 battles, rather SP9 battles, because I have seen that Lucas Herman's taken over from Norby Kish, Fabio Rauer taken over from Vasilius Belitsiotis. And as they get close with traffic, that's your leading SP3T car as well. Oh, it was almost contact there. Gap for the lead overall is starting to be closed in as well.
Yeah, it is. It's all going on out here at the Nürburgring. Very, very interesting race indeed. And just under 40 minutes to go for us all to sort out who on earth is going to win these 5 races.
And so don't go anywhere. 3.5 hours of racing. We're into almost that final 30 minutes in the opening round of the 5th edition of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Delighted to have your company here on Nürburgring TV, but we're getting set for the run to the checkered flag, and it's coming up next here from the Green Hell.
Jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Well, welcome back along to the Green Hell and to the Nürburgring TV channels. It's Arjuna Kenkapati alongside with Ewan O'Leary here for the final 37 minutes of the opening round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. A 3.5-hour race to open up the slate. It's side by side though in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy as PB Performance and the Scherer Esports teams go wheel to wheel and around the outside. Fabian Hochstadter is going to slide his way on forward to 4th and now try to set to the work of pulling away and building up a bit of an advantage. It's been a fascinating race so far, and Ewan, strategy battles still playing themselves out to close things out.
They really are. Still a lot going on here in the race. Team Williams leading the way in this number 47 car for the moment, and they've just come out on the pit lane, of course. But I thought it was going to be, a bit easier than this. Fierce competition are not far away.
Yeah, these are the SB9 standings as they run right now. The real driver back into the number 47 at the front, and the gap has been slashed in half since, well, we really were last talking about it. So it could be between these two. It could also, though, be a factor for the AMG team HRT by UOL, the yellow and blue distinctive colors of the Haupt Racing team. Currently sit on the 3rd and final step of the podium. The second, the Williams cars, is running down in 4th position after Sindre Setsos had some issues in the early stages, has been recovering quite well since then, while the Nürburgring Esports team, WS Racing by Pearson's, the best of the BMWs, and then M&J Downforce, Falcon Sim Racing team, and is the rest of the top 8 in class. Behind them, and just behind them as well, I should know, Kawanda Esports by Mantai in that, well, silver and red livery that you can kind of just see. It doesn't look like a Coanda car. It doesn't really look like a Manthey car either, but we'll roll with it for today. They're in 9th. The final car left in the top 10 is BS Competition, which started down at the very tail end of the field and has been slowly climbing its way on forward in front of the likes of Pro Sports Sim Racing. Sontec as well will be frustrated. Sammy Matty Trogan's back in that car after qualifying up in 3rd position. And then the Leipzig esports team, LionGPFenster.com, and then the Holder Motorsports, and then the AMG team Apex Racing number 48 that unfortunately did not start this race off the way they would have wanted. In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring category, that's not a mouthful at all. It is Diogo Pinto that leads in this red line 130, and that gap is building up to the Scherer Racing pair behind. The 105 leaves the 115, with PB Performance close in pursuit, and the Apex Racing team trying to re-establish itself up towards the front if they're going to be able to charge their way on forward. WSR Esports Butt Kicker run themselves in 6th with the Kramer Racing Esports teams. Then down in 7th spot, Greica in 8th positions find themselves about 66 seconds off of the lead, but in front, crucially, of Coanda Esports and David Williams, the Avia WSE Motorsports, the Holder Door Esports, and the Nürburgring teams. In this class in particular, though, Ewan, we're still very confused as to whether Team Redline still owes us a pit stop or not.
Yeah, and if they don't, then I'm even more confused, really, as to how the two Scherer cars are so far apart. I know that the 115 did have a 5-second time penalty to serve over the course of the race. I'm not sure whether they can do that in the pit stops or whether they just did that or are going to do that post-race. However, it's a big gap, nearly 20 seconds, but way more than 20 seconds, in fact, between them. So, not sure how that's really happened. The big question for me, I think, in this class is, can the Apex Racing team get to the top 5? Sorry, podium. Sorry, they're in the top 5.
I knew what you were saying, even if you didn't say it properly.
Thanks.
And that 5-second penalty, from what I see on the race control board, is applied post-race. So all they really have to do is get in front of PB Performance and then stay within 5 seconds of the 115. Although, who knows? That could be slightly easier said than done. We're watching the Nürburgring Esports 111. That was Mark Henrique, one of the race control members behind the scenes on occasion, but on track today. SP10, Sontec were leading going on about 15 minutes ago, but Lucas Muller has been a man on a mission today, and his Aston Martin is back on top and now pulling away from the BMW for Sontec and Alex Arana behind the wheel there. Mahler have dropped back in the running order. Joshua Anderson is now in 3rd, but just and only just in front of Fabio Basucci in the Frozen Speed by Grid and Go car. A margin there, just a couple of seconds, and after starting at the very back of the field, Frozen Speed by Grid and Go do have the chance to work their way up to a potential podium spot at the end of 3.5 hours of racing. Or we Pro Sports Sim Racing then in 5th, with the ATRS Aston Martin scored behind them. Another one of the Mercedes in 7th spot, that's Leipzig Esports before. Adrenaline Motorsport and Fabian Hari's BMW makes up the final car in the front 8. X-Racer, Nürburgring Esports, the Rondelay Racing by Smilia and Hopcore teams make up the rest of the running order. And again, in terms of pit stop calls here, it's been split up and down through the field, but we've had a Mercedes, a BMW and an Aston Martin that have all led at one point or another. The Door Esports have very much looked like the strongest car today, Ewan.
Yeah, it looks like it. Looked like the strongest team, certainly. I wouldn't put it down to the Aston Martin, but I think they have been the strongest team so far, and they've put themselves in a good position strategy-wise. And I think in this final stint already, Lucas Muller is showing himself to be faster than Alex Arana, who's not really able to get going at the moment. The gap's climbing to 5.5 seconds. Indeed, slightly concerned that he won't be able to hang on to second, actually, Alex Arana. I think he will get up to speed, but at the moment he's not quite on the pace where he needs to be.
Yeah, we'll want to avoid slipping into the clutches of Anderson, because that also means the Frozen Speed car will get uncomfortably close. The rest of the teams on your screen, you can see the running order between the cars there. I mentioned it at the start as well, as we look at the 177 Rondelay Racing BMW. But Hopcore Racing, in their BMW M4, they have a certain team manager behind the wheel that some will be very, very curious to see how he gets on. It's René Lanta, the team manager at Mouse Esports, but he's of course racing with Hopcore. And great to see him make the grid for the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. In the SB3T's touring cars, it's just the Hyundai Velocitors that we see duking it out on track, but it is SimRC, it is Team Hoisingveld that find themselves split around 8 seconds as it runs right now. Scherer in the 816 have dropped off. At one point they were very much fighting with Hoisingveld for second, but in no man's land for the final step on the podium. Parabit Sim Racing behind them, and then Carlar Pro Sport Sim Racing, and then SimRacers.de making up the rest of those still running. Unfortunately, in this class, Impulse Racing was the very first DNF on the day after Hall had a big moment in the 8:22. See if everyone finishes on the lead lap here, because at SimRacers.de, the distraction of the people in the sim room, that car's in danger of going a lap down.
Yeah, it would be distracting me anyway. And yeah, they are in a bit of danger at the moment of that. So that's a bit of a shame, a bit of a concern. But it's not been the best race for them anyway. Everyone in that clash, by the way, will score points, because top 8 score points if you've got 8. So they'll all get something from this race.
And speaking of, we've only got 5 of the Toyota GR86s, but you only need 2 to put on a show. We had a pretty good battle at times as well. It's the Nürburgring Esports team that lead by 30+ seconds from fast lane by Spillia, Kaufmann, Wolf Motorsport, and the second Kaufmann team. 1 point Kaufmann running 1 and 2. Now 3 and 5 on the board. As, by the way, update from your Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. Diogo Pinto didn't have enough fuel. He's down on pit lane.
Well, I suspected that was going to be the case. Even if I did flirt with the idea of suggesting a 2-stop earlier on, that was not going to happen in the end. It was just too long. And Diogo Pinto is going to drop outside the top 5, I would imagine. Is WSR Esports booking going to go through? Maybe not, but Michael Janey is. Oh, is he? Well, maybe not, actually. I think it's going to be quite close between those guys.
I think Pinto's come out in front of Michael Janey, yeah, so it's going to be Apex versus Redline, but all amidst the greater battle that is also then trying to close on second and third, Scherer and PB Performance. Raphael Renhofer has pulled a blinder of a strategy today, Ewan. And I've got to say, it wasn't just the strategy. That car's been pretty flying as well around the track.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not all strategy, but Renhofer has been very quick as well. So can't forget about that. That's been a significant contribution towards the race for them. More than 30 seconds worth of a lead right now. As long as, of course, they don't have another pit stop to make, and there's not another twist in the tail, you wouldn't imagine so.
Never say never. Especially here at the Green Hell. I think back to our season opener last year. Knock on wood when I say this, but our leader in the SV9s, it was the Walking Horse X-Racer team. Sammy Matti Trogan was chasing down Sammy Matti Trogan wasn't in the car. I'm getting myself confused. Alexia Loba was behind the wheel of the car. He spun it, and it was Door Esports, I believe, that came through to grab the victory. As a result, final lap spin. We could see final lap passes if things play out in that direction. Quanda Esports, though, I'm Jan Guben, defending from the BS competition machine behind. And that is the BS competition BMW, a.k.a. the correct BS competition car.
Yes, and in the correct car as well, which is good to see. And in this pack, there's another BMW, the WS Racing by Pure Sims car. Now, they've got a drive-through penalty that I'm not sure if they've served or not just yet. Did I hear contact with the wall there? Maybe I did. Not sure. The WS Racing car by Pure Sims, though, has got a drive-through penalty to serve for hitting the Kaufmann Motorsport car and causing a collision. I'm not sure whether they've served that yet or not, but if they haven't served it yet, then that's going to be a really bitter one to take, unfortunately, for that team.
I think the sheet usually gets updated when the penalties do get served on through, so...
You think? I don't think that's true.
Well, when it gets marked, it should be finalised. You know what I mean?
Well, it's definitely finalised. It's definitely a penalty, but I don't think he's done it yet.
I think he has, because I see on the race control sheet that it's completed. I don't know what that means.
True. But I think that refers to the status of race control decided.
I know what you mean, but that's why I'm a little bit confused. I'm also very confused because Lucas Muller's just pulled his car back into pit lane in the SB10 category.
Why has he done that for?
Did he not put enough fuel in the previous pit stop cycle?
That's a catastrophic error if he has.
Was it an error or was this intentional? Was this always the plan? And we just didn't see it coming as we watch from up above as Scherer Esports 115 continues to frustrate the PP Performance car.
They clearly want to finish fourth, to Door Esports. Don't know. Suntec Racing are also into pit lane, so Semi-Mashi Chogan's had big problems on this lap. And
that's Sontec's SB9 car, just to be
yes,
clear.
yes. Yeah, yes. And that was a while ago now. That was a couple of laps ago, actually. So I don't know why. Maybe they've just given up, to be fair, because they knew they weren't going to get points anymore. It would have been a big ask for them to get points, but I'd be surprised if they've just given up. I would imagine there was some sort of thing that forced them to retire.
Yeah, I think they are now joining the DNF pile for the day, unfortunately. We'll see if we can get word on what happened there. Steen Ledger, by the way, much appreciation to him in the Frozen Speed by Grid and Go Camp, because he's trying to give me a little bit of intelligence on what's happening in the SB10 category. So, first into the race, Sontec, Marla, and a couple of other cars did a 7-lap stint. Second stint to the race, Frozen Speed did a 7-lap stint. The problem is that Dory Sport did a 5-lap stint in the first stop. I think they are doing an extra pit stop compared to the rest.
Well, that still doesn't make sense, really, because even if your first stint was 2 laps shorter than the others, you should still be able to make it.
I think you need to do 2 7-lap stints is what you need to do, because it's a 25-lap race. It's 6 laps at full... No, if it's 6 laps flat out, you need to do 1 7-lap stint. So, these drivers, hypothetically, Sontec, Marla, Frozen Speed, should be good to the end.
Well, I don't really understand why Dory Sports couldn't have made it, to be honest. Unless I'm not... And by the way, we should shout out Steen Ledger as well. I know you were talking about early mornings, and it is still early in the morning, I think, for you. Is it? Yeah, it is. I should probably just assume. Steen Ledger is going very late on at night from what I think it's 3:10 in the morning for him now. He said that the race starts at midnight.
Yeah, he replied to my tweet with my alarms for 2:30 in the morning saying, I thought I had it bad. I don't know. I think Steen might actually have it worse.
I don't know. I'd rather stay up on Saturday night than wake up on Saturday morning, or Friday night, as some would still call it. 2:30 in the morning.
But, at least for me, I'm going to go straight back to sleep after this. And I'll get 2 hours of sleep and I'll be back up and I'll be like, hopefully back to normal. Steen's had to stay up the entire night, and he's not going to bed after this race is complete. There's too much adrenaline going through his veins.
Well, it depends how tired you are. You can go to bed pretty quickly after a race if you're tired enough. You can just sleep in the morning, and then, or just sleep a little bit less than you would normally, and then you'll be tired by next evening, and by Monday morning you're fine.
You say that, but Ewan, how old are you again?
It's 21 now.
Yeah, as you get older, trust me. I'm only 29 going on 30. 50 internally, at least maturity-wise, it feels like sometimes.
What? I would like to challenge that statement.
You deal with people in sim racing for long enough and then come back to me. At least that...
Oh, well...
To deal with them. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, but... well... In that sense, maybe, but not in a...
No, I'm definitely not mature. Oh, no, I'm literally 29 going on 5 in that regard. But the point is, early mornings hurt a lot more, and the late nights also hurt a lot more when you wake up, if you catch my drift here. The hangovers extend a little bit longer. Can Diogo Redline pull himself, though, not just up to a podium spot, but up to net second, given that the 115 has got, don't forget, a 5-second penalty we believe to be added at the end of this race. He's passed 1. PB Performance still in the strafe, though, still holding strong and not giving up just yet.
And Scherer have clearly got very good straight line speed, because there's no way they're going to be moved here. Redline will now go to the outside. It will be too wide on the way through, and Pinto will break late and get to the front of the group. He goes sailing into the corner, pulls it up in time. It's like he's in a different class of car there. Goes straight through. and he's into second place. A really good drive on his own here today.
It's been impressive, the focus as well at a track like this to, I don't want to say not put a foot wrong. I'm sure he's made a few little, small mistakes here and there and missed an apex, but he's steered clear of the major dramas, and that's all you can really hope for when you are trying to work your way on forward. Steam Ledger, by the way, I regret to inform you, you probably already know this, your teammates had a little bit of an issue. They're still in third spot, although having said that, I don't know for how much longer they may be so, because I don't know how often it is cars roll and continue to run in podium spots, but there's a first for everything. I know, you know?
Yeah, there is, and today may well be the day for that, we'll see. But this is going to be a good battle in the Porsche class for the final places. It looks to me like Pinto's got more than enough speed to hold on to second now. He's very, very quick for some reason, and looks like the other three are going to be left fighting for third.
So was Pinto just saving fuel at the start?
Yeah, he was saving fuel, a lot of fuel at the start.
And here comes, by the way, charge from Michael Gianni to pull on through on Tom Osterman. I say pull on through because Tom literally said, here you go, sir, have the position and we won't fight just yet. But yeah, that's a big shame. Steam Ledger, by the way, he's just dropped me a note that I think that car, the Frozen Speedback Grid and Go car, is going to be forced to return to the pit lane. And so after starting at the very back of the field, starting in 12th position, dead last, working their way up into third, what a heartbreaking way for the race to come to an end.
That is a bizarre one. Why are they having to go to pit lane again? Ah, no. Okay.
I did mention that car had flipped, and when I say flipped,
yeah,
I meant flipped.
Okay, right. Well, yeah, I suppose I don't really know why. The way you said it seemed like they just innocuously fell over and carried on, but maybe not. I haven't seen it, you see, so I don't know what happened exactly. But yeah, that is a bitterly disappointing way to lose a great day's work, really.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we'll grab the replay because it's one that you have to see to really understand, as that is the Apex Racing team past Fabian Hochstadter as well, and now Redline 2, Apex 3. We'll see if there's going to be a bit of a close between them. Yeah. The best way that I can put this is, you know how most rear wings have the bit that connects them to the car and then the rear wing themselves?
Yeah.
Yeah, the rear wing is gone. The bit that connects the rear wing to the body is still there, though.
Yeah, that does sometimes happen. It quite often happens, actually. The sort of struts seem stronger than the actual piece of carbon itself. Well, I'm sure that is carbon as well, but the actual thing itself seems fairly movable. Like you can snap it off with your own hand sometimes.
That sounds... now you're making me think of a chocolate race car, because that is something that you would be able to do.
That's not what I was thinking of.
If any chocolate companies are listening, though, I will only take 5% of royalties for this fantastic idea. Because, yeah, chocolate race cars, combine the two of them. We'll grab a look at the replay. I don't think it's going to be the crash. Instead, it's just the look at Flugplatz and the front end and the amount of air that these 992 Generation Cup cars get.
It is spectacular. And it goes to show as well how heavy the rear end of a Porsche is, because the gravity there was pulling hard on the rear end and not so much on the front. And it's a great shot of the way up Flugplatz, one of the most famous corners in motorsport, of course. A really dangerous corner, actually, but it's thankfully no one's come a cropper there today. And even if they do, then they're not going to get injured today, which is good. Because we are in sim racing, of course, and that's an advantage. But a spectacular shot, especially with these Porsches, which do lift off the ground noticeably more than the other categories.
Yes, because again, they are basically mini GT3 cars, just with absolutely no downforce at the front end in particular in comparison to the GT3s, as that's going to be a look to the inside by Door Esport on the Pro Sport GT4 machine.
There's a BMW in front. It's the Frozen Speed car with no rear wing. I've just seen that, so it's continuing on.
Yes, no. They have no meatball somehow. I'm not sure quite how it happened, but no meatball, despite the fact the car is not right, and they are going to be passed. There's no ifs or buts about it.
Whoa, you say that. we could see a defensive display of all-time greatness, but you would sort of doubt it at this point. Still quarter of an hour remaining in the race, and so that's probably going to be 3 laps realistically, isn't it? I don't actually know where the leader is around the course at the moment.
Well, that's a good question. Where is Fabio Rauer, who, by the way, has got the lead, but only 2.6 seconds clear of BS competition. That gap has been cut in half as well, but with time winding down. They have just headed down towards Nürburgring-Nordschleife, so half the lap still left to go or so.
So 2 at the end of that one, so it will be 3 for these.
There you go. You've done it.
Yeah, so it'll cross the line with about 11 to go then, maybe, but that's more than enough time to, even if it's 10, 9 or 8, it's more than enough time to do 2 more. So we are going to get 2 more at the end of this one. And some of those Toyotas could be out there for, a good 15 minutes after the time runs out. They could still have half an hour left.
We could finish the broadcast before they finish, is what you're trying to say.
But I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe, yeah. No, frozen speed by Grid and Go. You can just see there's no way they hold on to the podium. They could hold on to a top 5, though, because there is quite a big gap to the ATRS car, and I think here we'll find out exactly what happened. So, no, it's Mahler coming from behind, and contact with the Wolf GR86, not once, but twice.
Oh, dear.
Resulting contact, frozen speed with nowhere to go. And we don't even see the rough and tumble aftermath, but somehow, miraculously, they land on all 4 wheels.
That's just silly. Joshua Anderson there was careless, completely careless, and Dory Sports will now go through to the podium. You were right, they didn't stand a chance in the end. Frozen Speed have seen a great drive taken away from them because of someone else's bad driving, and I'd expect Mahler Racing Team to get a hefty penalty for that. I'd certainly hope so.
Just remembering back to the 24 hours of the Nürburgring earlier this year on iRacing, where the Mahler Racing Team were leading in GT4, as it was called in that race, not SB10, and got tagged from behind by an SB9 and ended up losing the race. Opposite sort of an impact this time around. And yeah, it's on the faster car to pass safely.
It is.
The GR86, I think, was trying to open up the outside of the corner for Anderson, but just miscommunication there.
There's going to be another twist, by the way, just to quickly go to SB10 again before we cover this battle for the lead. There's going to be another twist here because Sontec Racing's 44 have got a drive-through penalty for contact while lapping the Lipa Esports car. Now, I'm not sure. The 191, I guess that must be a TCR or the SB3Ts, but oh no, so they're in the same class. Sorry, but even so, oh sorry, it's the GT3. That makes a lot more sense.
Exactly, I was trying to say.
Makes a lot more sense.
Sontec retiring that SB9 class, of course, so a penalty for them not going to be applied.
It makes a lot more sense. Did you mention as well that the Mahler Racing Team car has got stop and hold for 10 seconds for that incident? Okay, that's the very minimum, by the way, I would hope for from that kind of incident.
That has just popped down onto the board, actually, which means it has to be served before the end of the race.
Oh, yeah.
So Door's going to grab second, and I think Pro Sport, the 175, the Aston Martin is going to grab a podium result as a sequence of all of this. That will be, though, in 12 minutes' time. We'll have to figure out what's going to happen there. We'll keep an eye on this as well. Apex, as well as Redline, fighting for second in class. The overall lead, Ewan, it's under 2 seconds, and it's continuing to shrink.
Looks like we may well get a battle for the win here at the very end, and that's going to be very exciting indeed. I think it's going to be a good battle for second in the Porsches as well. There's a lot to look at here through the finale of this race, but Lucas Herrmann is flying at the end of this race for BS competition, and just wonder what they could have done without that penalty earlier on in the race. They would be miles in front.
One of the most important things to do in an endurance race, stay out of trouble with race control. And, well, for some teams moving forward, they won't have a choice. Success penalties introduced from round 2 onwards mean that those that get podium results will have to sit in pit lane for a minimum of 10 seconds at the first pit stop cycle of the subsequent race, but it's all to try and keep things equal, to keep things aligned over the course of the season. I'll just reiterate what I mentioned earlier. Experience for Scherer Esports in this Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, maybe helping helping them out in the strategy equation, Ewan, and having a bit more of an understanding of what to do. Maybe part of it as well was the fact that they had two cars who were able to work together at the start and save some fuel together, even if I know it hasn't worked out as well for both.
Yeah, well, it's certainly benefited one more than the other, but I think, yeah, they've done a good job in terms of working together. Surely they would have prepared together as well, which have got to have helped here this afternoon. And they've put in a really good drive as well. I think, you know, a lot has been made about the strategy by us, but you've got to take your hat off to the drivers as well for the pace that they've shown. Rafael Renhofer is still putting in great lap times at the moment and is still extending the lead out in the front of that category. Luca Alpert, no doubt, did that earlier on in the race as well, although most of his stint, I think, was fuel saving, as you say.
3 hours for our next race, let's not forget, and only in 2 weeks' time. It's not a long turnaround by any means. The issue becomes that in 3 days' time, this coming Tuesday, a new iRacing build is going to get released. And I guess the way to put it is, who knows if these cars even will drive the same as they do today in a week's time.
Well, you'd imagine there'll be something changed. Whether it will entirely change the game entirely is an entirely different question, to use the word entirely too many times. It is always interesting this time of the year. We get it 4 times, of course, over the course of the iRacing seasons, and it's always very exciting to see how people pick up from it, because, as you said, there's only going to be realistically a week of driving from then until maybe a week and a half from then until the second round. So there's not a lot of time to prepare anyway, even if there wasn't a new iRacing build smashed in between the middle of them.
It's around this time that we usually get GT3 updates, which do require setup rework. So I'm trying to wonder if are we due for any of the other cars to get major updates? And honestly, I don't know. Maybe we'll get a Porsche Cup update with a new World Championship, season on the horizon in 2024. Maybe there's a few things that have been worked on there. I'm not sure if anyone else has really got too much to worry about. It'll be those GT3 teams that have the most to think about. Now, these drivers, 8 minutes to go. They still have 2 laps to go, though, because your race leader is just headed down into Adnar Forest right now. And as soon as the clock strikes 0, the leader finishes the lap that they're on. 2 laps for Michael Jarni to get past Diogo Pinto.
Yeah, 2 laps at the line, I would argue. So that's a lot of driving left for these two. And Jarni gets close again underway towards the Mutkirber, but can't get through. These two teams, I think, have shown themselves to be a lot stronger than the rest. If you obviously discount the Sherry Sport 105, then it's these two teams who are quite considerably quicker than the rest, and they're fighting again. They both skipped past one of the VT2s, and that was pretty easy in the end. That hasn't really changed anything in this fight.
Interesting as well, the addition of the new class with the Toyotas, hoping that they can have their fight a little bit more long-lasting in the future rounds of the championship, but that remains to be seen. Back up towards Hoa Acme, highest point on the track comes this battle for second in the Porsche Endurance Trophy. Up towards the front overall, gap between Fabio Rauer and Lucas Herrmann is now between 1.2, 1.4 seconds, and bouncing between there. It's one of those gaps where I do believe that it's going to come down to the final lap of this race at this point.
Well, admittedly, the final lap could be the last 8 minutes, I suppose, which is not that close to the last lap normally, but it will be round here. So it's going to be a very interesting finish indeed. 4 points on the line. So 15 for a win, only 11 for a draw. That's weird. A second place. So big difference there, well worth having, and you do need to have that because there is a 10 seconds difference as well as regards to the success penalty that you have. But I think that even with the 30-second success penalty, BS Competition may well be right up there themselves right now. Anyway, I think they're going to have a very good season if the pace is like this every round.
I'm trying to decide how much stock I'm putting into performances here from these teams and these drivers, especially knowing that there might be driver lineup changes to come. Who knows where these drivers are going to go in terms of form. It is a little bit easier in some senses, Ewan, when you and I, we've commentated on so many different endurance series, but series where we jump across different tracks, where things change from round to round. There's not much that's going to change between this round and round 2, with the exception of A, maybe the cars, B, slight changes in the weather, and C, well, we're taking 30 minutes off the race clock. That's about it.
Yeah, so not many things, and I think that the fact that you take 30 minutes off sort of removes elements that you've had from this race rather than adding stuff. So it's going to be very similar, I think, but you know, it's kind of an illustration of the fact that if you did races, you know, exactly the same thing, you know, 10 times, you would get 10 different results in motor racing. That's just the way that these things go. So it could still be very, very different, even if it doesn't look like that right now. We could see a very different race. I mean, what would a Sontek done today, for example? That's just one example of something that could be different.
Would have been interesting to see how that Ferrari would have gone. It is going to be a Mercedes 1 through 6, as it seems like it will finish right now. BMW then behind, with 2 Porsches, Commander and Falcon, completing the outskirts of the top 10. But yeah, not being the closest battle in terms of that BOP discussion. So into turn 1, Into holds on. Johnny doesn't have the look. Johnny has done the majority of this race as well. Gave the car over to Quintin Violate for just the stint, and then took it back over to really push it to the end. You can see through the arena, it's just been a little bit kinder on the tires, potentially. Just a little bit more coordinated, a little bit more hooked up with the grip right now.
He does seem to be a bit stronger at in this situation. However, as we saw on that back straight there, Pinto got a good run through Garbinkov. He got a nice bit of speed on the back straight, and he was weaving around a lot, so not a lot you can really do in that situation.
On board with the race-leading battle, we finally can check in with Lucas Herrmann and Fabio Arau. We missed all the hard work being done in terms of the gap actually being closed. Now we actually just get to see how they deal with the pressure itself, trying to break the draft. Here's the Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports machine. And as BS competition just closes and closes, I think this is Lucas Herrmann just trying to shape himself up to not close too quickly. He wants to try and maybe relieve himself of the overspeed in towards the final corner, but he'll pull alongside. Wow. Risk it with still 3 minutes left on the clock, with 1 more lap still left to go. It's a bold, bodacious move by Lucas Herrmann, and it's BMW. The switch from the BMW into the Mercedes that has seen BS competition rise to the top. But 1 more lap to go. It's between 2 of the biggest teams in the series.
It's a final lap dash here between these 2, and it's going to be Williams who very nearly head down the inside. They tried to fool BS competition there, but no. Lucas Herrmann was wise to it, and he has the lead with a really high-risk, high-reward pass on the way towards Tiergarten. They're still going for it in the Mercedes arena.
And now the GP section has had its couple of real passing opportunities. The shortcut's not really a place to throw a lunge. Backing out of it is Fabio Arau. Lucas Herrmann slightly covers the door as they cut through the right, rise back up through the undulating shortcut and in towards the final section of the GP. We're on to the final lap of the race, though, without a shadow of a doubt. It comes down to this. 2 cars that have been through trials and tribulations. And all that Lucas Herrmann has to do, in my opinion here, Ewan, is make sure he stops watching his rear view mirrors.
If he just gets his head down, yeah, and he focuses forward, then he should be okay. I think he is quicker. I think he has shown that he's quicker. He gained a good 1.8 seconds on that last lap. But the question always is Rowan now going to be sort of toned along by Herrmann? Not in terms of the draft, because obviously these GT3s are quite fast. They're not going to be draft pulled around here. But is he, you know, now that he's in the wheel tracks, is he just going to follow the BS competition car? And is he going to get quicker as a result of that? Because it's possible he could stay with him. And then, you know, if we get onto the back straight on the last lap here, with these 2 like this, then all bets are off, really.
There's plenty for BS competition to be cheering about this weekend, by the way. Not just, of course, this digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, tomorrow's IMSA Esports Global Championship, and, of course, some of the Zebra squad is out in Barcelona for the Gran Turismo World Finals as well. There's plenty going on. That gap, though, as we come up through Flugplatz, building up towards Shroud and Krautz, it's up to 0.6 of a second between these 2 drivers, and points for the time being. Gal Valero as well behind, has not been able to close that margin down. It seems to be somewhat settled here. Going back to SB10, by the way, Marla have served their penalty, and indeed it has dropped them down from a podium spot. Doors Aston Martin through to second, and the Pro Sport Aston Martin through to third.
Yeah, so a change on the podium, and I don't think Marla Racing Team are going to be close enough to really rectify that. 8.6 seconds away. It's a very, very big gap that they've got to close there, and they're not going to do it. They'll be fourth, but I do feel sorry for the BMW that was taken out in that crash for Frozen Speed, and for the GR86 as well, in the VT2 class, that were taken out by that incident, because it was a really disappointing to see that.
Still other fights going on. WS Racing have dropped down from inside the top 10 where they started. Konstantin Stolzenberg did not give on over to Harley Horton, instead stayed behind the wheel. Ruben Denker is directly in front, as up towards blue clocks for the final time they will go. You can see that on the left side of your screen. The clock has hit 0. The final lap is officially underway here. These drivers fighting, Redline and Apex still fighting as well. But outside of that, the battle for the overall race lead seemingly has filtered and fizzled to an end. BS Competition in their Mercedes do indeed sit on top. Still with half a lap to go, the Nordschleife can bite back. You can never relax, and well, that's why if you're Stolzenberg, you're still putting the pressure on as you head down into the foxhole.
There's still a top 10 up for grabs here, and it's for pride more than anything else, but why not give it a go? I think Stolzenberg will really like this for his confidence as well, maybe, to get this place, because it's been a lot of position lost throughout this stint for him. He's fallen backwards quite considerably throughout this one, and so he's got to absolutely get that confidence back, and this might well be a good way to do it. In the slipstream at the moment, it's not going to happen into here. May well have to wait for the back straight on this final time.
Hopefully not into here, you would hope, but we've seen wilder things. I think that is definitely for sure. These drivers are, again, on their final lap. We mentioned that Apex and Redline are still battling. They should get one more lap beyond the one that they are on. They are still in front technically of your race leader, Lucas Herman, in that BS Competition machine, who's now pulled an almost 2-second advantage to the Mercedes AMG Williams Esports team. And so he said that all he wanted to do was focus on what's in front, out the windshield, rather than what's in the rearview mirror. So far, so good. He's been able to do that. And they're heading through the carousel, so less than half a lap still to go, your overall leader.
Yeah, long race, of course, but most of it is in the rearview mirror now. The gap as well extends to put the Williams car further and further into the rearview mirror as well. What a fantastic end to the race for BS Competition. And this is going to be the real grandstand finish by the looks of things now. Not the battle for the overall lead, but the one for second in the Porsche class.
And they will, again, like we mentioned, have the one more lap after this. And you probably want to be the car behind, coming on to the Dottinger for the final time of asking, such has been the slingshot effect that we've seen in this Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. But Michael Johnny's going now. He's not waiting. Pinto will cover the inside and try and tuck back into the draft. Not going to be allowed the opportunity just yet. They've still got some overlap, so no draft. It's all just about the grunt from the screaming flat six engine. It's Apex versus Redline. Johnny holds on for now. One more lap to go. It's not done by any means.
I wonder if that was a tactical ploy by Pinto to get Johnny ahead for the final lap so that he can do exactly that in 1 lap's time. I wonder whether he is thinking that far ahead, or whether they are just fighting for this without any thought of who's leading on to the last lap or what's going on. Pinto decides to get close but doesn't go through. I reckon he facilitated that. I reckon he wanted Johnny to go through so that he can do exactly that in 8 minutes' time.
I agree. I 100% agree with you now. Given that this class had more than 7 starters, there are 3 points difference between second and third in class. There's also 10 seconds in success penalty to be handed out at the start of the second race, but that's probably not the focus. It's the 3 points that they're thinking about right now. Is, well, they're into the fun part of the lap here in this battle for Pro Sport and WS Racing, as they slither right then left and right then left and back and forth and back and forth. It's coming down the Dottinger Hohe in what's been a dramatic day to open up the 5th edition of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. A wild opening couple of laps, contact for a few, including for the number 9 BS Plus competition machine. Norby Kish showed plenty of speed at the start, and even a stop and hold penalty wasn't going to stop him, wasn't going to stop Lucas Herrmann from running around the green hell for 3.5 hours and coming out on top. It's going to be BS competition in a Mercedes, not in a BMW, that roar their way to the line. The winners of the first round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series for 2023 and 2024. But take a bow for the number 47 AMG Williams Esports team, climbing up a remarkable 7 positions through the course of a difficult day. Remember, a long, long wait before we see some of the other winners come their way to the line. Ewan, 56 started, 53 will see the checker.
Yeah, it's a good ratio to get to the end of the race, and a good race for many as well. This car led early on, let's not forget, or through the middle of the race, I should say. Carl Janssen taking over the Williams number 5 car in 4th place, and Nürburgring Esports are going to round out the top 5 with Andy Gulden, and that's a good performance from them. Good result for them in the Mercedes, in what's going to be a Mercedes 1 through 6 here. The first non-Mercedes is going to be Niels Koch in 7th place.
It has been dominant for Mercedes for sure, wondering if the BOP is going to see some adjustment. They were slinking back and forth for quite a while in this Pro Sport WS Racing battle. Stolzenberg behind, Denker in front. It's coming down to the last corner between the two, and as much as Stolzenberg wants to throw the lunge, he recognizes he's got to wait. He waited until the final part of the corner, bullies his way on through, and WS Racing by Pearsons will hold on to a spot inside of the top 10, but by the narrowest of margins. A bit of a draft and a drag to the line, not going to matter. The result holds. WS Racing, the final car, scored inside of the top 10 positions. Still waiting, by the way, for some of the other class winners to come across the line. Such is the size, the scale of racing here at the Nürburgring-Nordschleife. There's one of the Ferraris on towards the back straight, but slightly up the road from them and taking the first shot across the bow in the battle that is the SP3T category. It's Karin Tengunes for Sim RC. Maybe the favorites for not just the race, but the championship as well. But you've got to hold on, you've got to do the hard work. And Sim RC's Bumblebee, the yellow and black colors, will blitz across the line. The winners of the first round in a new edition of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series.
They are so good in this TCR category. Karin Tengunes takes that car over the line. And what a performance again from Sim RC. There's Team Hoisingveld in the background. It's going to be a great, great season-long battle between those two teams. 7.4 it's going to be scored as at the line. There'll be a 10-second difference with their pit stops next time around, and if things stay as they are, then Hoisingveld would finish 2.5 seconds in front in the next race. We'll have to see if that comes true.
And that would then flop back and forth and back and forth. That's what makes the success penalty so interesting, is you can never assume that you're always going to be up front. And I don't necessarily know if Sontec Racing felt confident they would still be at the front at the end of this race, because boy, what a roller coaster it has been for so many. Sontec made the fuel strategy work. They made it work the best of anyone else as well. And for Alex Arana alongside Tatu Sipala, it's another step forward for Sontec Racing. A couple of weeks removed from the victory in the iRacing Fuji 8 Hours, it's victory in the SP10 class for the first round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, and a victory as well in the brand new VT2 class for the Nürburgring Esports team as Maximilian Strupp comes towards the line in a class, well, that the drivers had to survive first to see the victory. Scherer Esports third in the SP3T category, and we're also waiting now to see the winners in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, Scherer Esports 105.
It may well be a little bit of time until they do, to be fair. It's not been that long since the leader crossed the line, but still waiting for a few more. There's Tour Esports, second in SP10. Not bad for them, although they may well have been hoping for a race victory here today. They've come short of that, and Marlon Racing Team do look like they'll finish on the podium. Pro Sport have dropped way down.
Oh, they had to do a drive-through, I think, on the final lap of the race. I don't know if that was an automatic drive-through, as in enforced by the lack of by hitting an incident limit, sorry, excuse me. But yeah, I can't quite see anything on the race control sheet. We'll see if we can get some stories from some of these drivers in the post-race coverage, but as they come towards the line, it's going to be ATRS that grabbed 4th position in class, and you can see behind, oh good, going to be banging all the way to the line. It will be Adrenaline Motorsports, but just in front of the Pro Sport 175. Oh, but you can never say it's done until it's done at the Nordschleife.
That was a 1/10 of a second between those two. It's a very, very close finish between them in 5th place for Adrenaline. Good recovery after their early penalty, of course, that they had to serve earlier on in this race, as the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring now finally draws to a close. Raphael Renhofer has kind of got this lap of honour, and he will surely take the race wing, although by a much smaller margin than maybe they had earlier on in the race.
Yes, that's a good call, actually, because Gianni and Pinto have actually been closing as of late, but maybe not close enough. They, by the way, are onto the Dottinger behind as well. We'll see if Pinto's going to be able to leapfrog Gianni on the final opportunity that he will have. Here they go, slingshot back and forth, slinking back into line, and it's Pinto inside, alongside. Not quite through, but almost has the move done and dusted. It's going to be Gianni trying to switch back now into the draft and into the overlap. Tiergarten has got one more dramatic moment still left to come. While Scherer Esports win in the Porsche Endurance Esports Trophy Nürburgring, it's battle behind for second. Pinto on the outside, Gianni on the inside. 2 World Championship caliber drivers doing battle. The Porsche Esports champion of 2022 is trying to get the run to the corner. Get your cameras out, get your timing beams out. It's by 17 thousandths of a second. The Apex Racing team grabs second.
A nice battle and great respect shown as well between the two drivers. They could have easily run each other off the road there. They could have easily crashed into one another, but they didn't. It was a great run to the flag. They're both going to end up on the podium. But in the end, the Apex Racing team just about hang on to what will be second place.
Michael Gianni will be very, very happy with that. Diogo Pinto will think, you know what, could be worse. I did this race by myself. I've got IMSA Esports to focus on tomorrow. I'll give up 3 points to start this season off. There's still a long, long way left to go. Still, by the way, this track is so long, we've got more cars yet to finish things up. Here comes the Greico Motorsports entry. The 103 is going to come across the line in 5th. We wait for PB Performance. We wait for Hardcore in the SB10 category. And plenty more drivers to finish up their race. There's René Lant in the Hardcore 183. Tom Osterman in the PB Performance 106, and then the rest of the drivers making their way to the line, and now just waiting for the WSR Esports butt kicker team to close out their debut in professional sim racing competition, along with the final of your Toyota GR86s. And that's going to be all of the drivers across the line, and an opportunity finally for us to be able to go through your race results and talk to you about the results of the opening round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance season, the 5th edition of the championship as well. And boy, what a blockbuster we had to start things off. New cars, new teams, new drivers, but the same predictable great racing that we've all come to love in this fantastic series, and around indeed this fantastic track as well. Hear the klaxon going off as the drivers return their way to the pit lane with the race now officially complete. You see the driver pairings as well. It's an important note just to keep in mind. Who was the important driver who really did the hard work today, moving forward into the remaining rounds of the championship? A BS competition, both Norby Kish as well as Lucas Herman pulling the long odds to bring themselves forward in the field. The AMG Williams Esports team second, albeit with the 47 rather than the 5, with the Haupt Racing team by UOL grabbing a spot on the podium and starting their season off with a smile. The second of the Williams Esports crews will be then in 4th position, with the Nürburgring Esports team in 5th, M&J Downforce in 6th position before the BS Plus competition car, not the Mercedes, but instead the BMW across the line in 7th, and just only a couple of seconds at the end in front of Coanda Esports by Mantai. Einchang Guven is going to get out of the rig, get, I'm sure, dressed up into something a little bit more formal and appropriate for the Porsche Night of Champions end-of-year celebration that will be beginning in probably just a couple of hours' time. Falcon Sim Racing 9th, WS Racing by Pure Sims in 10th, and then Pro Sports Sim Racing's 17 in 11th, Leipzig Esport in 12th, while the Lion GP Fenster.com Ferrari grabbed 13th, in front of the AMG Team Apex Racing team. Issues serving their penalty at the start dropped them out of serious contention early, while Halder Motorsports and the RC Carshot team all still technically classed on the leading lap, but that is before you start to get into the DNFs of your class in this SB9 category, where for the likes of Sontec Racing, for the AMG Team MSI, and of course for Team Redline, it was not to be today. And, well, we'll be hoping to see more of them in a couple of weeks' time for round 2, the 3-hour race on the 16th of December. Don't forget, 5 classes for us to work our way through, so we still have to go through the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, where it was a 23-second margin of victory for Scherer Esports, and then only 14 thousandths between the Apex Racing team and Team Redline at the line. Pinto, of course, used the Joker, did the entirety of the race by himself. He'll be sharing that car with someone for the rest of the season, while the second Scherer car will be classified in 4th, even with its post-race time penalty, in front of Greiker Motorsports and the PB Performance 106. Kramer Racing's 112 scored in 7th, while the WSR Esports Butt Kicker team, on their debut as an official esports team, finished 8th in class, and will be hoping to continue pushing forward, moving into the rest of the season and indeed into 2024. And new beginnings, new horizons for the teams, for the drivers, and their partners as well. 9th in class went the way of the Coanda Esports car, and the best of the Coanda Esports cars. They're going to be slightly frustrated, slightly heartbroken, I think, with how this race played out. David Williams, Bobby Zelensky shared the 118, the driving responsibilities there, while the Avia W&S eMotorsports 120, 10th in class. Halder Motorsports, Door Esports, the Nürburgring Esports team, and then Coanda, the final one of the classified cars in the class. And what was a rather topsy-turvy opening round of the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. And of course, let's not forget that, Ewan, this is the class which pays the most prize money over the course of the season.
Yeah, and I think there's some surprises to be had up and down the field there. Coanda Esports being down at the bottom in 14th place, I think has got to be one of them. I mean, Door Esports as well, Nürburgring Esports 12th, 13th, 14th for those three is a bit of a surprise. And of course, Scherer Esports as well. We've spoken a lot about their strategy and their pace. What a drive from them.
SB10, and well, this is one where we were slightly caught off guard by strategy. Sontec were not, and it's Tatu Sipala, it's Alex Arano winners in that Sontec car, and they'll be thrilled with that, continuing the performance in the BMW, while the Aston Martin for Door Esports, one extra pit stop, yes, second though. Pretty good finish, all things considered. And in front of the Mahler team that switched to the Mercedes, and a late race penalty drops them to 3rd. But in front of ATRS in their Aston Martin, another one of the cars to have used their Joker here today. Adrenaline Motorsport, Fabian Hari finished that car up in 5th position, with the Pro Sport Sim Racing car in 6th. The X-Racer Mercedes classified down in 7th spot, and then the Frozen Speed by Grid and Go machine down in 8th after, well, unfortunate dramas for them. And yeah, we saw them flip end over end. The damage not bad enough to require forced repairs, bad enough to drop them down in terms of speed, while Leipzig Esports, the Nürburgring Esports team, Hardcore and Randley Racing by Smilia round out the 12 in class. And I didn't notice this, but Randley Racing actually dropped behind Hardcore in the closing stages. And so René Lantu did this race entirely by himself. It doesn't finish at the tail end of the class, and he'll be very, very excited about that after competing in the Digital Nürburgring Community Cups over the course of the calendar year. SP3T, the penultimate class, sees SimRC on top, but only 7.5 seconds clear of Team Hoisingveld. Scherer Esport did show some potential, and we'll be hoping that the remaining races can see them stay closer to the main rivals at the front of class, while Parabit, Pro Sport, Carlar, and then SimRacers.de all finish, unlike Impulse, the first retiree in the entire field, and unfortunately, a rather big bash there in the brand new for 2023-2024 Hyundai Veloster that replaces the Elantra that we had for our previous season. And last but not least, a quick look at the newest class, the VT2s, the Toyota GR86s, where the Nürburgring esports team in front of Fastlane, Kaufmann, and the Wolf Motorsports to round out the top 5 in class. And that was a look top to bottom at the race results. Ewan, what a great way to open up the season.
A fantastic way to open up the season. Very, very excited to see what the rest of it has in store for us now because, yeah, it's been a great opening once again. Looking forward to it, though. There's plenty more hours remaining in this season.
Absolutely. Don't forget that if you want to listen to some of the post-race coverage, head on over to the German feed for this first round. But for us here on the English coverage, it's bye for now. We'll see you in 2 weeks' time for round 2, a 3-hour race in the 2023-2024 Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. What a way to open things up. 3.5 hours of great racing at the Green Hell.